Biggest and the strongest take center stage in Aberdeen. Jeff Adler comes in as your defending CrossFit champ, but he will have to hold off a host of talented challengers to stay there. Laura Horvath looking for title number 3 here at the Rogue Invitational. Mitch Hooper, the Moose, is your 2-time champion in the Strongman division, and he is your favorite once again to stand atop the podium. And last year, Inez Carrasquillo made history as the first women's champ here at the Rogue Invitational. Now she has her sights on a repeat. Welcome inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland, everybody, as we kick off 3 days of competition here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational, and it is a jam-packed Friday that we have on tap for you. 3 events for the strong men and strong women, and 3 events for the CrossFit athletes. And we're going to kick things off with the strong men and the strong women with the wagon wheel axle deadlift. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Soleil and Kristen Rhodes. And for the second straight year, we are here in Aberdeen. For the second straight year, we are extremely excited for this competition. I don't know what I'm excited about the most, so I'm not going to answer that question. I'm going to let the two of you answer that question. What are you excited about the most? Kristen, we'll start with you on the women's side.
Obviously, I'm excited to watch the women. The women absolutely stole the show last year, and I'm excited to watch Inez come back and defend her title as the first ever Rogue Invitational Strongwoman champion.
Obviously, we're excited for the women, but I am obviously excited for the men as well. Defending champion Mitch Hooper back to a three-peat. And we've got 5 rookies here as well. It's going to be such an exciting show.
It's going to be an absolute blast these next 3 days. And you mentioned the defending champions. We're going to start with the strong men and the strong women. And let's begin with Inez Carrasquillo, who last year came in and made history as the first Rogue Invitational women's champion. And man, Kristen, she was so impressive over those 6 events.
That's the first time I've ever seen her come in and not really make any mistakes. She came in, she won 3 out of the 6 events. She absolutely dominated from the beginning. And I remember saying last year when she came in and I saw that focus and how well she did, I'm like, she's going to be the woman to beat. And she did. She came out on top of them at the end of the weekend.
Yeah, Inez Carrasquillo was just lights out last year. As you said, Kristen won 3 of the 6 events here at the Rogue Invitational. She's got a 3-event win streak. She's won the last 3 competitions in which she has competed, including the 2024 North America's Strongest Woman, and has that world record in the log press. So let's go over to the men's side, where Inez Carrasquillo is trying to get where Mitch Hooper is. He is your 2-time defending champion, looking for number 3 and probably overwhelming favorite right now.
He's the favorite, definitely, but he's not had the dominating year that he had back in 2024. He is coming back into top shape, and he really wants to prove that he's still the man to beat. The rest of the athletes will be chasing hard, but right now, you've got to put Mitch as a favorite.
And as you know, Loss, he's just so consistent. Wins competitions without winning events, or maybe wins 1 out of the 6, because he never finishes lower than 3rd, doesn't give up a lot of points. He's your 2023 World's Strongest Man, 2024 Strongest Man on Earth, 3-time Arnold Classic champion. I mean, this guy is the total package when it comes to a strongman athlete. Now, Hathor Bjornsson was supposed to be his main competition. Hathor will be taking part in the deadlift event, only as an exhibition though, but he's not part of the competition. Disappointing that he's not here.
Very disappointing. Obviously, he's a big name, and you know, he's had a good year. He broke the deadlift world record this year. He's looked to be getting in the best form of his life. Unfortunately, picked up a small shoulder issue that's held him out of this one. However, saying that, we do have some fantastic opposition. Like I said earlier, 5 newbies competing in this show, one of which is a complete surprise winner of World's Strongest Man, Rain O'Neill. That guy has been unbelievable this year. We've got Tom Stoltman, we've got Lucas Hatton. It's going to be one incredible show today.
Yeah, Lucas Hatton was a huge surprise. We saw him come onto this scene at the Arnold Classic, finishing 2nd. Kind of came out of nowhere there. You mentioned Rain O'Neill and what he did at World's Strongest Man. You got Trey Mitchell back in the field, Tom Stoltman in front of his home crowd. Tom Evans can do some damage as well. This is an extremely talented field and should be a ton of fun to watch. On the women's side, you know, Inez Carrasquillo comes in as the champion, but there are plenty of athletes who can take that spot from her here in 2025.
Correct, and first we have to talk about Olga Lushek. I mean, she has been top 2 in the last 7 of her last competition. She's always been consistent. She's always been at the top. She's won the World's Strongest Woman, the Arnold Strongwoman Classic. She's literally won everything but the Rogue Invitational. See if she can do it this year.
And Lucy Underdown is another veteran athlete who can win some events and put some pressure on Inez as well.
Yes, Lucy came in 3rd place last year at the Rogue Invitational. She's the current deadlift world record holder. Her deadlift is just incredible, and I'm very excited to see what she does on that wagon wheel deadlift today. And she came in, we talked to her yesterday, and she said she's relaxed, she's feeling ready, she's feeling strong. Her overhead press, which has been her weakness for a long time, has really come up, and she's hitting the numbers. She's hitting contest weight, and she's very excited to be here.
And last year, look, let's be honest, the 2024 women's field kind of stole the whole show here at the Rogue Invitational, and many of them are back here in 2025. Angelica Jardine, who a couple years ago in 2024 won the Arnold Classic. That was a blast to watch. Hannah Lindsay, I mean, she's always entertaining when she steps on the floor. You mentioned Olga Lashuk. Andrea Thompson can do a lot of damage here in event number 1, and Rebecca Roberts, extremely talented as well. So this is a very deep field that will challenge Inez Carrasquillo for that championship. But the strongmen and the strong women are kicking things off here, but we are also going to have 3 events for the CrossFit athletes, and for a closer look at what we can expect from them, let's send it down to the competition floor with Adrian Conway and Kiki Dixon.
Thanks, Sean. Adrian, we're about ready to kick off year number 7 of the Rogue Invitational. Big picture, what kind of battles are we going to see take place?
They're going to be 2 very different battles if all things play out the way that we expect them to. We've got 5 champions on the men's side, either at the CrossFit Games, here at the Rogue Invitational. We've got 2 that are champions at both. It's going to be a tight race throughout the weekend. And on the women's side, it could play out to be a little bit more of a marginal battle where we've only known 2 women champions in the history of the Rogue Invitational, in Tia Claire Toomey and Laura Horvath. And Tia Claire Toomey's not here this weekend.
As you mentioned, a lot of champs to choose from, but specifically we have our reigning and defending male champion, Jeffrey Adler. How's this weekend gonna go for him?
Well, we know that Jeff was the champion last year here at the Rogue Invitational, but we had a new champion this year at the CrossFit Games in one Jason Hopper. We're gonna talk about momentum a lot throughout the course of this weekend, and he's gonna have an opportunity to show us which way that momentum is swaying here to get things rolling in Event 1. And here's what I like most about Jason is that he's looking forward into this competition. He and his coach both have verbally said that they want to see him minimize the distance between he and other competitors in events that are damage control for him. So we're going to see how that plays out.
Yes, we will. Now for the ladies' side, we do not have our reigning and defending champion here, Tia Claire Toomey Orr. However, we do have a 2-time champion, Laura Horvath. Will she make it 3-time champion this weekend?
If I was a betting man, I'd be foolish not to be betting on Laura Horvath. However, it's the responsibility of the rest of the field to try to step up and prove us wrong. We've got Emma Lawson, we've got Emma Tall, we've got Ariel Lowen, and we've got many other women who are going to be looking to knock Laura off of that favorite position here at the Rogue Invitational.
I can't wait to watch it unfold. Thank you, Adrian, and back to you, Sean.
Thanks, Kiki. It is going to be a busy day number 1 here. First of 3 days of competition at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Let's take a look at the schedule. 3 events for the strong men and the strong women, and 3 events for the CrossFit athletes. We're going to start with the wagon wheel axle deadlift. That gets going at 10 a.m. local time here. After that, the CrossFit athletes take over with a pretty nasty chipper. That's going to be Nessie. That is going to be at 12:15. Then the Viking Press, as the strongmen and the strong women take the floor again. William Wallace, the Yoke Escalator, that's coming back. That's going to be a lot of fun. And then Tax Collector for the CrossFit athletes closes things out at 6:35 p.m. We're going to take a quick break. When we return with our coverage, we will have the wagon wheel deadlift, and it's something that's based on a very famous strongman implement, the John Paul wheels that were recreated especially for the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
It's oldie worldly, it's raw, and that's how I believe strongman should be. Man against the elements, man against these things around him which everyday people associate as being, Christ, well, that's heavy. I'm Gregor Edmonds, son of Dr. Douglas Edmonds, the godfather of strongman. We're sitting in my father's garage at the moment. I suppose this is where it all started. As John Paul once called this place, Viking headquarters. I'm very much my father's boy. I love him dearly, and his legacy is important to me. We're the only father and son in history to have won at Braemar as well. Father would always be the innovator, coming up with new events and things, and he'd look at implements and think, oh, that looks big and heavy and horrible. What can I do with that? These wheels were produced at Sandy Wilkie's farm at Bardykes in Blantyre, and Father thought, well, they look like a big barbell, so how can we, you know, utilise this and bring this into Strongman? So by dangling weights from it and forming a deadlift, you know, a new concept was born.
And we're over the 1,000 pounds.
Once John Paul won that event, the John Paul Deadlift, because it was done in a deadlift fashion, where you would lift the wheels. Of course, John Paul made the famous quote, "You should not be alive if you can't do deadlift," as he picked up the winning weight.
1,005 pounds. Ever the showman. He really is incredible. John Paul Sigmason.
I knew of the existence of them, and I badgered Sandy for years. Where are these wheels? Where are these wheels? I need the axle. He said, I don't know where they are. I don't know where they are for years and years and years. And one day, he said, I know where they are. All the steel work from them was there. The axle was there, the hubs, but all the woodwork was rotten. It was really gone, which is quite sad. So I took the pieces from him, which he gifted to me kindly. I kept them for years in my garage, with the idea of rebuilding them one day. Last year I was invited by Katie and Bill to the Rogue Invitational, and I thought, well, here's an opportunity. And obviously with him building amazing equipment towards his Rogue Invitationals and for the world's strongest man, he's very much the man to ask, do you want to rebuild these? I showed him, explained, and you know, he smiled from ear to ear and he thought, yeah, let's do this.
This is a very historical piece that we're putting together. It's something that really inspired me years ago to watch John Paul pull this. So what we're doing here is we're putting together the deadlift wheels. We got Stutzman Wheelwright Company here in Ohio, and there's only 7 of these squeezers here. It was 1864 was when it was made, and there's only 7 of those in existence. These guys can, you know, do the work we need to do in order to show the world what John Paul did years ago. You know, this is it, man. The spirit of John Paul is coming back.
There's a story behind everything. You know, you want people to know where things came from, and man against machines and elements and nature. These things are not easy to move. Strongman was never supposed to be easy. I like to see it going back to that oldie worldy way where things were tough. Keeping it interesting, keeping it innovative, but keeping that oldie worldy wood and steel that people understand is heavy. It's really nice to see the kind of old and the new come together. For them to put their hands on the same piece of equipment that John Paul and Capes and Kaz did back in the day, it's historic, and they'll feel that when they put their hands on that equipment. I think Rogue have done extremely well by creating these huge contraptions, you know, implements of torture. People love to see this, you know, a man being thrown into a machine and seeing how he deals with it.
The steel that you see here is the original steel from John Paul's deadlift that Gregor had. Basically what they're doing is they're going to squeeze everything together. They've got the steel tire and the spokes, the fellows that go around into the hub. And these are all 3 different species of hardwood that they put together.
Rogue have brought Strongman back to Scotland. They're educating a new generation on the origins of their sport to know that that is not going to get lost. There's certain things in life you just want to see, and that's one of them.
Yeah.
From the rugged highlands to the modern arena, Scotland has long been a land of giants. Mitch Hooper has been the king of this domain. His dominance has established himself as a titan in the sport of strongman.
Mitch Hooper has it. Repeat champion.
A dynasty is in the making for the women.
Wow, she has it.
Absolutely incredible.
Inez Carrasquillo continues to conquer the competition. Another victory in Aberdeen would cement her as the undisputed Queen of Strength. Scotland's story has always been one of power. Here, strength is heritage, not just sport. The next chapter is about to be written. Welcome to the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
Last year, the Strong Women stole the show in Aberdeen, and they kick us off in 2025 as we begin our 3-day coverage of the Rogue Invitational from Aberdeen, Scotland. Inez Carrasquillo is our defending champion, and last year she was dominant, taking 3 of the 6 events and becoming the first ever female Rogue Invitational champion. Carrasquillo looking to defend that title here, but she has an extremely talented field to deal with. She is on quite the hot streak. She has won 3 of the last competitions in which she has competed. She is also the world record holder in the log press at just over 321 pounds. Thanks for being with us today, everybody, inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with Kristen Rhodes and Jerry Pritchett. Event number 1 is brought to you by Beyond the Whiteboard. It is the wagon wheel deadlift. We'll talk about that in just a second. But Kristen, what's at stake here as we kick off this competition for the women?
What's at stake here is becoming the second ever Rogue Invitational champion. We have Inez to take down. We'll see if anybody can do that this weekend. We also have one of the biggest prize purses in Strongman history this weekend, which is just incredible to see. And we have a lot of women that, we have Lucy, we have Olga, we have Andrea, we have Angelica. We have just such a deep spread of women. We'll see what comes out on top this weekend.
Sam Beliveau is going to be the 3rd woman out. See her getting ready with Melissa Peacock. The competitors will go from bottom to top there. On the left side of your screen is Rebecca Roberts is going to open up at 500 pounds, 227 kilos. Jerry, let's talk about this implement out there. What makes this such a challenging lift?
Well, first off, it's my favorite time of day. It's time to deadlift, right? And what better place to do it in Scotland? So this is huge. This is something that they haven't seen before. There's a lot of history here with these wheels. We've seen 18-inch deadlifts before. This is a little different with the 18-inch axle and no suits. This is a tough lift. But we're going to see some huge lifts out of these women. We got Lucy Underdown opening at a huge weight to come out. Kristen, 675 to start.
Open.
That's huge. Yep. She told you that she's maybe looking like 750 range.
Correct.
So she's looking to set the record high on this.
Yeah.
There are 9 of those wheels out there on the floor, and then the heaviest is the one that was constructed especially for this event to replicate the Jean Paul wheels. That's 700 pounds. Rebecca Roberts is going to be out first. 3 total attempts. They can start wherever they want. They cannot drop in weight, and they can skip as many barbells or as many axles as they like on their way through this competition. Rebecca Roberts up first, making her 2nd appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. She was 6th in 2024. 500 pounds, 227 kilos for her opening lift.
I think this is a safe opener for Rebecca. You know, because you want to make sure you get a lift in. You know, so if you warm up in the back, maybe didn't feel the best. Sometimes you might want to take that last warm-up as your first attempt out here. What do you think, Kristen?
Right, and it's always important to just get points and get on the board.
Yeah.
So 500 good for Rebecca Roberts.
So we might see a few cautious openers, just kind of feeling it out. Plus, first time out on the floor, they got some nerves going on. And then I think that second round is really where we'll see him start cranking up.
I was talking to Laz about this yesterday, and just because you're good at a deadlift with a regular barbell does not mean you're going to be good at this. Why is that?
So you get two things. For one, it's 18 inches. Chris and I were just talking about this before we got started here, that 18 inches can be a great height for some lifters and a terrible height for others. I've seen lifters that are great off the floor at 9 inches that have a hard time at 18. And then we have an axle bar. An axle bar, it moves the center of weight, the mass, away from you a little bit. So it's harder to get your hips in the lift. It's harder to grip. Everything about it, there's no flex in the bar like a regular deadlift bar. Everything about it is more difficult than a normal deadlift.
Rebecca Roberts is going to be out again because she's now jumping up to 525. So she'll get the full rest. She'll be back out here in a second. But while we wait for her to make her second attempt, let's send it down to Kiki Dixon on the competition floor.
Guys, while the wagon wheel is not new to the strongman world, it is new to the Rogue Invitational. However, in true Rogue fashion, they leaned into history and incorporated the metal parts from the original 1987 wagon wheels that were used in the pure strength competition donated by Gregor Edmonds. These are the wheels that John Paul Sigmarsson exclaimed after lifting over 1,000 pounds, "There is no reason to be alive if you can't do deadlift." What do you guys think? Is he right? Was he onto something?
I mean,
Deadlift or die?
I know what you think, Jerry.
I agree with him. He had a great quote.
That is a beautiful implement, and it's one of the many that we're going to see throughout this weekend that have been crafted specifically for this competition.
Like always, Rogue puts so much into the equipment for this.
Oh, this is beautiful.
Yeah. I mean, every event, I mean, the hours and you know, money and materials that go into every event to make the equipment just perfect.
And the thought and the history behind it all.
Everything, yeah. So it's not just random. You know, there's some kind of story behind it.
Rebecca Roberts getting set to make her second of 3 attempts. She opened at 500 pounds, 227 kilos, and now she's jumping up to 525, now 238 kilos.
You know, I think, Kristen, this is probably an event for Rebecca. She's looking at it. She needs to get as many points as she can and then get through it and then get on another events because she has some other good events in the weekend to come.
She absolutely does. And this event, she mentioned, and when we were talking with her, she just wanted to get through it, get some points, get on the board. Being so tall, it's hard for her because it's at a really sticking point for her in her deadlift. This is a tough event for her.
525 is good for the Welsh Wonder Woman. She has just one lift remaining here in this opening event.
And sometimes you have that event it's kind of like a salvage event. You just get through it, gives me points without hurting anything or affecting anything, and then you get to the events that you can excel at.
Right. Yep.
Sam Beliveau is down there at the chalk bucket looking like either she or Mel Peacock is going to be next.
And like always with women, right, we talk about like the first Alec on deadlift, you know, she's at the lower end. 525 pounds on an axle bar is still huge weight.
Yeah.
You know,
when you think about it, it's a lot of weight.
Like there's very few that can walk out there and pull that.
Right, and I remember, just 5 years ago, just hitting a 600-pound deadlift was like, is that ever going to happen? And now we're at Lucy at 717, who's now probably going to pull, mid-sevens today. Yeah.
Very impressive. The evolution of the women in the last decade has been very impressive.
Yeah, it's been really fun to watch. It's been fun to see coming from, we started in the parking lots, we kind of got to the Arnold stage, and now, now we're at the Arnold Pro. Yeah. We have the Rogue Invitational. It's been a fun transition to watch.
Yeah, and Rogue giving them the opportunity like this is just growing the sport even more. Where they're able to make the same prize money as the men, it's just going to continue now. There's all kinds of young women that are hungry to be here.
Right, and Mel's getting ready to go. And one thing I love about the women is, if you look at the guys, they're all big. They're giant. You can't make yourself giant, but you can make yourself strong. Exactly. And I think with the women, a lot of people can see that you can come out here all shapes and sizes, and you can do this. Yep. And you can be strong. Yeah.
Mel Peacock, no problem at her opening lift at 550 pounds, 249 kilos.
You know, as long as you have the dedication and the drive to do it, they'll make it happen.
Absolutely. Yeah. That was a good lift from Mel.
Yeah, easy lift.
Sam Beliveau will most likely be the next woman out. Beliveau is going to open up at 575 pounds, 261 kilos.
And then let's talk. They have three lifts, and they have, how long do they have? 90 seconds once they come off to declare their next lift?
So declare their next lift, and then once their name is called, and like powerlifting style, they get bar ready. They got 60 seconds to get a lift in. So if they do have a little bit of time, if they come out and the strap's not right and they start to pull and they feel it slipping, they can go back down. And it's not like powerlifting standards where once you try to lift the bar, it's done. They can have another go at it. They got a minute to get it done.
Right.
Sam Beliveau, second appearance at the Rogue Invitational. She was 8th in 2024. Actually won an event here last year. And opening up at 575 pounds, 261 kilos.
I'm excited to see the battle later, the race between her and Mel.
Yeah.
Like we saw last year on the Yoke power stairs.
Yeah, that was fun.
First of 3 events that the strong women will face today. Here's Beliveau for her opening lift.
She's pleased with that.
Nice. Good solid lift.
And I believe just a few weeks ago, Sam won Canada's Strongest Woman for the 5th time. Yeah.
Well, like you were saying, Chris, the men's side's the land of the giants.
Yeah.
And the women's side is what makes it really interesting because we have a kind of a spread of athletes.
Right.
Where we've got some really good static lifters. And then other lifters like Sam and Mel that are going to be very athletic and move fast on the yoke and power stairs and things like that. It kind of shakes up points as the weekend goes on.
Right, and that's where they come in and exactly. They're taking points from
Kind of
other
cause problems.
athletes. They cause problems.
Yeah.
Exactly.
They're kind of problem childs of this competition
which is fun.
Yeah.
Our defending champion, Inez Carrasquillo, making her first appearance here at 575. Opening lift is good for the 2024 Rogue Invitational champion. So 4 athletes have now made their opening lifts.
And Inez just mentioned this, for her, just to be damage control. The deadlift is definitely not her best event, and she just wanted to be somewhere mid-pack in this, and hopefully just stay near the top.
Yeah, she knows she has potential event wins in the next event or later this weekend. So yeah, she needs as many points as she can.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, come tomorrow night, it's who's the most consistent.
Exactly. Consistency wins shows.
Yeah.
You don't have to win every event to win a show.
No. Yeah.
Mel Peacock getting set to come back out onto the floor for her second attempt at 575 pounds, 261 kilos. She was already good at 550. How does the height here affect your setup as opposed to like a regular deadlift?
A little bit, because you have to set up and kind of coil into the bar a different way than you would off the floor because it's much higher. Where a lot of lifters that have problems at this height is because they don't really understand that and how to you still have to get your hips down and lift, and they'll still want to start with their hips high like they would be at that height that they came off the ground, but you can take advantage of it and really pull into it so you can really still push it off the ground.
Right.
Second attempt for Peacock, and that is good.
How did you like this height, Kristen?
I loved it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love pulling from 18.
They actually did not give her credit for that.
She missed it out.
So Peacock with her second attempt here. And not able to get it. But she can make as many attempts as she wants here within the time frame. A 1 minute total.
Slipping out of her hand.
Hard time to grip. And I noticed before she got up there when she was putting chalk on, she's tied a knot if you look at those straps. And I think she's trying to hold on to that knot, but I don't believe that's helping her. I think I would rather have that extra fabric going around the bar to coil it.
Yeah.
To pinch that coil. Because when you tie that knot like that, you've taken some, length away from the strap.
Well, she's definitely strong enough. She picked that up.
Oh, it's not a strength issue. It's a great, and we're going to see that with some.
Right.
Because that 2-inch bar is hard to hold on to.
So Peacock did not get the down signal on her first lift. That was the problem. why that didn't count. As now Rebecca Roberts is back out on the floor. This will be her third and final lift at 575 pounds.
Well, I think on her first attempt, she was having the same problem. I think her grip was starting to slide, and the judge isn't going to give you a down if your hand looks like it's starting to open, if the bar is moving.
Well, they're very specific that your thumb has to be wrapped around that bar for that lift to count.
261 kilos for the Welsh Wonder Woman. She's already hit 500 and 525 pounds.
So those are good points for her. She could already see she could get some points on Mel.
There you go. There you go.
Rebecca. Good.
And gets a down signal, and that will count.
That's good.
She's happy with that. She's very happy with that. Yeah.
Well, as of right now, she's guaranteed a few points.
Right.
So that's a good salvage to get through this one.
Roberts is now done with event number 1. 500 was good, jumped up to 525, and then made the 50-pound leap to 575, hits that.
I would say those are great calls. She got her 3 in.
She did.
She didn't waste anything. The way that looked, I don't believe she had 6.
No, I think it was a good, very good choice of weight for her.
Good calls.
Mel Peacock will
She's
be
happy.
out for her third and final attempt, going after 575 again. And it was close with her first attempt the last time she was out here, just did not get the down signal for the lift to count. 261, 500 pounds. 575 make that. This will be the final attempt for Peacock. Gets the down signal, and that will count.
That was close. Her hand was starting to open.
Yeah.
That was very
right
close.
at the top, you can see it. Yeah. You see the sigh of relief on her face.
Mel Peacock, like Rebecca Roberts, will finish up with 575 pounds. And Sam Beliveau looking to be the next woman out. She's already made 1 good lift at 525 pounds. She's going to jump up to 600. I think at 575 is what she hit first. Now up to 600, 272 kilos for Beliveau.
Competition at the Rogue Invitational Strongwoman competition.
Beliveau is set.
Come on, Sam, dig in. You need this.
Come on, Sam. That was a little too much.
It won't happen. She does have 1 more attempt.
That's a good call to walk away from it, because sometimes those are hard to walk away from. Even though it's not going to happen, you keep out there and keep trying to pull on it.
Right. And her best pull from the floor, I believe, is 520.
515, 520, I believe so, yeah.
So that was a big, that
was a big jump.
Pretty big jump.
Which typically at 18 you would pull more than the floor, but not necessarily with an axle.
Right.
Because the axle changes everything, not having a flex, and then just the bar changes it. It's
grip.
harder to grip. It moves the center out, away from you. It's much harder to lift.
Inez Carrasquillo, the defending champion, out for her second of 3 attempts, jumping up to 600 pounds, 272 kilos on that axle.
There you go. There you go.
And that is good for Carrasquillo. 2 for 2 so far.
That's what she needs. She needs to get as many points as she can, kind of get up there.
She still has 1 more attempt.
Yeah.
She was a little off balance when she started pulling on that.
The left side kind of came up before the right, little lag. I don't know. It could have been the strap slid. Sometimes that happens. You know, if one slides a little bit on you.
Yeah, she looked like she was set up not quite center either.
Yeah, or off center. Axles can be kind of tough because, you know, when you walk up to Chris, it's not like a regular deadlift bar. It's knurled. It has lines on it. You can tell exactly where your hands are. You've got to kind of guess on where you're at on an axle.
Right.
So it's really easy to get off center.
Sam Beliveau is going to be out next as Inez Carrasquillo talks things over with her coach. Beliveau making her third and final attempt at 600 pounds. She failed the last time she was out at that weight. This will be her final attempt.
Let's go, Sam.
Go on, Sam. Gotta get fired up for this one.
She's getting fired up.
Yeah, let's see it. This is great points for her. She pulls this.
Huge.
Because typically, like at the Arnold Crystal, we see her coming last on deadlift.
Right.
So she could pull this. This would be great points going into the next events.
Yeah, she's typically at the bottom of the pack when it comes to deadlift.
Come on, Sam, let's see it.
Come on, Sam,
dig
pull.
in, dig in.
Oh, it's a little too much this weekend.
Well, Beliveau is going to wind up with a final score of 575 pounds.
575 is still a great pull for her.
That's still good.
That's a great pull for her.
Yeah, it's still a good pull.
The 3 athletes have now finished: Rebecca Roberts, Mel Peacock, and Sam Beliveau. And Ez Carrasquillo has already gone through 2 of her 3 lifts. So now Angelica Jardine getting set to make her first appearance here.
And there's
Hannah Lindsay getting ready.
And fired up already.
She is.
The flannel is ready.
She's got the Swamp Monster leggings on.
Yeah. You gotta love her intensity.
I love it. And she had a tough year. She had to take a year off. She had some injuries and stuff she was dealing with, and it's good to see her back.
Yeah.
And she looks like she's ready.
Yeah, she's ready.
And deadlifting barefoot.
She said she's been excited for this.
Yeah.
I think that smelling salts actually might calm her down. She's going to open at 625 pounds. It's Hannah Lindsay. 283 kilos on that bar.
There you go.
That is good.
Nice. Oh, she's always so fun. I was gonna say no nosebleed yet, but there it is. It's a little bit. It's starting.
It's just the first attempt. It'll
just gonna get a little preview.
A little more pressure before it blows.
Yeah. 650, 675. And
yeah. That was a good lift for her.
No, it was a good lift.
There's Angelica Jardine, who had that great performance at the Arnold Classic in 2024, coming out of nowhere to win that competition.
Yeah, shocked everybody.
I remember talking to her after it was over, and she said, "Well, I came here and I don't have a sponsor. It'd be nice to have a sponsor." I said, "I think you've got that covered at this 5 minutes." So,
well, I remember we had her in the booth after one of her event wins. It was like, "You're in line to win this thing. You're set up." She's like, looks at me like, "Really?"
Yeah.
I'm like, "Yeah, you're on track to win it."
An actual thing that could happen.
Yeah.
Angelica.
And she was just having fun competing. Just wasn't even focused on the overall. It was just. And not a bad way to go about it. She was just focused on the event ahead and not even thinking about the overall.
Well, I think she was so new, she didn't quite understand how it all worked and how the points could work and how she could actually win and win the whole contest. Yeah.
Yeah, she was so shocked. There's a 2.
And she's still new. She's only, I think, 2 or 3 years into the sport, and she's just keep getting stronger and stronger and stronger, and doesn't even know what she's capable of yet.
It's just her 6th international competition here at the Rogue Invitational.
Wow.
The 625 opener for Jardine.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
no problem.
Easy. And that's just such a good height for her because that bar just sits right above her knees. Yeah.
She can get her hips in there and just basically push that off the ground.
Yeah, I feel like the 18 inches really favor like the shorter athletes.
Yeah.
But then you have Lucy, who she's just in a league of her own.
She's just, so strong. And it's going to be like when we see Hofstor later, too. He's such a great deadlifter that he's still going to pull great weight on this.
Comes Inez.
This will be the final lift for the defending champion, Inez Carrasquillo. She'll go for 625, 283 kilos as well. She's made 575 and 600 so far.
It's been funny watching the back and forth with her and Angelica on Instagram.
That was
You
so
watching
fun.
that? Yeah.
Yeah. And then threw Olga in there too.
Yeah.
They're doing their dance last night.
Well, through training.
Come on. Oh, the training.
The training,
videos.
yeah. Angelica's kind of been calling her out, and
Yeah.
I'm coming for you, and it's funny, yeah.
Second attempt for Carrasquillo here at 625 pounds.
Just a little too much.
And that's going to be it for Carrasquillo. So she'll wind up with a score of 600 pounds.
That's right. Like Kristen was saying, she knew that was potentially going to be, not her greatest event coming in here. So she salvaged a few points.
She did.
Get through it, because we potentially could see several event wins for her as we go on here.
Just going to say that. I mean, we know that she's got home run potential. She won 3 of the 6 events last year.
Yeah, I think all the rest of the events suit her very, very well. This one, like she said yesterday when we talked to her, was just damage control, get some points, get on the board, somewhere in the middle of the pack. Yeah. She's also got a new coach this year, too.
Yeah, I see that.
So.
It'll be interesting when we go into the press, Viking next. She sets a huge number on the Viking, and then the rest of the field's going to be chasing that.
And then it also favors someone that goes after Inez that maybe just needs to just do the number they need to do to get second place.
And Andrea is a great presser.
650 pounds opener for Andrea Thompson, who was 8th place in this competition last year.
I love watching this woman deadlift. She's so powerful.
Yeah, some of the battles that she's had at the Arnold the last few years have been really great.
294 kilos, and that's no problem for Thompson.
Well, and last year at the Rogue Invitational, remember she pulled the 300 kilo? Yep, she'd been chasing that for a few years. That was a really exciting moment last year.
She's a great deadlifter. Be really interesting when we get to the bottom of this and see her and Lucy kind of go at it and see where they end up.
Yeah, I believe that those two will be the last women standing for sure.
Olga Lashuk is going to be up next. For her opening lift, she's also going to go after 650 pounds.
And you can't leave Olga out.
No, I was going to say, Olga is a great competitor on everything. And I think this, like we were talking the other day, this deadlift could really suit her.
Yes.
Second place here in 2024. The Rogue Invitational.
She's been first or second in her last 7 contests. Yeah.
She just won America's Strongest Woman a few weeks ago.
Is good.
It was good. It wasn't as smooth as I thought it was going to be.
Yeah.
It was almost like when she started, she didn't have her shoulders set. You see, she almost had to kind of shrug and roll her shoulders back.
Yeah, I noticed that.
It's kind of
she's
what
a little forward, so when
saying earlier when she coiled in, she didn't really coil in and drop her hips and pull her shoulders back. So when you get the lockout, then it's that much harder to roll back.
Roll back, yeah.
Hannah Lindsay back on the competition floor. She was good at 625. Now she's going to jump up to 650 pounds.
Her 625 looked really easy.
Easy, yeah. There you go. Nice.
And that is good.
She's pretty happy with that.
Excited.
This is a good height for her.
Yeah.
She'd mentioned in her training videos that, that she'd been pulling some big weights, and it's just, this is fun to watch.
Saying, let's go up.
Jennifer Lyle will be up next for her first attempt, we think.
And we can't forget about Jennifer Lyle. She came in at the Arnold.
Yeah, Lyle's making her way to the floor now.
She had a great deadlift to the Arnold.
She
She did. She's kind of that. She hasn't been around as long as some of these other ladies, but she's like that quiet athlete that you kind of forget about. Then, oh shit, she pulled a great number.
And she come in and mess things up. Yeah.
She has a behavioral neuroscience degree from Northeastern University, so smart and strong.
Now we're gonna have several women at that top.
Yeah.
At the wagon wheels today.
It'd be great to see several of them on that final platform battling it out.
Yeah. And this is her first attempt, and she's opening at 675. Yeah.
It's huge.
306 kilos for Jennifer Lyle.
There you go.
There's the strap set.
Still plenty of time for Lyle to make another attempt here.
And it's so hard when you miss that. You get, you start panicking, right?
Yeah, the anxiety kind of builds real quick, and
trying to stay calm.
You know you're on the clock.
There you go. Oh.
Did not get the down signal. Now she's got to go after this thing again. And remember, Jennifer cannot drop the weight. She's got to hit this, or she's going to wind up with a 0. And doesn't get the down signal, so it looks like she's out of time.
Well, at this point, she better off to go back, reset, adjust the straps, get a new pair of straps, whatever feel like the problem is. She's got 2 more.
I mean, that did not look like a strength issue.
No, she just can't get a hold of it.
No, that was definitely the strap issue, and her hands just opening up.
Lucy Underdown.
The deadlift queen right here.
Is going to open up at 675. Finished on the podium here in 2024, in 3rd place.
Oh,
that is no problem.
Easy.
That was easy.
She's a great deadlifter. Her leverages are so perfect for deadlift too.
Yeah. She said she's very relaxed coming into this weekend. She made some changes in her personal life, just kind of like mellowed out a lot, and she's very excited this weekend. She feels very strong and just relaxed, which is the first time she's ever felt like that, she said.
Yeah, that could be huge. Because she's had great performances in the past.
She has, yeah. You wouldn't know that she was stressed.
Yeah.
Angelica Jardine is going to make her way back out onto the floor for her 2nd attempt. Jardine opened at 625. 306 kilos.
It's interesting to look at her straps versus the other women's straps.
That's not the straps I would go with, but it worked for her on the first attempt.
Yeah. Oh. There you go.
Down signals given. Good lift.
It worked for her.
Works, yeah.
She's got a good grip to hang on to that thing. Look at her. She's all excited.
Olga Lashuk will be up next at 675 as well. She opened up at 650.
Just think about how many women are trying 675 right now.
No.
I'm just sitting here thinking about this. This is incredible.
Yeah, we were thinking coming in here that we see maybe 1 or 2 go after the main platform with the wood axle.
I think we have 4 or 5.
Yeah, we have 4 or 5. Yeah. Come on, Olga.
Gets it off the ground. Just
that's a lot of weight.
Yeah, huge weight. Let's go.
Come on.
Can't get it past that sticky point. She does have a minute here. So. Well, Lashuka's going to call it, but she does have another chance after this.
I mean, it's a huge weight. It looks like her positioning could be a little better. You could drop her hips and pull into it a little better. Try to push it with her legs more so, where she's really pulling with her upper back and low back.
Jennifer Lyle is coming back out to open up at 675. She failed on her first attempt, and it was a grip issue more than anything. We'll see if she gets that sorted here.
So she got the same straps. I don't know if it's changed anything. Maybe she changed the way they wrap. The grip's tough because you can't hold on to it. It just shuts down the lift.
Yep.
No matter how much power you have, if you can't hold on to it, it's all wasted. There she goes.
There we go.
And there it is for Lyle.
That's what she was looking for.
Good. Fixed it. Good.
Yeah. And that's impressive to come back after missing that so many times.
Yeah.
Go back, reset, mentally come back out there and pull it like that. That was easy.
Well, Hannah Lindsay's going to come back out for her third and final attempt at 675, 306 kilos.
Love the intensity.
Go Hannah.
Swamp Monster's ready.
Come on, Hannah. Let's go. See it.
Come on, Hannah. Oh, not happening.
Not able to budget.
Got to heavy real fast.
So Lindsay's going to wind up with a score of 650 pounds.
She's seen stars.
That's still huge. 650 pounds.
That's a big lift for her. Yeah.
She got points on Inez. That's a good start.
Well, Andrea Thompson is going to be our first athlete to make an attempt at the big wheels. 700 pounds, 318 kilos. This is her second of 3 attempts.
All right, so we now move on to the wagon wheel with platform. We have 4 athletes attempting 700 pounds.
First woman to ever pull on this, too.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, no matter what shakes out from here, she'd be the first one to pull 700 pounds
on it. Yeah,
on this bar.
That's pretty out. Yeah.
Finished 8th place here at the Rogue Invitational last year. First attempt at 700 pounds, 318 kilos for Thompson.
Oh,
this is so awesome.
Let's see it.
This is so cool. Come on. There you go. Oh. It's a little slippery. Is that bar more slippery?
A little bit. It's been roughed up. If you look at the ends, it have been roughed up, but you're going to really want to have to dig into this one and pull those straps in tight. Have some good chalk.
There she goes.
And there it is for Andrea Thompson, 700 pounds.
Good.
Oh, that was so awesome.
Nice. It was easy. Just because the straps aren't going to bite to it like they do on a painted axle.
Right.
So you're going to have to really make sure they're tied around it.
Yeah. Yeah, she definitely had the slip of the straps on that first lift.
Which could be tougher because I'm watching some of these girls that the straps they have are kind of thick. And on an axle, that's tough because then you start opening your hand more when you have those really thick straps. I really want a thinner one that I could really just tie in. Kind of where it cinches.
That makes sense. Because if it's thicker, then your hand's going to be open a little bit more.
Yeah, then it just affects your grip more, your hand's open.
This will be the third and final attempt for the 2024 Arnold Classic champion, Angelica Jardine. Up to 700 pounds, 318 kilos to try and match Andrea Thompson.
What a moment for her, honestly.
Yeah.
So cool. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Come on. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it. Fight it.
Lock it out.
Almost there. Just
So
cannot
close.
fully extend. Second attempt here at 700 pounds. This is her third and final lift. Won't go for Jardine. She'll wind up with 675 pounds.
So is that bar, I just noticed, is it rotating?
It rotates.
It rotates.
It rotates, yeah.
Notice when she was picking it up, we're trying to straighten her straps, it was like spinning on her.
Yeah.
4 athletes remain. Jennifer Lyle is going to go up to 700 pounds.
It'll actually probably be a little bit better if it goes up and it has weights on the pins, because it'll help center it.
Right.
Keep it centered, won't want to twist as much on you. But they're pinned or bolted on, so if they swing, it's not going to affect the roll of it. But just the weight of them should help kind of keep some of that thing wanting to just roll or twist on you with your straps.
When you're tightening your straps, yeah.
Third and final lift here for Lyle, who opened at 675, failed her first attempt, and came back and made it on her second lift. And now looking to match Andrea Thompson at 700 pounds, 318 kilos.
There you go.
Gets the down signal, and that counts.
That's so awesome.
Right.
The two women have lifted those wagon wheels, and Lyle becomes the second. And Lucy Underdown is coming up next. This will be her second lift, and she's going to up the weight to 720 pounds.
Wow. Which means the next two have to go at 720.
Yeah,
right?
or higher, or chip it higher.
Because it can't go back down.
Now Lucy has the deadlift world record at 717 pounds.
From the floor, yes.
From the, exactly.
Yeah, from a regular 9-inch deadlift on a deadlift bar in a suit. So this on an axle with no suit. I mean, not that the 716 isn't impressive, but this to me is even more impressive without the suit on the axle.
Going up to 327 kilos. So only 2 athletes remain. Andrea Thompson and Lucy Underdown. Just been told that Olga Lashuk is not going to make a third attempt. $720 pounds now for Lucy Underdown.
This should be an easy lift for Lucy. The way that opener looks.
Yeah.
Pushing Andrea.
She is for sure. I knew it'd be the two of them going back and forth, or at least, you know, pushing each other. Andrea was going to push Lucy for sure. Oh, there you go.
Good.
And that is good for Lucy Underdown. Good. And she still has 1 lift remaining. Andrea Thompson is on her third and final attempt.
Yeah. So now, what do we see Andrea do? She do the same weight?
No.
She's going to check.
She'll go up. She'll go up. Well, at least I think she will. I don't know. I don't have the insight, but she'll definitely go up.
I wouldn't want the tie. So
no.
It doesn't look like they're making any adjustments So she's going to stay at 720 and try to tie Underdown. And Underdown will have a chance to win this outright on her third and final lift.
Maybe I was wrong. Maybe she is going out for the same.
I mean, it might be a bit of a safe call. It's on her third. She knows how she's feeling.
Yeah.
If she's thinking Lucy's probably going to go on and she's out of attempts,
True.
pull this and then let Lucy have it with whatever she ends up with.
This would guarantee her a second place finish at worst if she makes this. Third and final attempt for Andrea Thompson, 720 pounds.
There you go.
Come on.
Go on, lock it out. Oh.
Almost got the down signal and lost her grip. That
that
judge
was
was
right
leaning
hand
into
open.
it. He was almost
close.
ready to give
so
that
close.
signal.
Yeah, hips were just a little bit out, and shoulders was just a little bit rolled forward. She just needed just that little bit more roll through it.
It looked like her hands just kind of started opening, and then when that goes, everything else kind of pulls you forward.
Well,
yeah.
you almost start crouching because you start trying to pinch it with your hands more.
Yeah. Come on, come on.
Won't be able to get it. The Thompson will wind up with a score of 700 pounds. Now, Lucy Underdown has guaranteed herself the victory.
She's not doing it anymore.
And
She's
doesn't
shaking her
look
head
like
now.
she's going to go
Yeah.
for another attempt.
That should be smart. There's no point.
Yeah.
There's nothing extra on the line for her to come out and do more.
Right.
And
Yeah.
when this is the first event, we still got 5 more.
Right. And she's definitely focused on the whole contest. We talked about that yesterday.
Yeah.
But Lucy Underdown is going to pick up the event win, 720 pounds, and she only needed 2 lifts to do it.
Yeah.
Easy day so far.
Not bad.
I don't think she broke a sweat yet.
Yeah.
This is the winning lift. I mean, I guess the only thing you can say when that much weight moves off the floor like that is just good lift. I don't know what you're going to criticize there.
Yeah, that's a great lift.
Impressive effort for Lucy Underdown. Picks up the event win. And starts off her weekend on top of the overall standings. Lucy Underdown, 720. Lyle and Thompson will split points for second and third. Angelica Jardine will finish in fourth place, and Hannah Lindsay rounding out the top 5. And Ez Carrasquillo, the defending champion, will take 7. Let's send it down to the competition floor. Kiki Dixon is with our event winner.
Congratulations on your event win, Lucy. This is the first time we've seen the big wheel here. What's it like to lift a piece of history?
Oh, it's fantastic. It just looks so cool, and I think it's like deadlift sort of, like, I think is the epitome of strength, and to be able to lift on such a historic piece of apparatus it's the best feeling in the world.
We're in the second year for the Strongwoman to be a part of the Rogue Invitational. How good is it to be back?
Oh, it's amazing to be back. We had such a good reception last year. The crowd were amazing, and I just can't wait to experience it all again. This is the competition I've looked forward to the most all year. I'm just so excited to be here.
Us too. We're so glad to have you. Congratulations, and we'll see you back out here later.
Thank you very much. Thanks, everyone.
Lucy Underdown, 720 pounds. I don't know what to say about that other than
It was impressive.
Yeah.
Impressive. She's kept her crown of Queen of the Deadlift here.
Absolutely.
And when they showed that list a minute ago, Kristen, years ago, if you went back and think about looking at the list of all those deadlifts, you think there are that many, that high of deadlifts, if you looked at the overall.
No way.
Yeah, it's a men's competition.
Yeah,
exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Well, speaking of the men, they're coming up next. We'll take a quick break, and when we return, the men take on the wagon wheel deadlift here as we open up our coverage of the 2025 Rogue Invitational from Aberdeen, Scotland. Stay with us, everybody. The quest for a three-peat is about to begin. The Moose, Mitch Hooper, our two-time defending Rogue Invitational champion, looking for his third straight title. And he is captain consistency when it comes to these competitions, very rarely finishing outside of the top 3 in an event. And in his 2 championship performances, he has 3 event wins. He's also the 2023 World's Strongest Man. Had a 24 podium streak snapped at Giants Live in 2025. That is how dominant he has been. Thanks for staying with us as we continue our coverage here on day number 1 of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. I'm Sean Woodland with Jerry Pritchett and Lauren Chalet, and Laz will start with you. And Mitch Hooper, a guy who comes in as the favorite, and his quest for 3 starts here in this event. How does this shape up for him?
Yeah, obviously he's the favorite. He's a 2-time champion. He had that dominant run, which was broken this year, and he's had a little bit of a break. He's coming back into form. He feels confident, but he needs a good start in event number 1. It lays the foundation for the rest of the show. It puts you in a good position going into event 2. If you can get that good start in event number 1, you can then watch what your opponents are doing. So it's very important he starts strong here on this wagon wheel deadlift.
And Jerry, deadlift day is your favorite day. What's different, though, about this axle bar deadlift as opposed to a traditional barbell?
Everything about it is more difficult. You don't have the flex of a deadlift bar. You have the knurling of a deadlift bar. It's much thicker, 2 inches thick. Being the thickness, it moves the center of weight away from you more than a deadlift bar does. Everything's hard about it. The 18 inches can be great for some athletes, and it can be a detriment to others.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you noticed when we did that shot of Hooper backstage, they've already bent that axle backstage that they're warming up on. So I think that just builds the anticipation for this even more.
Well, the event is the axle wheel deadlift. The wagon wheel deadlift is presented by Beyond the Whiteboard, and it is our opening event here, the first of 6. Laz, it's only the day 1 here, only first event, so a lot needs to be decided. But what's at stake here early on?
Yeah, very much so. As I mentioned, getting a good start is so important in strongman. You can't win the competition, but you can lose it sometimes on this first event. So you need to make sure you get points on the board, put yourself in a good position for event 2 and 3 later on today. There's some great deadlifters. We all know, or athletes all know where their strengths and weaknesses. And deadlifts, you tend to see less surprises in. We've got some events that will come up later where mistakes are easy to make. But on this one, you know who the big players are. It's just who's in shape and who's going to get with only 3 lifts, you have to be a little bit tactical. There's all to play for. And as I said, you can't win it in event number 1, but you can certainly put yourself in a bad position.
Mitch Hooper is a guy who knows how to be tactical. And for more on our 2-time defending champion, let's bring in the other member of our broadcast crew here, Kiki Dixon, on the competition floor.
Hey guys, I was able to chat with Mitch Hooper, and he talked about his Giants Live performance, right? He said there was a lot going on in the background of that competition, a lot going on with his body, a lot going on personally in his life. He said coming into the Rogue Invitational, his body is back in proper working order, and he's in a much better mental state. What does that translate to? Confidence in his ability to win. He also said, hey, look, I had 25 shows, 1 didn't go my way, and that's bound to happen over the course of someone's career. He said it's actually been really freeing for him, and that now he can just come in and do his thing.
Thank you, Kiki. And as you both know, consistency is Mitch Hooper's thing. He is a hard man to beat because he rarely has a bad event. The wagon wheel deadlift is event number 1, presented by Beyond the Whiteboard. 3 attempts to establish a max lift. Those bars are preloaded and the weight will never drop. Now, Hathor Bjornsson will be lifting, but he is not part of the competition. I just want to point that out when the mountain is out there on the competition floor. His scores will not play into the overall leaderboard.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, opening the Strongman event, making his first appearance in the Rogue Invitational 2025 Europe's Strongest Man. Please welcome the Dark Horse,
Patty Haynes is going to be up first. He's opening up at 850 pounds, 386 kilos.
Now, this will be interesting once we start seeing the first attempts. We can kind of see how athletes are looking. Like Laws was just saying, nobody's going to win the competition at this event, but they definitely can lose it. And we know already coming in, there's going to be some athletes that this isn't their best event, so it's kind of a salvage event for them. So it's just very important to get as many points as possible.
And for some of these guys, it's the first time on this type of lift or this equipment as well. Paddy's a great deadlift. He's gone very safe there, I feel, on that opener, but it allows him to get that comfortable lift. We may see athletes that do very, very big jumps. We've seen that before. Tom Stolman. This is going to be an important event for Tom. 3 times he's been second at the Rogue Invitational. He doesn't want to be second again. Deadlift over the last year or so has not gone that well for him in a comp, so he needs to put as many points on the board as he can, opening here with 900 pounds.
408 kilos on the bar for Stolman, who got a good welcome from the hometown crowd.
That is a very important event for Tom. I think this kind of sets the stage for the rest of the weekend for him. So if he can come in, do what he has planned on this, and move on, he's going to be set for the rest of the weekend.
And that's a good lift for Stolman.
We've got a lot of good lifters from this type of height. You know, we've got Trey Mitchell in this lineup. Rain O'Neill, I've seen him do very well from 18-inch type pulls. Yeah. Obviously, you know, people like Austin Andrade, he looks built for this type of lift. And although Lucas Hatton hasn't been the best deadlifter from the floor, I don't know if you feel it, I feel this height really is going to suit him.
I figure it would suit him better than the regular deadlift.
He's got those ridiculous, big, strong legs.
If he can bring the legs and hips into it.
Being shorter as well, I think it'll allow him to bring those legs into it.
First attempt for Tom Evans. He's also opening up at 900 pounds, 408 kilos on the bar. Third appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, and that is no problem.
I really see Thomas Evans as a big dark horse.
Absolutely. He is a huge dark horse for the podium.
You never see people talking about him in forums and, you know, online, because he's just one of those guys. He's not really a social media presence, but he turns up at these shows and he's just showing he's been putting in the work, always performs well.
Well, he doesn't make a lot of noise, like I said, on social media or even a contest. He just comes out, performs, he goes back. But he's a guy that's always working, always improving. I know he puts the events together in training very well, so he comes in prepared.
Yeah, it was a great first lift as well.
Rain O'Neill, the 2025 World's Strongest Man, is going to be up next. He's also going to start at 900 pounds. I think a lot of people are really interested to see how he follows up that performance at World's Strongest Man here at the Rogue Invitational.
Absolutely, and you know, he'll want to prove it wasn't a fluke, and it really wasn't. He's got a great head on his shoulders, a very, very good competitor, a lot of self-confidence. He's not arrogant, but you can see that he believes in himself. He puts the work in. I've been so impressed in every show that I've seen this man in so far. And look how easy 900 pounds was there.
That was our easiest 900 we've seen yet.
Trey Mitchell will be up next. He's also going to open up at 900 pounds.
Not many people have been talking about Trey in this show, but when you think about an 18-inch deadlift, wagon wheel deadlift like this, the pressing events that we have, some very good events for the big man.
Yeah, well, especially coming to a deadlift, you know, some athletes, we don't know exactly, because when you take the suits out of the equation, it can really affect some of the athletes that are used to using it. Trey doesn't usually use a suit,
no,
so it doesn't affect him.
He never uses a suit, even when you can.
Yeah.
So.
He doesn't know the difference.
This will show us what kind of shape. Trey, the only thing with Trey in the past is sometimes when it's a competition like this where there's only 3 attempts, you feel he holds himself back a little bit. He's almost better when it's the comps where they just keep rising bar, going up and up and up, and they can have as many rounds as possible until they fail.
Yeah, he's kind of one of the guys that's kind of a workhorse athlete. He's almost does better. He's keep going deeper rounds.
I've seen lifts with Trey where the first lift just looks the same as the last lift.
Yeah.
Mitchell has it.
He's not like, you know, some athletes are very explosive. He's not one of those type of lifters.
Yeah, he will pull that at the same speed he's going to pull 1,000. And you can't pay attention to the grimace on Trey's face, because he will make that at 500 pounds or 1,100 pounds. I think it's the same.
You get these athletes that they'll have a real poker face. Yeah. They don't show that pain. Others just, it doesn't matter what weight's on there. You see how much agony they're in.
Well, the 900-pound Axel's getting a workout here as Austin Andrade is going to be up next. He's also going to open up at 900, 408 kilos on that Axel.
Austin, another absolute powerhouse. Loves anything that's static and heavy.
Yeah, good deadlifter. Had some good deadlift performances in the past.
I saw him back at the Arnold Classic in March when he finished 4th in his debut there, and that is easy.
I think we're going to see some big numbers today. These guys are looking strong.
Isn't 900 a big number?
It's a huge number.
Well, with mere mortals,
well.
yes, it's incredible. But when you have the best of the best, it's just not good enough.
Well, Patty Haynes is coming back out for his second attempt. He's already made 850, so he'll be attempting 900 pounds as well.
But Paddy is a very good deadlifter. I saw him pull 1,000 pounds recently at the Deadlift World Championships. He's actually beaten Hathor this year on a deadlift event where it was lighter for reps. So Hathor likes it super heavy. Yeah. Paddy, very, very fit, dynamic athlete. His endurance is very good. The top end strength on this, maybe not quite where he wants it to be. A new event for him, but he is a good deadlifter.
And Haynes has it.
You mentioned this when we came on, Jerry, that the 18-inch deadlift, you get certain athletes that it really suits.
Yeah.
Other athletes, like for myself, for instance, I hated 18-inch. It almost took my leg drive out the lift and it was straight onto my back. Looks like it's doing that a little bit there with Paddy. He looks a bit more uncomfortable than he normally does from the floor.
Yeah, actually, even Trey didn't look as comfortable as I thought he was going to look at the 9. Where Reno and Austin looked really solid.
Bryce Johnson will be the next man out. 950 pounds for his opener. 431 kilos, making his first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. One of the 5 rookies that you mentioned this morning.
Yeah, and Bryce has really impressed this year. He has established himself as one of the top 10 guys for sure.
Yeah, he's big, strong, athletic, and he's a guy coming in here on short notice. You know, he took this to come in and replace Evan Singleton.
Yeah, we wish Evan Singleton best with his recovery. I'm sure we'll see him back next year, but it's given Bryce the opportunity. Let's see how his deadlift is looking.
He's got it.
Solid.
Yeah, solid lift. A little bit shaky. You can see
shaky,
that.
yeah.
Again, I think he's a very tall athlete. Probably prefers the lift from the floor where he'll engage his leg drive first.
At his height, the 18-inch deadlift was not that elevated for him.
And the Albatross, Tom Soltman, back out on the competition floor for his second of 3 lifts. This one at 950 pounds. 4th appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. He's finished 2nd every time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to see Tom have a great performance this weekend. I think we all would.
Well, we know he's capable.
Go, Tom. Come on. There you go.
Good pull there.
Gets the down signal. That counts.
Good. That's a good lift for Tom. Great lift for Tom.
We have yet to see a missed lift.
He's had some back issues, the last year and a half that he's been working on that's kind of affected his deadlift, which it looks like it's slowly getting better, Laws.
Yeah, it's good to see. He does have some great events to come.
Oh, huge events.
Tom Evans making his way back out onto the competition floor for his second attempt. He's also moving up to 950 pounds.
And this is an event for Thomas that isn't his best event. I mean, I don't know what he is at 18 on his axle, but if we look at regular deadlift, we wouldn't put him probably up in the top. So it's a bit of a salvage event, but he's got some great events to come. So if he can salvage some good points here, this is really going to set him up. That looked really well,
He's looking very strong.
Really strong.
Well, that is good for Evans. 2 for 2 so far. 950 pounds, 431 kilos.
These guys are absolutely whizzing through this deadlift right now.
Yeah.
Looking really solid.
Well, Reno Nell will be up next. Also at 950 pounds.
I think one of the great things about the Rogue Invitational, especially this setup, is having all the bars set out there. It saves on time for an event like this, and we are going through this at a fast pace. Some of the athletes won't be used to that on a deadlift for max. It could catch up with some of them.
Yeah, I personally would have loved it. I like the faster pace. It replicated my training
I've
more.
watched you where you'd have almost had to wait 45 minutes between an event before.
I did.
Yeah, this allows you to stay warm, stay ready.
Now, even powerlifting years ago, when he'd be stuck in a big flight with 15, 60 lifters and it's going through it, I always hated those.
Reno Nell at 950 has it.
I'm surprised. That slowed down a lot.
Yeah, for the jump that he made, that was a lot slower than I was expecting.
His 900 was very fast. It almost looked, Laws, if we get a look at it, like his shoulders were a bit rounded when he started. It didn't have him rolled back. Maybe affected the lockout a little bit.
Maybe we can get a quick look at a replay of that. But yeah, you're absolutely right. Didn't quite look set as well as he was for the 900 there.
Yeah, because 900 really snapped off the floor and through.
Trey Mitchell back for his second attempt, 950 pounds as well, 431 kilos.
You know, we talked about explosivity and Reno slowing down there. Trey, earlier we mentioned, he almost looks the same with every rep, so I'm interested to see how this looks. Does it slow him down, or are we right in just thinking that Trey is one of those controlled lifters?
Well, you get a big difference here from if we were on deadlift bars versus axle. You start going up in weight in a deadlift bar, you start getting more flex. So actually, even though it's getting heavier, the bar reacts better for you. The axle, it doesn't change.
No.
It's just getting heavier.
And Trey Mitchell good at 950.
Nice.
So far, we have yet to see a missed lift.
Yeah, well, like Law said on Trey, it looks the same as 900.
It looks hard, but we could be saying that at 1,050 soon, and he'll still pull it the same. Here we're going to see Lucas
Hatton, first attempt at 975 pounds.
That's absolute powerhouse, this man. Look out for him on the overhead events.
Yeah, that's where he really comes out and shines.
Deadlift is not normally his best event, but I've said that I think he's going to do well. Let's see.
You talked about before, what's at stake here, who can get on the podium. He has a strong performance here. It sets him up very well to be in that mix.
Very much so.
By the end of tomorrow.
His overheads are absolutely incredible. I can't wait to see what he does on the medley and the Viking press.
And Hatton is fired up after that one. 975, 442 kilos, and he wants more.
Puts him straight into first overall at the current standings.
Andrade is up next at 975.
It was a big jump.
Big jump
for Austin. But his 900 was really well.
442 kilos for Andrade, who was good at 900 on his opener.
What kind of jumps did you like to do, Jerry? Would you do bigger jumps, or would you kind of make sure that first one was super heavy just to put you in the driving seat?
Yeah, I mean, it always depends on how my warm-up felt, but I liked a big, heavy opener because you only had 3 attempts. So to me, you had to get kind of close to where you were headed, you know? I mean,
if you open up heavy with only 3 lifts, it does put you in the driving seat because you can then watch what everyone else wants to do. And it allows you almost to back off maybe some of the weights that you may go for.
Especially with like this system, with the rising bar, you have an early, light opener. You're sitting there a long time before you get to go again.
How do you stay warm in that situation?
Well, that's why, like where Laws was talking about. So I would like to, do my last opener. Probably on this would have been like 9 or something in the back, and then wait while all these guys are going, the 8, 9, 950s, and then come out at that 1,000 or 1,000 plus, and then you're out there for a short time because then it's going to be down to like probably the last 5, 4 lifters.
So Paddy Haynes taking a big jump here from 900. He's going straight up to 975. This is his final lift, so he's taking the risk to try and get some points.
Yeah, same jump that Andrade just made. It paid off for him. This is his 3rd and final lift for Haynes.
Just a little too much.
Still has some time.
Come on, Paddy.
He's really narrow on his grip. And somehow on a deadlift bar where you're trying to get the whip, that narrow grip can help. But on something this where you just need the power and that back strength, it really was rounding him off. You can't really get his back and hips in the lift.
You mentioned earlier, it's one of the challenges with the axle, because people often think the axle is just about grip strength. Here they're allowed straps, but there's no flex at all in that bar. So it's the weight comes straight at you, whereas on a normal bar that flexes, it kind of gradually gets into the body.
Well, it took us 14 lifts until we got one that we missed, and that was Paddy Haynes at 975. So he'll wind up with 900 pounds in the Albatross. Tom Stoltman. Now at 975 pounds, his third and final lift.
It's not going up today for Tom.
No, not today.
The Stoltman will finish with a score of 950 pounds.
950 is a good deadlift for Tom. Way his deadlift's been the last year and a half, I think he's improving a little bit with whatever those issues he had with his back.
Final attempt now for the reigning world's strongest man, Reno Nell. Been good at 900 and 950. 975, 442 kilos for Nell.
So it'll be interesting to hear, Laws, like the difference we saw in his 900 to his 950, if he makes adjustments for this 975.
Because the 900 looks so comfortable. 950 was not as easy, and this isn't going up either.
No.
So after 14 straight makes, we've had 3 straight misses now at 975.
And there's a number of athletes there tied on 950.
We got a lot of,
This could be an important lift for putting yourself in a good position for the rest of the show.
Yeah.
And Trey Mitchell will try to break the streak here at 975. This will also be his third and final attempt. Mitchell's good at 900 and 950. He's followed the exact same path as Reno Nell. First appearance here at the Rogue Invitational since 2023. Best finish here at this competition was second in 2022.
Trey's one of those that he's destined to win some major shows.
Oh, yeah.
At times you look at him and think he is the most powerful man on the planet.
When he has in the past, he's won the Shaw Classic a couple times.
Has indeed, yes.
He's had a strong performance here a few years ago.
He's been there or thereabouts in most shows. And when it comes to static strength, he's normally, just absolutely top 3, top 2, often winning these events.
A lot of times, a lot of shows, because you often see a heavy frame carrier farmers, and that ends up being Trey's Achilles, which we don't have that this weekend. Like, there's really no bad events for Trey this weekend.
No. And again, with 2 pressing events, sets him up well.
Yeah.
That was an important lift as well. He's now separated himself from that 950 cluster.
He had to have that to get out of that pack at 950 there.
And now Mitchell Hooper making his first appearance. He's going to jump up to 1,000 pounds, 454 kilos for the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion.
Mitch Hooper, methodical as always. You see there, he put some chalk on the bar.
Smart.
These are brand new bars. We saw on the women's side, some of them a little bit slippy.
Yep. It was a big opener.
Very big. Easy lift there by Mitch.
Easy.
That's a great opener.
Yeah.
And he's allowed himself to really push the others. And he may not need to now push to the absolute extreme. And when you're thinking overall competition, you want to save energy where you can, and that's the advantage of coming in as heavy as he has there.
Well, there's only 2 other men who've made just one lift, and that's Bryce Johnson and Lucas Hack.
Yeah.
And now Hathor Bjornsson is out to lift. Now again, we're taking the score off because his lift will not play into the competition here. This is an exhibition right now for the mountain, and he's going to open up at 1,000 pounds here.
It's always a pleasure to watch this man deadlift. Just recently watched him break the world record from the floor, pulling 510 kilos.
He's become such a massive deadlifter.
Easy lift.
Yeah, easy. To push a deadlift record even once in your career is a huge accomplishment. And to do it multiple times is another one, and to do it multiple times in the same year or within the same 4 months.
It was even less than that, I think. It was like 2 months. He broke the record twice.
Let me just roll out of bed. I guess I'll break a record today. It's been a couple weeks.
Well, I mean, basically what he's done this weekend, you know, is he's had a little shoulder issue going on with a nerve issue, but he still wanted to come deadlift because he's in shape for deadlift. So really coming from Iceland last night to do this deadlift today.
But Bryce Johnson is out for his second attempt. He's trying to match Mitchell Hooper at 1,000 pounds, 454 kilos.
This will be a great lift. Come on, Bryce.
He really put himself in a great position moving on here. Oh, come on, get your hips down.
Broken off the floor well, but kind of fell forward a little bit, didn't he, as he came up. Telling himself to get in position, drive. Oh.
See, this is a little bit, like we were just talking a little bit ago, Laws, is he's been sitting over there a while now.
Yes.
And you sit and start getting cold, it kills your lift especially you're going up.
And now he's back in that group of 950 guys.
Yeah.
He does have another attempt, but it's hard to come out. You'll feel that pressure.
And here's another guy who's been sitting for a while. Tom Evans is out for his third and final attempt at 1,000 pounds.
This will be huge for Thomas because these other events are very good for him. So he can put himself in the top group of deadlifters here.
This lift will really, put him in a great position for the whole show.
You talked about him being a dark horse. He hits this. He is very much in that battle for the podium that you talked about earlier.
I totally agree.
Absolutely.
This is a very big lift for Thomas Evans. 1,000 pounds. Oh, no.
And that's going to be it for Tom Evans. His final score will be 950 pounds. So stuck in that group that is at 950 for their final scores.
Yeah, I would not want to be stuck in that pack. It's just you allow guys to get away from you.
4 athletes tied on 950.
You give up so much points there.
There's only 4 athletes remaining. Bryce Johnson's going to be out next. He's going to make another attempt at 1,000. That leaves Andrade, Hatton, and Hooper. Andrade's through 2 lifts. Hatton and Hooper are through 1 each.
This is huge. Watching that last lift, I just can't see this going up, Jerry.
It didn't look like,
I hope he can prove me wrong.
Yeah.
Because it's not been a long rest either since that attempt. Oh,
come on.
Oh, that was moving well, but not going to get it.
It was a great effort.
Great effort.
But you can see the body position folding as he gets to the knees. He was strong off the floor. As soon as that bar hit the knee, the upper body starts to crumble. It's just, he's not had time to prep for this type of show. He's been focusing on different types of deadlifts. But that's where that upper back strength is important in deadlift as well.
Yeah, once you get crowned over that bar, you're not going to lock out that kind of weight. You got to be back on your heels, the hips under you.
But Lucas Hatton, for his second attempt now, he's jumping up to 1,025 pounds, 465 kilos. This for the lead at this point in the event. But remember, we still have Andrade with a lift remaining, and Mitch Hooper has 2 left.
$1,000, biggest lift we've seen so far today. It's interesting. I mentioned that I thought Lucas might be able to get those legs into it. He's not. He's having to hinge through the hips. It just shows body shape varies so much. Being shorter, he may be able to kind of engage those quads a bit more. He's not able to.
Yeah, just his body mechanics just aren't the best for deadlift, suited for deadlift.
Andrade is going to come out for his third and final attempt at 1,025. If he doesn't make this, Hooper doesn't have to lift again.
Yeah. I don't think he will. If Austin doesn't pull this, I don't think Mitch will. Mitch is very much focused on the whole show right now.
There would be no point. It'd be like Lucy.
If he can save that kind of energy, that would be big. Austin in his first invitational. This is going to be a great start for him. Currently tied in second. If he gets this, will go into first place and can do no worse than second in event number 1.
And Hatton can lift again at 1,025, but based on how that first attempt went for him, we'll have to see. So Andrade trying to put some pressure on Mitch Hooper.
That's a good lift.
Good.
And that'll count.
Very
for
strong.
Andrade.
Strong.
We get the big boom from Austin Andrade.
Good, strong. Good points for Austin. That sets him up well.
Yes. Yeah, he's going to be very pleased with the start on the deadlift here.
Lucas Hatton will be out next, and he'll make another attempt at 1,025 pounds.
I mean, Lucas was closer than, like we say, when Bryce came back out, that maybe if he adjusts some things on his positioning, he could get this. But he's going to have to be back on his heels and really, like Law's saying, get those hips and legs involved in this lift and pushing that thing off the ground.
I think I heard them talking. I think Thor was asking Mitch what he's going to go for, and I think he said 1,050, which makes sense.
And Hofstra said, "Oh, that's cute."
Yeah.
I remember my first deadlift.
I remember my first 1,050. That's cute.
Look at the mountain. He is a huge man. Mitch Hooper is 330 pounds, 6'3", and he looks like a little boy next to Hafthor Bjornsson. And I'll say Thor's looking a little bit smaller than he did a month or so ago for the Deadlift World Championships. He looked like the biggest in-shape man I've ever seen in my life. You know how big, you know, all these guys are, and they just look like little boys next to him.
No, I know.
There's both Mitch Hooper and Hafthor Bjornsson at 1,000 pounds.
Both making it look super easy.
And Hafthor is a very experienced lifter and deadlifter, and very specialized in the deadlift now. Like that, it's like we're talking with Trey and others, it's hard to engage because Hafthor's going to put out just enough energy and effort to pull that 1,000 pounds. He's not going to yank it and do anything crazy. He's saving it for whatever he's got in his head that he's going after.
Hafthor's not just strong as well, he's technically very efficient at deadlifting. And it's great because you can find some old videos of Hafthor online where he had terrible form, worked really hard over the years, and, you know, now he is the greatest deadlifter of all time.
Final lift for Lucas Hatton. This is the second time he's tried 1,025 pounds, 465 kilos. And it's not going to go. He's going to wind up with a final score of 975. And now Mitch Hooper is the only man left in the competition. And he's going to go up to 1,050 pounds for the outright victory.
And he set himself up very well. He could potentially be done with 2 lifts here and walk back and start getting ready for Viking Press.
Training-wise, I know Mitch was confident of 500 kilos, so 1,100. This is less than he's having to push himself to.
Yeah.
If he gets a good lift, he's able to save energy, get himself ready for event number 2. There's a time when you want to push to records, and there's a time when you need to focus on the overall.
Well, especially when it's on the very first event. And there's nothing else extra on it,
Yes,
right?
exactly that.
You know, years ago with the Arnold, they would put extra money on if you broke a record and took a 4th, but there's nothing extra on it right now.
And that is an event win for Mitch Hooper.
Good. Definitely slowed down more than I thought it was going to, but it was still a great lift.
Still smooth,
Yeah.
heavyweight, but got the job done in event number 1. I think that is that his 4th event win at the Rogue Invitational?
It is. And look out, because very rarely does he start with an event win.
Yeah. Absolute perfect start for the Canadian, reigning 2-time champion. And I guess we're going to get to enjoy an exhibition now from the big Icelander.
11-10. Mitch Hooper is going to pick up 10 points, 4th career event win, and start the competition on top of the overall standings. And having watched this guy compete, Laz, when he is in that first spot, he's hard to catch. I mean, we have 5 events left, but that is not good news for the rest of the field.
It's the perfect start for Mitch. It's exactly what he wants to do. He's very confident with his overall ability right now. Training has gone very well. He will be over the moon to take event number 1 win. It puts him in the driving seat. He's going to get to go last on event number 2. You can sit back and watch what your opponents are doing. It's a very good position for someone like him to be in.
Well, he's such a consistent athlete anyway, so when he gets event wins, then he's very dangerous for the rest of the field to try to catch.
If you remember back to last year, he made a lot of mistakes and managed to get the win. That was the perfect start for him. He's going to be very happy.
Hathor Bjornsson, who is not part of the competition, his scores will not factor in, is going to attempt 1,110 pounds.
That's a big jump. It's a shame we're not seeing him this year in the full show, but it's always good to watch this man deadlift.
Yeah.
503 kilos for the mountain.
And we get to see an athlete finally go after all the anticipation on these wheels that come back to life. And an Icelandic athlete to go after.
That's pretty cool.
You know,
that is pretty cool.
It's a fitting end to the deadlift here.
He actually has the quote on his leg
does, yes.
from Jean-Paul Sigmarsson. You might be able to get an image of it.
That's 1,110 pounds that's on that wagon wheel.
Come on, Thor. Oh, he's not going to go today.
No.
He'll get another attempt, but he's not going to go today.
It's not quite there.
Hathor Bjornsson's not going to be able to get that 1,110-pound lift. But great for the fans to be able to see him out here in this event.
Fingers crossed we get to see him back competing in full next year.
Yeah, hopefully the Arnolds will see him back and whatever is going on with the shoulder, he'll get resolved here because his pressing was getting better.
It's looked a lot better in training and shows that he's done. He's getting himself back to where he needs to be.
Yep.
Well, Hathor Bjornsson is now officially done with his exhibition. And Mitch Hooper is your event winner, 1,050 pounds, only needed 2 lifts to do it. And it just wasn't a problem for him at all.
Easy opener there on the 1,000 pounds. 1,050 slowed him down a little, but it was enough to take the win and maximum points. Perfect start for the defending champion.
But Mitch Hooper, who lives off consistency and what makes him so hard to beat, starts with an event win, and that is bad news for the rest of the field. 1,050 pounds. Asen Andrade is going to take second. Patton and Mitchell tie for third, and Bryce Johnson and a whole host of other competitors tie for fifth at 950 pounds. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is with your event winner, the 2-time champion, Mitch Hooper.
Mitch, congratulations on your event win. What is it about the wagon wheel that works well for you?
Look, I think when you take suit away and you take the power off the floor, it just becomes raw back strength. And it's an event that's gone really well for me, but that's not a one-off. That's replicative of how the rest of my training has gone.
I saw you sharing a moment with Thor, having a chuckle. What was that about?
Oh, just wishing him good luck. Yeah, I want to see Thor back. We all want to see Thor back. It's too bad he didn't knock that one out, but you know, he's had a pretty good year nonetheless.
You're open up the Rogue Invitational with an event win. What kind of statement are you making to look not only with this event, but the weekend overall?
It's not a statement, it's a reminder.
Thanks, and we'll see you back out here.
That's a pretty strong statement about a reminder.
Very much so. You know, it's not been the year he wants. He's seen a lot of guys winning titles that he won last year, and he wants to remind people that he is still the number one. It's the perfect start. There's still a lot of work to do, but he's got himself where he needs to be.
Still a lot of action left to go here today on the opening day of competition at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. We will take a break, and when we return, the CrossFit athletes will be out on the floor for their first event of this competition. So stay with us, everybody, as day number 1 in Aberdeen, Scotland continues here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
The 2025 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Rogue. don't weaken. Gorok, embrace the suck. And Tia, always in front. For centuries, warriors tested themselves on Scotland's fields. Cabers flew, stones were lifted, not just for sport, but for honour. 40 of the fittest men and women on earth are about to continue that tradition in Aberdeen. The reigning king is looking to regain his championship form.
Adler is done, and he should have first place all by himself.
But men who have worn crowns of their own have their sights on the throne. A woman from Hungary has ruled in Scotland once before.
Make it 3 in a row for the defending Rogue Invitational champion.
She is hoping to start a new era of dominance. Budding superstars and talented veterans stand in her way. The clash of steel and the roar of warriors still echo across the highlands of Scotland. Those echoes are about to grow louder. Welcome to the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
Jeff Adler is your 2024 Rogue Invitational champion. He is looking for his second straight title, but to get there, he's going to have to deal with one of the deepest fields in CrossFit competition history. Thanks for being with us, everybody, as we kick off the CrossFit competition here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational from P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor. We will hear from her in a second, but Adrian, it's been a while. I don't know if we have ever had this much parity on top of the men's field. It's going to be exciting to watch play out here.
That's going to be amazing, and ever is right. I don't know that we've ever seen it this stacked, and this is exactly what us as analysts and the spectators have hoped and prayed for throughout our years, is to find out who is going to be the best on the floor this weekend.
There are 9 total events in this competition over 3 days. We have 3 today on Friday, and we're going to kick things off with Nessie. It's a long chipper. We'll get into that in a second. Then later on this afternoon, we've got William Wallace, and then we're going to close things out with Tax Collector. And Adrian, we talked about it, but this men's field is just absolutely stacked. I mean, if you ask people who do they think is going to win, if you ask 5 different people, you might get 5 different answers.
Yeah, and I think with good reason, of course. This field, there's so much parity. We use that word. We're going to talk a lot about the main competitors who have all had a championship experience within their career, and that's what makes this so unique.
There's so many men come in having won a gold medal either here or at the CrossFit Games, or both. Pat Vellner, he's a 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. Justin Medeiros, 2-time Fittest Man on Earth, 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. Jeff Adler has won both titles. James Sprague, former Fittest Man on Earth, and Jason Hopper is now trying to follow in the footsteps of Justin Medeiros and guys like Matt Fraser as well, winning Fittest Man on Earth and also winning the Rogue Invitational. And for more on that, let's bring in Kiki Dixon.
I was able to catch up with Jason Hopper at Athlete Check-In. And apparently even the fittest on earth knows that there's a little room for improvement. He said that he's trained harder for this Rogue Invitational than any other Rogue Invitational previously. The guy is not afraid to take some big risks, and he wants top 10 finishes across the board this weekend. So guys, keep an eye on him, because he might be swinging for the fences from time to time.
Thank you, Kiki. Jason Hopper finished on the podium last year at the Rogue Invitational after 3 straight years of 7th place finishes. Got himself into 3rd in 2024. There are some other men who will be a factor in this competition who aren't former champions, but they have the skill to put themselves on top of the podium here. Ricky Garrard is one of them. Roman Krenikoff, and of course Austin Hatfield, who has really come into his own here over the last year.
He really has. He's a rookie competitor here at the Rogue Invitational, but he's finished 10th at the CrossFit Games and then 5th this year at the CrossFit Games. We talk about momentum. He's certainly building some going into this weekend.
The opening event for the 2025 Rogue Invitational CrossFit competition is Nessie, and it is presented by Strongest, and it's got a ton of repetitions here.
It really does have a ton of repetitions, Sean. We're going to open up with some double unders. There's a good chunk of handstand walking that could really dictate the pace of this workout for these athletes. The GHD sit-ups, you can't ignore those because the cycle rate's going to be important. They're going to maneuver their way through the box jump, and then the separator is really going to come down to these 20 log muscle-ups at the end.
2 total heats here for the men. 10 competitors in each heat. 16-minute time cap for this event. Here are your lane assignments for the first of 2 heats. And Austin Hatfield, the guy we'll be keeping an eye on throughout this weekend, will be in the middle of the floor. He is in lane number 5. Let's talk about what's at stake here early in the competition, Adrian.
Yeah, I think it's a no-brainer. We're used to seeing mass starts throughout the course of many styles of competition. Here at the Rogue Invitational, it's a staple for us to start with a long chipper. This is going to be mixed modality. These guys got to build momentum, and of course they want to prove they belong. Some new faces, newcomers, including rookie Austin Hatfield. We'll see what he brings to this field of competition.
Event number 1 is underway. It starts with the 160 double unders. They're going to get a rep for every 20 that they complete. And Austin Hatfield is a guy that would like to get himself into that second and final heat, looking to prove he belongs here.
Yeah, exactly. This is going to be the opportunity here. These guys are going to try to start this event as relaxed and composed as they can. Folks, you're watching them spin that double under rope, and that is not a normal one. That's going to be weighted, so it's heavy. You'll notice that their chakra rate might be a little bit slower than if they were using a jump rope of their own. That means they got to jump a little bit higher because the weight of the rope, they got to spin just a touch slower.
So 160 double unders here to kick us off, and so far every man has been unbroken on this initial set. And there is Austin Hatfield, first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, coming off a 5th place finish at the CrossFit Games in Albany, New York earlier this year. Of course, Colton Mertens on the left side of your screen.
Colton, notoriously a fan favorite, one of the smaller statured athletes in the field. People are drawn to his ability to overcome adversity. He's got a great attitude, a great mindset. You'll notice he's spinning that rope fluidly. He's focused, staring off into the distance. That was an intentional break. You love to see this by the veteran athletes where they're saying, hey, I know 160 is a good chunk of reps. Let me break it up now so I can feel good later.
And Mertens making his first appearance at the Rogue Invitational since 2020 when he took 9th place. More athletes taking some breaks out there. Chandler Smith, one of them. Saxon Panchik also resting up. There is Chandler Smith, who's had some good moments here at the Rogue Invitational. He's been part of every single one. This is his 7th appearance here at this competition. His best finish was 2nd place in 2022, and now we're on to the 80-meter handstand walk, and it's Fabian Hermans at the now middle of your screen, who's looking to go unbroken over that red line, and he is done. And now he's got to make his way back before starting the 60 GHD sit-ups.
Yeah, and I believe they're going to go down and back twice here for that 80 yards. So this is interesting by Fabian. He was one of the first ones there, and he kicked down quickly. Harry Lightfoot making light work of these handstand walks, though I noticed in that transition also. He's got to go back. See, this is going to be a down and back twice. Start at the line, Harry. Come on back. Get those hands down and start handstand walking again is what is being communicated to him by the judge.
And Lightfoot thought he was done. He's got to make the turn. This is his first appearance at the Rogue Invitational out of the UK. The Saxon Panchik is also out front with Lightfoot. And Heinrich Happelainen currently sits in 3rd place. Happelainen next to Saxon Panchik at the far end of the floor as Lightfoot shakes it out, makes the return trip.
It's obvious Harry's very comfortable upside down and on his hands, and this is an opportunity for him to give himself a buffer going into not just the GHD sit-ups and the box jump, but if he can keep this pace, also going into that log work where we know we're going to see a ton of disparity and a ton of difference within the field day.
Lightfoot is done, and hearing it from the hometown crowd as he gets into the GHD. He's got to knock out 60 reps here. Saxon Panchik currently sits in 2nd place in the heat. Heinrich Happelainen is being challenged by Chandler Smith for 3rd place.
Harry with about a 7-rep lead there on Saxon, as you see in the distance of your screen. So banked 7 reps here. And Sean, when you get upside down and you start walking on your hands, people don't realize this. They think about the energy that they're expending in their upper body, but we're really taxing your midline as well. So now these guys got to work through 60 of these GHD sit-ups that won't be that simple and certainly not that easy.
A cool feature that we have this year at the Rogue Invitational, the fans here in the building will be able to see live scoring on the Zeus rig. And Harry Lightfoot continues to work away on his GHD sit-ups. He's closest to the camera in the gray shorts, no shirt. Colt Mertens is now done. He'll join the rest of the field on the handstand push-ups. And Fabian Ermans is now done as well. So every athlete here in this opening heat on to the 60 GHD sit-ups. After this is the 40 box jump overs.
For a lot of these athletes, as they sit up, they're able to breathe at the top. We see Austin Hatfield doing a great job there, keeping a nice pace in regards to the cycle rate. Quick tap to the pad, right back down to the ground, and immediately snapping back up.
Hatfield was taking a look to his left to see where Lightfoot is. Hatfield, pardon me, is in the middle of the pack right now, trying to work his way up towards the top. He's got about 20 reps remaining.
The athletes notice their hips are on the backside of that black line. That's simply a standard there for the athletes to make sure that they're set up in regards to meeting the standards for this sit-up. If their hips move forward in front of that line, those reps don't count.
The Lightfoot is done, and he's moving on to the 40 box jump overs.
The pace here is going to be dictated by how quickly, of course, they can get off that ground. They're forced to step down, so that's part of the standard as well. Harry doing a nice job there at pivoting on top of the box. And notice this rhythm that he's creating for himself.
Meanwhile, Saxon Pancik's judge's hand went in the air second, and then Austin Hatfield has now moved into third place. His judge's hand is in the air, and he is right behind Saxon Pancik and pushing Saxon for second place in the heat behind Lightfoot. 40 reps here on this box jump over. Lightfoot is your leader. Hatfield and Pancik currently sit in a battle for second, and now Chandler Smith has moved into fourth place, and he is ahead of Heinrich Happelainen and Sam Quant. Quant on the right side of your screen in the black shirt.
Most of these guys navigating this box, Sean, by staying really low across the top. They don't have to stand up all the way, and that reduces the distance they got to travel, so staying low is key. Sam doing the same thing here in the middle of the screen in the black shirt.
Colt Mertens just got his 40 box jump overs. Fabian Ermans is the last man on the GHD sit-ups. Austin Hatfield and Harry Lightfoot fighting for the lead. Lightfoot's done, and now it's on to the log. He's got 20 reps here.
And this is where we see if this pace was all for good or all for not.
The 7 minutes, 20 seconds have gone by here. 16-minute time cap. Lightfoot's going to have zero problem meeting that. The 20 reps on the log. This is an implement that is unique here to the Rogue Invitational.
And Harry opened with a set of 4 unbroken reps. Has yet to get back up to accumulate anything else. And we're going to see a lot of different strategies come into play here.
Austin Hatfield is now in second place. Here comes Saxon Pancik as well, chalking up his hands. 133 total repetitions that need to be completed, and Lightfoot, as you can see on the left side of your screen, is through 118 of those. There is 1 rep for hitting the buzzer at the end. Four men still on the box jump overs.
Harry down to singles now, executing 1 rep at a time, which is most advantageous for a lot of athletes. The circumference of that log is big, so the bigger your hands, the more advantage you got to keeping your fingers on top.
Hatfield and Pancik are starting to put a little pressure on Lightfoot here for the lead.
And here comes Guy Malheiros on the right of your screen with a quick 3, looking sharp.
He back in 6th place through 115 of the 133 total reps. They'll be done at the 132 rep mark. Then it's the sprint to the finish, and they have to hit the buzzer. It's not just getting your ankle across the finish line. But Lightfoot continues to lead, but his cushion is starting to shrink.
Fabian Herman's making his way to that log. A little bit of a welcome to the Rogue Invitational moment there for him, where he was the first to the handstand walk, Sean, but going to be the last to the log. Rookie on the floor.
Now Chandler Smith has tied Lightfoot, or momentarily tied him. Chandler has moved himself into 2nd place here in this heat. Now Saxon Panchik is pushing Lightfoot. Panchik has 5 reps remaining. Lightfoot has 4 remaining. 132, they get to make the sprint to the buzzer. So 4 reps for Lightfoot, 4 for Panchik, 4 for Chandler Smith.
Got a no rep there for Lightfoot. He pulled too low. He's got to pull below his chest.
The Saxon Panchik has now 1 rep remaining, and he'll make his way to the buzzer. And there he goes. The Saxon Panchik gonna pick up a heat win, comes across 10:06.58 seconds, and now a sprint between Maieros and Smith. Guy's gonna win that. Smith diving for the buzzer, and here comes Harry Lightfoot. 0.2 of a second separate Maieros from Smith, and Chandler Smith laid out to make that buzzer touch, and here comes Colton Mertens. I didn't think we'd see any diving, but Chandler Smith went Superman on that.
You just can't take it out of him, Sean. No matter what the obstacle is, he's going to find a way to make something as entertaining and possibly as risky as possible.
10:06.58 for Saxon Panchik. Austin Hatfield is now in. There's Sam Quant continuing to work through his muscle ups.
We talked about the importance of building momentum, and a lot of these guys finishing this workout with smiles. I'll be interested to see what Lightfoot's energy is like finishing this, as he led the entire event, but maybe bit off more than he can chew in that opening set of those log muscle-ups.
Uldis Upniks came through. You saw Austin Hatfield taking a seat there, a man we mentioned in our run-up to this event. Guy who has been on the ascent here this past year, has now Heiner Kapalainen has come across.
Yeah,
Lightfoot, Smith talk things over. Sam Quant, Fabian Hermans, the last 2 men on the floor. Quant is now done. Getting some water from Chandler Smith.
Yeah, we know that it's for certain, Sean, that this is a competition, but this is also a gathering of some of the best and fittest friends across the world that have been competing against each other for many years, specifically that pair right there in Chandler Smith and Sam Quant. Fabian Herman still making his way through these log muscle-ups. One of those athletes that qualified through the online process to get here, the Q. And that is extremely hard to do, Sean. It's one of those things where the expectations that Rogue sets online to make sure that everything that you do, every rep, every weight you use, the angles that they demand, it is a very tedious and thorough process that he had to withstand and perform at an extremely high level in order to punch his ticket here as a rookie. So while he's going to learn many, many hard lessons this weekend amongst this field of champs and veterans, I would argue that this will be one of the most valuable experiences for his career in the future.
First appearance here at the Rogue Invitational for Fabian. Never been to the CrossFit Games. So as you mentioned, this is a good dose of reality for him if he wants to know what it's going to take to get to that next level. So 16-minute time cap. 2.5 minutes before we hit that. There's Austin Hatfield with those green wristbands on. And we talked about him in the lead up here, you know, trying to build momentum, trying to prove that he belongs. Right now, 6th place in the heat. Lightfoot signing some autographs. Hometown favorite here from the UK. Has a lot of fans in the building.
Yeah, look at him, and he knows how to work it too. Work that crowd, Harry. Do the thing, man. And it, you know, he's also a rookie here, right? So it's one of those things where we're seeing things play out in different ways for different athletes, as we will throughout the course of the weekend. But again, these lessons, even that Fabian might be learning right now, you can't replicate them anywhere else. You can't learn these on the couch. You can't learn these by watching online. You got to be in the back warming up with these studs, warming up with these previous champs, getting your tail handed to you a little bit.
Hermans with 5 reps remaining. 90 seconds to go before we hit the time cap.
Yeah, and people at home will notice this, that what we see him doing, getting over that log, is not uncommon with the bar muscle-ups. A little bit of a chicken wing action, that's what we call it, one arm then the other arm. It is not an easy task to be going up and over an object that you're hanging from, specifically when it is a log and much thicker than one that your hands can get around.
2 reps remaining for Fabian, less than a minute to go. Can't get up and over there, but he still has some time. 30 seconds left, about 35 seconds before we hit that 60-minute time cap.
Here we go. Pull deep. Got it.
And Fabian has it, and he'll make it inside the 60-minute time cap, so all 10 athletes will finish the entirety of Nessie. And no one does it more quickly than that man, Saxon Panchik, with a heat win, 10:06.58 seconds. Saxon Panchik, a late addition here. The Rogue Invitational field. After Dallin Pepper wasn't able to make it. Comes out and wins the heat.
Yeah, that's not a bad way to start your weekend, huh? You know, you got to stay ready, and Saxon Panchik did that, showed tremendous self-awareness. Everyone else on those box jumps got low and rushed them. He took his time and stayed tall, and you wonder, was he just allowing that field to get ahead of him, knowing that he had tremendous strength in these log muscle-ups, and he clearly got to put that on display here, and he is fired up.
Watch this finish between Guimaraes and Chandler Smith. Chandler just laying out to try to make the touch on that buzzer. I mean, that's as graceful as you can be.
Man. You can't remove him from the wrestling mat. That's what that shows.
And it almost paid off. He only trailed Guimaraes by 0.2 seconds for second place. So 10:06.58 seconds from Saxon Panchik, pardon me, is your top time with 1 heat remaining. Harry Lightfoot, who started out front, will finish in 4th, and it's Colton Mertens who made a nice charge there late to finish in 5th place in the heat. Second and final heat. Athletes making their way to the floor here, trying to chase down the top time that was just set by Saxon Panchik. And there is your defending champion, Jeff Adler, who has not had the year that he has wanted and hoping to get back into championship form here at the Rogue Invitational. James Sprague, a guy last year who won the CrossFit Games, had pneumonia before he competed here at the Rogue Invitational, but still managed to finish 11th. Justin Medeiros, 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, 2-time fittest man on earth. Nessie, presented by Strongest, and it's really those log muscle-ups that are the difference.
That's right, it comes down to it. We got the heavy double unders to start this thing, not much of a separator there. The 80-meter of handstand walk did provide a chance for athletes to create a difference in the stands there. 60 GHD sit-ups. We're gonna work through some box jumps, and then of course the separators, those log muscle-ups at the end.
Lane assignments for the second and final heat here of Nessie. Opening event for the men, the first of 9 events that they will face over these next 3 days. And Jeff Adler, your defending champion, will be in lane number 6, and the current fittest man on earth, Jason Hopper, will be right next to him in lane 5. Let's talk again about what's at stake here early on in the competition as we kick things off.
Yeah, I mean, specifically going into this, we've got the hopper hang up. Now, this is going to be in regards to his experience with this with the log. Jason's had finishes of 19th, 19th, and 19th every time this event pops up. But then we got Gerard Greatness. So there in lane 7, you see the man. He's called his shot and said that if he's first to the log, the rest of the field is in trouble.
Second and final heat for the men is underway. We start with the 160 double unders on that weighted rope. Athletes will receive 1 rep for every 20 that they complete. An early trip for Justin Medeiros right out of the gate. There's Yonakoski. 5th appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. His best finish was 10th. That came last year.
Here are 2 men that we got to have a close eye on all weekend long. Jeff Adler on your right, the defending champion. Jason Hopper on your left, the 2025 CrossFit Games champion.
So far, everybody about on the same pace here. Through 80 of those 160s. So they hit the halfway point here at the 8 rep mark. They'll do that 80-meter handstand walk. 2 total laps. Between the red lines on the competition floor is Justin Medeiros, next to him Jake Crouch. Crouch in the black shirt.
Ricky Mack up there at the top of the screen, just looking over his shoulder to see where everybody else is, making sure that his double unders are where they need to be.
And there is Ricky Gerard, who, like you said, Adrian, called a shot. He said, if I get to that log first, it's pretty much over. Finished 2nd place at the CrossFit Games, and it's hard to say you're disappointed by that, but he was clearly disappointed because he knows that he left some opportunities out there to possibly win the whole thing. And now Roman Krennikov, Pat Vellner, Jay Crouch, Hopper, about the entire field onto that 80-meter handstand walk. Justin Medeiros, the last man to put down the rope, and he had that early trip. We'll see if he can make it some ground here, as Jay Crouch is going to be the first man done with his opening length. 2 total laps, 4 total lengths to complete the 80-meter handstand walk.
Yeah, and this is where you really start to see how confident they are in their upside-down abilities, that turnaround point. You watch them turn around and they stare at that red line for a couple breaths, and you know they're already starting to feel it in their arms a little bit, and they pause. Jay Crouch, on the other hand, right when he got his hands down on that last segment, he turned, pivoted, and got right back to work. Pat Vellner there working his way through that handstand walk.
Vellner, a 2-time champion here at the Rogue Invitational. And Justin Medeiros has made up some significant ground as Jay Crouch continues to lead. Medeiros is now in 2nd place. He's in the middle of your screen.
Yeah, he really has closed the gap, and Justin does a really great job there. If you notice his hands, he covers a great amount of distance every stride with his hands. That he can do it because he has wonderful shoulder mobility. We've seen him time and time again present great positions from lifts to gymnastics, and it really helps him stay efficient here upside down.
Crouch continues to lead. He's going to take a break. Justin Medeiros is back on his hands. Pat Vellner and James Sprague are fighting for 3rd, and Ricky Gerard is right there with them. They're in the green part of the floor there on the left side of your screen as Crouch is now done, and he'll move on to the GHDs. 60 reps here. Medeiros done as well.
And Sean Medeiros, one of the fastest cycle rates on GHD sit-ups in our sport. He seems to be able to hold a really high cadence, and it doesn't seem to cost him that much.
Looking to hit the 72 rep mark on the scoreboard on the left side of your screen before it's on to the box jump overs. Now Ricky Gerard is done. He's adjusting his GHD for a second before he steps into it. James Sprague has started his set, as has Pat Vellner. Vellner on the far right side of your screen. Here comes Jeff Adler. And now Jason Hopper is on. Roman Krennikov is towards the back of the pack, and Yonakoski is behind him. The Krennikov has now just finished. He moves into the GHD sit-up towards the top of your screen. And on the left side in the black shirt, you can see Yonakoski taking a break. Pardon me, that's Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson. Bjorn Carl Gudmundsson still on the floor.
Medeiros and Crouch going about rep for rep right now. Medeiros finally starting to pull away there on the GHDs by a rep or two.
Justin Medeiros was the last man done with the double unders. Now has moved into the lead. Again, 72 reps, and that scoreboard is when he will move on to the box jump overs. The time to beat belongs to Saxon Panchik out of heat number 1. 10 minutes, 6.58 seconds.
A lot of people see this apparatus we're using right now, the GHD, used to develop the posterior. So face down, using it for your glutes, your low back. These athletes on the sit-up, man, they got to travel long distance to touch the ground and then sit up every time. And for 60 at once, not just in a whole workout, that can't be ignored because this is the exact musculature they're going to need to get up and over that log.
Jay Crouch is in second place. Felder and Sprague are fighting for third, but now Medeiros is done into the lead and onto the box jump overs. 40 reps here for the two-time Rogue Invitational champion.
And that's how you do it, leaning into your strengths. He understood he could get upside down and be smooth. Last off the double unders for Justin was no worry for him. He knew what he'd do on the handstand walk, and especially that GHD.
Medeiros finished 8th here last year. Now Jay Crouch onto the box jump overs. Crouch was 6th place in 2024 at the Rogue Invitational. Pat Velder onto the box jump overs. Sprague and Koski as well. Here come Adler and Gerard. Leaves Hopper, Krennikov, and Gubinson still on the GHDs, and Hopper has just closed out his set on the right side, moving to the box jump overs.
And Sean, talking to Hopper's coach before this competition started, is of course they have high expectations, but where they want to see his growth is an event just like this, where he might have a limiter or what something might categorize as a weakness at the end. How can he manage it? Can he turn something like these 19th historically places on something with the log and make it more of a 12th or even potentially a top 10? That is where they'll find success this weekend.
And you mentioned at the beginning of the event, what's at stake here? Jason Hopper has not done well whenever that log has shown up in the Rogue Invitational, and right now towards the back of the pack here in this second heat. And now Justin Medeiros has closed out his 40 box jump overs, and he is on to the log first. So Justin Medeiros looking to make a statement here in the opening event. Time to beat in the upper right-hand part of your screen belongs to Saxon Panchik, and Medeiros has 2 reps down, now into rep number 3. 20 total here on the log bar muscle up. The 132 rep mark, he will be done, and then it's a sprint to the buzzer. Pat Velder is starting to put some pressure on Jay Crouch for second place. Velder chalking up. Jay Crouch has already gotten to work on his first set. Here comes Sprague and Koski.
And notice, Sean, at least Pat Velder and Justin Medeiros both are opting for singles, 1 rep at a time, really quick, dropping to the mat, getting right back up on top of that log, because they know it's a race to 20, not just a race to 10.
Medeiros continues to lead. He's got a 5-rep cushion on Velder and Crouch. Velder has now moved into second place, about a half rep ahead of Jay Crouch. And now Ricky Gerard is finally making his way to the log, leaves Krennikov, Gubinson, and Hopper back on the box, although Krennikov and Hopper, have just finished their box jump overs, which leaves Gubinson on the right side of your screen is the only man still working on that part of the event. The 5 reps to go for Medeiros as Ricky Gerard is going unbroken on this, and you can see why he called his shot if he got to this thing first. He has been great on this apparatus. But Justin Medeiros is now getting set to close things out and looking at an event win well ahead of the pace set by Saxon Panchik. Medeiros with 1 final rep. And Justin Medeiros is going to pick up the event win in Nessie. Hit the buzzer, young man. Hit the buzzer.
Hey, let's go. He was fired up. Sometimes you kind of just check out and go black there for periodically. But wow, what we talk about momentum, Sean. What a way to start the weekend.
Well, Pat Velder is still battling with Jay Crouch for second place. He's had a rep lead on him. Velder back to work. This could come down to a sprint to the finish. 1 rep remaining for Crouch. So Velder just closed out his second to last rep. That's the final rep for Crouch. Crouch is going to take second place. And here comes Pat Velder. Oldest man in the field, finishing 3rd in the event. Ricky Garrard has moved into 4th place with Yonakoski. Koski's off ahead of Garrard. And here comes Ricky, who made a good charge late. These are the top 5 scores in the event. All of these men getting in ahead of Saxon Panchik's mark of 10:06.58 seconds. And now Jeff Adler with a couple reps remaining. And Jason Hopper has 7 to go. He's on the left side in that green shirt. Final rep for Adler. As now times from heat number 1 are starting to factor in here. Adler's done. Now, no surprise that Justin Medeiros won this event. He also won the log muscle up event at the Rogue Invitational in 2022 as James Sprague has 1 rep left. Sprague is up and over, and the 2024 CrossFit Games champion makes his way to the finish line. Krennikov, Hopper, and Gudmundsson still on the floor. So the log strikes again for Jason Hopper as Roman Krennikov is across.
Yeah, and you wonder, I mean, it's certainly the log. We knew Jason was going to have some struggles here, but even coming through the early part of that chipper, it looked like he had run into a bit of a wall. He looked gassed kind of coming into this.
Jorgen Carl Gudmundsson is done. And Hopper is up and over, and he will get it inside the time cap, but not the start he wanted to his 2025 Rogue Invitational. 11:41.78 seconds.
Didn't want to have to do that, but time to go recover. Thank you.
Justin Medeiros, 9:46 flat. He was the last man off the double unders, but what a charge after that portion of this event.
Yeah, 8:46 flat, 8:46.
It's my eyes.
No, listen, that's because he put on a superhuman show just now. That's why you were like, oh, okay, it's got to be logical, 9:46. No. This guy, what a way to start the weekend for Justin. We love to see it. And I'll tell you what, it was literally from start to finish. He had a couple snafus on those double unders, but it played no role because he was smooth on the handstand walking and GHDs that regained him the lead. And it was these fast, quick singles on the log muscle ups. He put on an entire show, and I guarantee you he knew he was coming into this one with a great opportunity. Don't forget that red buzzer, my friend. We're going to need to do that all weekend long.
Justin Medeiros says he is having fun again, and it shows in that event. He picks up 100 points and the victory. 8:46 flat. Jay Crouch is going to wind up in 2nd place. Pat Vellner, another 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, finishes in 3rd. Yonakoski and Ricky Garrard rounding out the top 5, and Saxon Panchik's time is good enough for 6th place in the event. Down to the competition floor, Kiki Dixon with Justin Medeiros.
Justin, congratulations on your event win. You were last off the rope, first to the finish. How'd you pull that trick out of your hat?
Yeah, man, I think just watching that previous heat too, you saw Austin, he was the last off the rope. He was still good at 3rd place in his heat, so knew it wasn't one there, and saw that there's a lot of time to be made up on that handstand walk, and handstand walks and GHDs are good movements for me, so told myself I'm going to push those really hard, try to get it, the first one off the GHD, and if someone catches me, good on them.
This log muscle up, now we've seen it a few times at the Rogue Invitational. What are you doing to train that in the interim?
Yeah, I mean, I think I just love Rogue. I mean, there's no event like this, man. We get to really put our fitness to the test and do some odd object. We got log muscle ups today, log clean and jerks later. We got a heavy workout, man. It's just so much fun. I think that's where you just got to put your fitness to the test and be athletic. And I think a lot of people are figuring it out, but hey, they still got a ways to go to catch me.
Now, speaking of the fun aspect, we saw you guys getting really cool Rogue, souvenirs and playing games leading up to this event. What's that experience like?
Oh my gosh, it's so much fun, man. I normally is someone that kind of speeds through my check-in. This year I got to go through the check-in with Jason, and we pretty much played every single game. He beat me in almost all of them, but had to get the losing out of the way before the weekend started.
Yeah, you got him here. Congratulations.
Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Justin Medeiros masks are out in full force here. And we had our eyes on the defending champion, but it's a former two-time champion who steals the show in event number 1. Justin Medeiros picks up 100 points to start off his weekend. That was an impressive performance. Well, Justin Medeiros celebrating his event win. And we're just getting started here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. The men are done with Nessie. The women coming up next here. So stay with us as our coverage continues here from Aberdeen, Scotland. Action continues here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational from inside P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. Thanks for being with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former affiliate cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor. The women are set to take on Event 1 Nessie, and it's Laura Horvath who comes in looking for her third Rogue Invitational Championship. She is the odds-on favorite to stand atop the podium here in Aberdeen, Scotland. just one of 2 women to win the Rogue Invitational. The other, Tia Toomey, and she is not in the field here this weekend. Horvath won back-to-back titles here in 2022 and 2023, a former fittest woman on earth, and lives inside the top 5 in events at the Rogue Invitational.
Yeah, you want to know the context of all these stats that we see. It's consistency, Sean. At the Rogue Invitational, there's almost this stake of ownership that she claims on the test. Whatever the series of events looks like, Laura Horvath is going to be in the top 5 67% of the time, an unheard of stat that has to make the rest of the competitors almost cower in their seats.
Well, there are 2 podium finishers from the 2025 CrossFit Games who are looking to put some pressure on the woman from Hungary. One is Olivia Kerstetter.
Olivia Kerstetter, coming off of a 3rd place finish at the 2025 CrossFit Games, is going to be on a streak of momentum. She's learning, she's maturing, she's developing into the athlete that we're going to be watching here for a long time. She's not a stranger to the Rogue Invitational, but we last saw her in 2022 where she finished 16th, but I'm going to say she is not the same athlete anymore.
And then Lucy Campbell, who finished 2nd place at the CrossFit Games, won Wadapalooza in 2025. She, after battling a serious wrist injury that almost ended her career, is definitely on the upswing.
She is back, and she is stronger and fitter than ever, Sean. The one stat that jumps off is 2025 Wadapalooza champion. We talk about Laura Horvath versus the world. Well, she upset Laura Horvath at Wadapalooza in person. One Lucy Campbell is not coming here just to have fun. She wants to be on top of that podium, and I think she's got a strong case to be considered.
And there are plenty of other women here in the field who will be contending for a spot on the podium. Ariel Lowen, Alexis Raptis, Danielle Brandon is another one. Emma Tall, talented athlete out of Sweden, and then Emma Lawson as well.
Yeah, this whole field, Sean, is extremely well-rounded and present unique threats. They each have different skill sets, but one that's really unique is right here in the middle, Danielle Brandon. We watched Justin Medeiros in the men's heat of Nessie come out and have an extraordinary handstand walk and GHD sit-up. We know that both of those movements are strengths of Danielle's, and it's going to lend itself well to open up the weekend here for her.
Well, event number 1 for the women, like it was for the men, is Nessie, presented by Strongest. And as we saw with the men, those log muscle-ups proved to be where this event was won or lost.
Yeah, it's true. That 4-inch diameter log that these athletes are having to go up and over, the rep scheme changes just a little bit for the women. They're going to do 16 instead of the men doing 20. But remember, it's the same apparatus, same height, same diameter that they're going to be navigating at the end of this event.
Lane assignments for this first of 2 heats. Emma Tall, one of the athletes that we just mentioned in the battle for the podium, will be in lane number 6, and Olivia Kerstetter will be in lane number 3. And let's talk about what's at stake here in this opening heat.
Yeah. The two are they going to be the same for the men and the women, and it's really kicking off the weekend with some momentum in regards to starting off with a chipper that's pretty well-rounded. We're touching on a mix of modalities, and then for a lot of these young competitors and even the athletes who are returning but want to move their way up, it's all about proving that they belong, and we're certainly going to really get a nice opportunity to see where they fall after Nessie.
Emma Tall and Danny Spiegel going through those 160 weighted double unders. We saw 20 reps on the log for the men. There'll be 16 for the women. So keep that in mind as we work our way through this event. Haley Adams in the middle of your screen in the black shirt. Early trip on the double unders. Have some breaks already happening here. Danny Spiegel taking a break. Abby Domit also as well took a quick break. She's in the all yellow at the far end of the floor.
Yeah, and right there in the front stage center, Paige Reynolds right here in the black top, maroon bottoms, working through her double unders. Paige Rogers, I'm sorry, working through. Name change, used to be Paige Powers, threw me there, is coming in perhaps fit as she's ever been, and we've seen her at the CrossFit Games, and I'm really interested, Sean, to see what she's able to put on display throughout the course of this competition as a whole. She's had recent success at the Crash Crucible. She's rebuilding herself. She did the Mayhem in regards to qualifying, or not qualifying, but a qualifier in this last season where she was getting back on the horse of competition.
1 rep for every 20 reps completed on the scoreboard. So the first woman to 8 will move on to the handstand walk. Gracie Walton and Olivia Kerstetter towards the front here. There's Abby Domit.
Yeah, taking a couple deep breaths here, regaining her composure. A lot of these women, if they watch the previous men heats, understand they can lose a little bit of time here in order to sacrifice keeping their composure and building confidence and momentum through this workout. People that are watching this at home, you know, you mess up your double unders a couple times, you want to chuck that thing across the room, and they're doing their best to just maintain in their own mind here.
Grace Walton and Olivia Kerstetter, the first two women of the handstand walk. Emma Tall sits in third. Fuliano and Rogers also on this 80-meter handstand walk, so 2 total laps, 4 lengths. Walton and Kerstetter making the turning. They are dead even right now. Walton making her first appearance here at the Rogue Invitational. Olivia Kerstetter continues and is now in the lead. As Paige Rogers is now in third place ahead of Emma Tall. Haley Adams is still back on the rope going through her 160 double unders.
Yeah, we talked about it being a place where we know Haley Adams, that's not a strength of hers, as we see her pretty high and erratic jumps finish up there. It's not a place where you can lose that much time and still hope for a good finish. Hopefully she can make some of it up here on the handstand walk.
Well, Walton and Rogers are now towards the front. Emma Tall is now in the lead. Pardon me, that was Haley Adams who just finished. She's in the lane next to Emma Tall. It's Rogers and Walton who are in the lead here. Rogers at the bottom of your screen, red shorts. This will be her final trip back, taking a break. Grace Walton behind her, and Olivia Kerstetter is in third place. There's Lucy Campbell, runner-up at the CrossFit Games, getting set to make the final turn back.
Had some great handstand walking moments at the CrossFit Games this year, going head-to-head with the GOAT, Tia-Claire Toomey.
Lucy Campbell really happy to be competing here at the Rogue Invitational. Her father is Scottish, as Paige Rogers is now under the GHDs. And if you know anything about Mayhem, I mean, they do these things in their sleep, so this shouldn't be a problem.
That's right.
60 reps here for Powers, or for Rogers, pardon me. Still getting used to the name change as well.
That's right. Yeah, it might take us a few reps. Paige doing a great job putting on her raw capacity there. She is one of the more recent mothers in our sport, recovering from pregnancy, restructuring and rebuilding the foundation of midline stabilization and all the things fitness that are going to be demanded of her at the Rogue Invitational.
Lucy Campbell is now in third place. Danny Spiegel sits in fourth, and Olivia Kerstetter has moved into fifth place. As now Emma Tall is done. Elisa Fuliano onto the GHDs as well. 60 total reps here. At the 72 rep mark, they'll move to the box for the 40 box jump overs. And Paige Rogers continues to lead. She's through now 40 of the 129 total repetitions. She's got now less than 30 to go on the GHDs.
We talk about how potent GHDs are a lot. The unique thing is the faster that you sit up, Sean, the harder you have to brace your abdominals. So it's a little give and a little take there. Do you want maximum speed? Yes, you do. Of course, you want to be first off this thing if you can, but also you're going to be building fatigue a little bit differently than everybody else the faster you go.
Rogers now with 20 reps to go. Make that 10.
And this is where we start to settle in with the understanding that a lot of the work they've done up into this point, not that it wasn't pointless and it didn't matter, but will only prove that it matters with how they execute on that log, which is looming after these next box jump overs.
Rogers is done, and now 40 box jump overs.
Paige, one of those athletes that's going to be eyeing to get herself into that second heat as soon as she can. has to have that urgency. If these women were in the back watching the way the first heat of the men played out versus the second heat, they know that when athletes have that target time to beat, their time is just simply an appetizer on the menu for those next athletes waiting. So she's got to have urgency here, regardless of where she stands amongst these other competitors on the field.
Well, Grace Walton is on to the box jump overs and chalking her hands while she does those opening reps, because that log is after these 40 reps. Kerstetter has started her set of 40. Emma Tall and now Lucy Campbell onto the box as well. So the 112 rep mark is when they are done with this portion of the event, and then it's just those 16 reps on the log remaining. Rogers has about 12 reps remaining.
Yeah, the mindset of a lot of these athletes coming off this box is simply on those log muscle-ups. They want to remain efficient, as we see Lucy Campbell chipping away here. Elisa Fuliano there in the back as well.
The final rep for Rogers, and she'll be first to the log. 16 reps here. Walton and Campbell and Kerstetter all in a tight battle for second place behind Rogers. Rogers going with those quick singles. Walton's done. She's working her way to the log.
We've watched these quick singles be a big payoff for the experienced athletes in the field, especially those that can time the recovery just right. Gracie Walton showing that she's in no hurry to get up onto that log.
Now Lucy Campbell's moved into third place along with Emma Tall. Here comes Olivia Kerstetter done with the box as well. The Tall, Kerstetter, and Campbell fighting for third place right now in the heat. Rogers continues to lead.
Paige does a great job at jumping slightly behind the log, allowing her momentum to slide forward or come underneath that thing and then kip directly over. It's smooth.
She's got 7 reps left now, 6 remaining.
Still looking quite effortless and consistent at this point with 5 left. This is where you got to have that internal clock and dialogue, Sean, on, hey, I got to get back up. I got to go faster. Too slow. Because, again, of the competitors that are just watching for that next heat.
Meanwhile, Emma Tall is winning the battle for second place with Campbell and Kerstetter. She's got a couple rep lead on those two. Rogers is on to her final rep. The Paige Rogers, welcome back to the Rogue Invitational. She's going to pick up a heat win here in Nessie.
She didn't forget that buzzer.
9:32.60 seconds. Emma Tall looking to be the next woman to finish. She has 10 reps left.
And Sean, I'll tell you, ironically, Haley Adams just making her way to the log. Now, if this is a movement that she is comfortable with, she can still make up a tremendous amount of ground with the time remaining.
We saw Ricky Garrard do that with the men in that second heat. Tall now with 8 reps remaining on the log. Kerstetter now Fuliano fighting for third. Starting to see some no reps get handed out. Gracie Walton just missed on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. And Kerstetter got no rep as well. Adams is having some trouble in the middle.
And this is where we start to see the difference between the women's challenges and the men's challenges. Of course, hand size is going to be a little bit of a limiter. The more of your fingers and palm that can stay on top of that log through your kip, the more success you can have. When we talk about the kip for a bar muscle-up, people are used to being able to just swing their body however they want and trying to end up on top of that thing. With a log, it's different. You've got to remain a little bit more stiff in the bottom of your swing, otherwise your hands slip out of position.
Olivia Kerstetter right now in 5th place in the heat. She's through 120 of the 128 reps. So 8 remaining here for her. Grace Walton on the left side of your screen working through her final set as well. Now, Lucia Fuliano has now moved into 2nd place in the heat. She's got 2 reps remaining. Kerstetter on the podium at the CrossFit Games this year. And there goes Elisa Fuliano. Second place in the heat, 11:38.86 seconds. Paige Rogers just assaulted this thing.
Yep. Yeah, and you love to see it because of the way that she executed that first part, Sean. We were like, hey, now we're going to have an opportunity to see if this work was for naught or if it was for reason, and she had plenty of reason to go fast because clearly she knew she would have success on that log.
I mean, we still have another heat, but that time from Rogers looks like it's going to be a pretty solid result for her to open up this competition. Now, Abby Domit is off. She'll take third place in the heat. Emma Tall and Danny Spiegel both have 1 rep remaining. Tall is off. Spiegel in the background, completing her final rep, and she'll make the run to the finish. A 16-minute time cap here. Spiegel gets in at 12:32.63 seconds. Half the field still working. Olivia Kerstetter has 1 rep left. Can't get up and over that log.
Yeah, just a little too low there. In order to win with a log this thick, you got to try to pull it just a little bit lower, just below the sternum.
Kerstetter just cannot get up and over that log. We've all been there.
Yep, we certainly have. And this is where when you're watching at home, you wonder why these athletes are just standing around. It's because of the effort that it takes to even attempt one of these things. You don't want to have to waste it. You want to make every opportunity count, and every time they rush a repetition and get no rep, they're losing energy, and of course they're losing precious time. Got it.
There's Olivia Kerstetter closing things out. She'll take 6th place in the heat. With about 2.5 minutes remaining before we run into the 16-minute time cap. 13:29.98 for Kerstetter. Lucy Campbell has 5 reps remaining. Paige Semenza is still working. She's in the light blue shirt out there. Campbell trying to get the crowd behind her. You know, and you wonder how something like this too is affecting that wrist.
For sure. For sure, yeah. When you have wrist as a limitation, it's upside down work and work where you have to get into what we call the false grip. So that position where their hand is in a flex position over that log, you see her getting in it right now. When she puts those hands up there, that's a tremendous amount of strain on your grip strength. And Sean, you're right. That's directly related to wrist stability and capacity that's been built over time.
And Campbell now with 3 reps left.
Man, this is one of those unique experiences that come with the blessing of the challenge of competing at the Rogue Invitational, where you don't get a chance to just find a 4-inch log laying around anyone's affiliate. Athletes have been creative through the years in trying to create this stimulus in their homes, but you got to get out onto this competition floor to really know what this obstacle is like to overcome.
Final rep for Lucy Campbell. And she has it. And Campbell is in. Just inside 15 minutes, less than a minute to go before we hit the time cap. 3 athletes still working. Grace Walton is one of them, and she led early on in this heat. Well, I don't think Haley Adams has been able to get a single rep yet. That's the last rep for Paige Semenza. Walton has 30 seconds to complete 4 reps and get across the finish line. It looks like she and Adams are going to get capped.
That was a good, I think that was one of the cleaner reps that I've seen her do in a couple minutes, Sean. She was able to keep her hands on top of the log even through that violent kip that she gave it on the way up. Let's see if Haley can sneak one in.
Final couple seconds here, and Adams just can't get that to go, but Paige Rogers.
Wow.
9:32.6 seconds to pick up the heat win. And that is going to be a formidable time for the athletes in heat number 2.
Sean, we're going to talk about momentum quite a bit this weekend, especially surrounding the early events. And this is an amazing way to start. Paige Rogers was moving smoothly throughout even on the double unders, but she got to that handstand walk and created tremendous separation through the GHD into the box jump. She kept her placing, and it was the smooth, fast singles where she's able to have great hand position throughout all 16 of these log muscle ups. What a way to kick down the door in Nessie.
9:32.6 seconds for Paige Rogers, more than 2 minutes faster than second place Elisa Fuliano. Abby Yomet will finish in third. And it's Emmental and Danny Spiegel rounding out the top 5 with Kerstetter and Campbell, the 2 podium finishers from the CrossFit Games, in 6th and 7th place respectively. The 1 heat remains for the women. And those athletes are making their way out onto the floor right now. Nessie, presented by Strongest, the opening event here for the women in the CrossFit competition at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Take another look at what is in store here.
The first one is a chipper. Nessie involves 160 heavy, not normal double unders. They're gonna get a good chunk of handstand walk in, GHD sit-ups, 40 box jump overs at 20 inches, only to be halted or have an opportunity to excel at the 16 log muscle ups.
When you talk about handstand walking, you gotta talk about Danielle Brandon.
Got to.
Not many people faster on their hands than she is. We'll take a look at the lane assignments here for this second and final heat. Brandon will be working out of lane number 5. Laura Horvath, the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, will be in lane number 6. And Alex Gazan, another woman we'll be keeping an eye on here. The first time we've seen her in competition since the NorCal Classic. She'll be in lane number 4. What is at stake here, Adrian?
Yeah, the no-brainer here is momentum throughout the course of this weekend. Are we going to see Laura Horvath start to run away with this thing early? Will she be able to kick down the doors with a top 3 finish? Will some of the other competitors be able to wedge themselves into a point differential early on this way? Can she establish dominance this way? Or is it going to be a competition or a coronation is the question? Will someone rise to the occasion and start to dethrone Laura early this weekend?
Laura Horvath, the overwhelming favorite to win this competition. 9:32.6 seconds, the top time from Paige Rogers as we kick off the second and final heat with the 160 double unders with that weighted rope. One rep for every 20 that they complete on the scoreboard. The first woman to 8 reps will then move on to that 80-meter handstand walk. 2 total laps, 4 lengths between those red lines. Ariel Lone in the all green taking a break.
Yeah, a lot of the double unders here looking pretty uniformed. Similar jump heights for the women, similar hand speed. A couple intentional breaks. We see Gazan break there on the left. Remaining composed, this is all intentional so that she can make sure she's clean on the execution in the next handstand walk, even with the GHD sit-ups.
Gazan making her 3rd appearance in the Rogue Invitational. She's been top 5 here the last 2 years. Just missed out on a spot on the podium in 2024. And for more on her, let's go down to the competition floor with Kiki Dixon.
Sean, as you mentioned, this is Alex's first competition back since being injured in a car accident this past June. I had the opportunity to chat with her today, and she told me she feels healthy and can do everything without pain, but it is her squatting that's coming back the slowest. The biggest shift has been her perspective. She says she typically feels pressure, that she either podiums or it's a bust. But now she's just so happy to be here, and maybe that shift in perspective will pay off in performance. I say, come what may, Alex, we're just happy to have you back in the game, right, guys?
Thanks, Kiki. Laura Horvath and Danielle Brandon, the first 2 to the handstand walk. Ariel Lowen there as well. And Danielle Brandon is starting to open up a lead on Horvath as now Lowen is moving past the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. Brandon done with the first of 4 lengths, makes the return trip, and she's right back to work. Lowen and Horvath getting to work at the same time now as the rest of the field is pretty much on to that handstand walk. Everyone done with those 160 double unders. There is Danielle Brandon.
Yeah, folks, and if you're taking notes at home and want to know how to handstand walk a little bit better, stack your hips on top of your shoulders like Danielle Brandon does. If you break at the knee, not at the hip. Don't overarch. Don't look too far out in front of your hands. We're going to see some differences happening in fatigue, and that's going to lead to slowing for some of these other women. Danielle does a great job at staying stacked as we're watching her navigate this floor effortlessly, one hand in front of the other.
This is her 6th appearance at the Rogue Invitational. Her best finish. It's her only 2 finishes inside the top 10. Came in back-to-back years, 9th in 2022 and then 7th in 2023. She does have 1 event win in her career here at this competition, and right now leading here in the 2nd and final heat. The time to beat belongs to Paige Rogers, 9:32.6 seconds. This is the final trip now for Rogers back down the floor as Horvath on the left and Lowen on the right are fighting for 2nd place behind Brandon.
And I like here what Ariel even did with that decision, Sean. You know, she was watching Laura. She was like, I'm just going to stay right by where this girl is. I'm going to make sure that I keep my distance to her appropriately so that I can navigate these log muscle-ups, which I believe Ariel has in her back pocket as a capacity and skill set, so she's going to navigate the pacing appropriately.
And Lowen on the podium last year at the Rogue Invitational, along with Tia Toomey and Laura Horvath, as Danielle Brandon has gotten to work on her set of 60 GHD sit-ups. So looking to hit the 72 rep mark is Danielle Brandon, as they got 1 rep for each length of the floor on the handstand walk. Lowen also to work on the GHDs, and now Laura Horvath as well. The top 3 women in this heat really starting to separate themselves from the pack.
They're going to go rep for the most part here on these GHDs. I don't see anything different on the cycle rate that leads us to believe otherwise, but this is only going to be, again, they're trying to conserve what energy they can for the log, as they know that'll be their chance to make moves.
Alexis Raptis in the all black on the right side of your screen has just finished up her handstand walk. She's solidly in 4th place in the heat. And now Emma Lawson is finished up. She'll start her 60 GHD sit-ups. Alex Gazan and Brooke Wells will join the rest of the field on the GHDs. Maddie Surt, Manon Anganez, and Emily Rolfe still on the competition floor, closing out their 80-meter handstand walks. And now Danielle Brandon continues the lead onto the box jump overs. 40 reps here. Ariel Lowen has a couple rep lead on Laura Horvath on the GHDs. The 112 rep mark on the scoreboard is when Danielle Brandon will advance to those 16 log muscle ups.
It's one of those movements too, Sean, that when you stop and you pause, it hurts worse. These athletes have enough experience to understand that it's slow and steady often wins the race at GHDs. You just don't pause and stop and sit up there on the pad. You get moving, try to get to that box jump over, as Danielle Brandon is just continuing to pull away from the field.
Ariel Lowen is going to be the 2nd woman onto the box jump overs. And now here comes Laura Horvath. Well, you talked about, is this going to be a competition or a coronation? And right now, Lowen and Brandon are trying to turn this thing into a competition.
That's right. Yeah, and that's what we want. That's what they need early on from a whole field of competitors. If we're thinking about stacking up against Miss Horvath, is that we've got to be able to create barriers to accumulation of points for Laura. You do that by beating her in workouts.
Emma Lawson is now on to the box jump overs as Brandon gets to work on her 16 log muscle ups. This is the battle for 2nd place behind Brandon. Lowen on the left and Horvath on the right. The 128 is the score that Danielle Brandon needs to hit before she makes her way to the finish line. And again, that top time from heat number 1, Paige Rogers, is going to be a factor. 9:32.6 seconds. 5 reps remain now for Ariel Lowen on the box jump overs. She's got to get to 112 before she moves on to the muscle ups. Brandon has 8 reps remaining. She's halfway through that set of 16. And here comes Lowen.
Yeah, and Ariel has a good history with this log. She has a really tight redirection under that ring, onto that muscle up with the log, and it helps her get on top of that thing. As long as she can keep her hands on the log, she's going to work through these 16 pretty steadily.
5 reps left for Brandon. Laura Horvath onto the log. Yeah, Brandon on pace to win the event here.
Yeah, making a tremendous statement to start this weekend. I mean, very minimal change of direction. We're watching her body language. She's smooth over the log, using a big swing, minimal kip. It's getting the job done for her.
1 rep remaining for Danielle Brandon, looking to pick up her 2nd career event win at the Rogue Invitational. And she is going to do it. Danielle Brandon, 100 points in a victory in Nessie. 8:27.96 seconds. Beats Rogers by more than a minute. And now the fight for second as Laura Horvath has lost some ground to Emma Lawson. Emma Lawson has moved ahead of Horvath here in the race. Behind Danielle Brandon, Ariel Lowen has 8 reps left. And now a no rep for Laura Horvath.
This is where we start to see that decisive, intentional pacing play out for all these athletes. Are they going too soon? Are they waiting too long? An athlete like Emma Lawson has really paced this entire event only to this point. Now to start to push her threshold. If she's timed it just right, she's going to have an opportunity to be top 3 here.
She has a chance to push Lowen now for second place. It's a rep behind Ariel Lowen. Lowen's got 4 remaining. Lawson's got 5. Now Maddie Sturt and Alex Gazan have moved ahead of Laura Horvath. So our 2-time champ starting to fade here. Competition or coronation, well, early on here in 2025, this is definitely a competition. Laura Horvath starting to fall back here in the pack, and some of those times from the first heat are going to factor in as Rogers is going to wind up with a 2nd place finish in this event out of heat number 1. And here comes Ariel Lowen. And that will be good enough for 3rd place in the event, 10:08.78 seconds. Lawson is now done. Gazan is finished as well. And I don't think Lawson sees her. Ooh, and Lawson just made the touch ahead of Gazan. What a charge from Gazan. Maddie Sturt is in.
Big push and charge there from Maddie Sturt after those handstand walks.
But Laura Horvath continues to fall back in the pack here in heat number 2. She has 4 reps remaining.
And this is where you think about being a fierce competitor, sometimes coming to bite you. Because had Laura paced just a little bit earlier, now granted, she's a champ here, only one of 2. Her and Tia-Clair Toomey, the only 2 that have worn the crown at the Rogue Invitational, so she's gonna come out with that hungry mentality no matter what. But a little bit more control early in this event, maybe her final time plays out a little bit more towards the top.
Now Laura Horvath is done. Good news for her, this should be good enough for 7th place in the event. So another top 10 finish for Horvath here at the Rogue Invitational. Leaves Alexis Raptis as the leader on the floor. She has 3 reps remaining, 16-minute time cap, so 4.5 minutes to go before we hit that. Raptis is up and over.
Raptis, one of those athletes, Sean, that we know has the fitness, and we've seen her compete for years, has been operating a little bit under injury. She's recovering from some back issues that she had last year, and it's great to see her out there healthy and ready to compete.
She had to withdraw the last 2 times that she qualified for the Rogue Invitational in 2023 and 2024, but when she was healthy in 2022 and competed at this event, she finished in 8th place overall, and now Raptis is in just over the 12-minute mark. It's Anganese, Wells, and Rolfe on the floor, and the 3 of them are onto their set of 16 muscle-ups on the log.
And Ganesh, one of those athletes that has been here several times. She's been able to experience this log. It's wonder, we should ask them, how have you simulated the log in training? What are you doing to try to gather your experience at home?
Manon Anganese with 1 rep left here. She is up and over, and Manon Anganese well inside the 16-minute time cap.
And I'm feeling the coordination. Dark to light, light to dark. Got the switch, see what she's doing there with the hair and the shoes.
Got it dialed in.
Yeah, man, if you look good, you play good.
And many a football coach would say that. Brooke Wells and Emily Rolfe, the last 2 athletes on the floor. With Brooke Wells announcing her retirement earlier this year.
It's the time that they take between these singles that lets you know how they're feeling and the familiarity they have with this movement. Everybody's broken all the reps. In these women heats, it's just about how long do you take between your next attempt. Brooke's reps get really hard because of how far she pulls herself forward underneath that log. We've seen athletes have more success. How Emily Rolfe is trying to work through them where they just swing from behind it instead of redirect themselves. Watch Brooke pull her chest forward really hard there. And sometimes that pulls your hands down just a little bit more on that log. Emily's swinging that leg back, swinging through.
Less than 2 minutes to go before we hit the time cap. Rolfe is struggling on these reps. He's got 8 remaining. Wells has 6 left.
That was a great make there by Brooke. That feeling of urgency where you feel like you might not make it. She was able to strength it right over top.
Good rep for Emily Rolfe on the right side as Brooke Wells has got 5 left.
That's where that's an example of the grip blowing up there. Just hand slips right off the log.
One minute to go before event number 1. The first of 9 events that these athletes will face over the next 3 days is in the books, and it's Danielle Brandon who's going to pick up her 2nd career event win at the Rogue Invitational. We'll just see how far Wells and Rolfe can get here.
Yeah, 2 very different sides of the momentum coin here, Sean. Brooke Wells and Emily Rolfe just fighting rep for rep, trying to complete as many as they can. Danielle Brandon kicking down the door. And in a very impressive fashion.
Final 30 seconds. And that will do it for Nessie. Danielle Brandon, 8:27.96 seconds. You mentioned it, Adrian, just kicking the door down here. Paige Rogers' time from heat number 1 is going to be good enough for 2nd place. Danielle Brandon leading from the front, goes wire to wire here in event number 1 and picks up the 100 points. Unofficial results. Rogers and Brandon, the only 2 to go sub 10. Ariel Lowen's results good enough for 3rd place, and Emma Lawson and Alex Kazan rounding out the top 5. Well, event number 1 for the CrossFit athletes is done. They have 8 remaining. We're going to take a break, but action continues. We're far from done here on the opening day of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. The strongmen and women are back out on the competition floor as our coverage continues from Aberdeen, Scotland. Mitch Hooper didn't make a statement, but he reminded everybody who the man to beat here is. An event win. He only needed 2 of his 3 lifts to do it, to pick up 10 points in the wagon wheel deadlift. On the women's side, Lucy Underdown didn't even need a full event's work either. She sits atop the overall standings after winning the event to kick things off here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. The overall standings for the men, Mitch Hooper, your 2-time defending champion with 10 points, leads Asen Andrade by 1 point. Hatton and Mitchell sit tied for 3rd, and then Bryce Johnson, Rain O'Neill, Tom Evans, and Tom Stoltman are all tied for 5th place. On the women's side, it's 10 points for Lucy Underdown. Andrea Thompson and Jennifer Lyle split points for 2nd and 3rd. Angelica Jardine sits in 4th place, and Olga Lashuk is in 5th, tied with the Swamp Monster, Hannah Lindsay. Welcome back inside P&J Live, everybody, here in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with Lawrence Chalet and Kirsten Rhodes, and after that first event, we'll start with you, Laws. Things pretty much went as expected, and if you're part of that men's field, it's bad news that Mitch Hooper has already won an event.
Well, Mitch Hooper with a perfect start for him, and he has a great event in the Yoke Escalator coming as our last event today. This is the time those big barrel-chested Americans really need to put some pressure on him on this Viking press.
And Kristen, as far as the women are concerned, I don't think it's any surprise that Lucy Underdown walked away with the event win there.
Yeah, she did just as expected. We had Jennifer Lyle come in, and we had Andrea Thompson both pull over 700, which was super exciting and super awesome to see. And it's going to be a big shakeup in points because Inez is coming in and she needs these points, and Inez is the favorite on this next event. So.
Yeah, we go from pulling from the ground to pressing. The Viking press is up next, and 2 athletes who did not have maybe the performance that they wanted in the deadlift have a chance to really score some points here. I mean, this is an event that is tailor-made for both of these athletes. I mean, Lucas Hatton loves this stuff.
Oh, Lucas Hatton, every time we see any type of overhead, he excels. So I'm expecting no difference here. He is perfectly built for pressing, and he needs, the deadlift went well, but a good performance on this one puts him in a great position.
And this is where Inez Carrasquillo can really start getting on track for the rest of the competition.
Absolutely. There's no doubt she's the best female presser in the world at this point, and she is looking to hit a lot of reps on this Viking press. She even said she wished she could just do 1 rep on the men's because that's where she'd rather be.
That would be extremely impressive. And speaking of extremely impressive, all the implements that Rogue Fitness rolls out here are pretty eye-catching, and the Viking press is no different. And it was Jerry Pritchett, a member of our broadcast team, who played a big role in actually putting this whole thing together.
I'm Jerry Pritchett, Iron Outlaw, World's Strongest Man finalist. Rogue has asked me to design and build the Viking presses for the Rogue Invitational in Scotland this year. My full-time job has always been a metal fabricator, where I build all kinds of one-off custom equipment. Bill came to me wanting a Viking press, so that's what we set out to build. Competed on a lot of presses over the years. Building one for athletes at this level is something I take a lot of pride in. It's pretty cool seeing something that started as a sketch turn into an actual event on the Invitational floor. I did drawings that were converted to CAD to go to laser to get everything cut. And then it was brought into the weld shop, and then I started assembling. Everything from the frame to the boom was built from scratch for this event. They're massive. It's all 4x4, almost 3/16 wall tubing. They'll probably be up over 1,500 pounds, all said and done. It's coming to life now. With the caliber of athletes that we have, you're going to see some good reps. As they start trying to grind out those last 1 or 2, really having to dig deep, it's going to be a fun event. You're going to see some good battles, and it's going to be an event the men and women are going to go head-to-head on, be entertaining, with the crowd behind them.
Aberdeen, Scotland, that will be home to 10 of the strongest athletes in the world.
It's going to be exciting. I can't wait to see these in the arena, under the lights, ready for these athletes to attack them.
Jerry Pritchett, the Iron Outlaw, and a man of many talents, and we certainly appreciate his efforts in putting those 2 implements together. Viking Press, presented by GoRuck, is event number 2. Let's talk about what's at stake here, as both the men and the women will be competing at the same time. We'll start with the women's side.
This is a must-win event for Inez. She, in the deadlift, she's in 7th place at this point, and she must win this event to move herself up that leaderboard on the points.
What about for the men?
Yeah, I think for the men, I mentioned earlier the barrel-chested Americans, the likes of Trey Mitchell, Lucas Hatton, Bryce Johnson. These guys really need to separate themselves now. There's a lot of tied points on that deadlift. They need to really put the performance of their lives in on this one and get themselves away from being tied. You don't want to be in a group of tied positions. You want to put yourself into that top 3, put yourself into contention. And this is an event we've got a lot of good pressers. Going last is going to be a big advantage.
Athletes will have 1 minute to complete as many reps as they possibly can. 360 pounds for the men and 225 pounds for the women. Now, Rebecca Roberts is going to go by herself because there's an odd number of male competitors. So Roberts will be out first. After this, we'll have men and women competing against each other. That is Hamish the Highland Cow that Rebecca Roberts is using, I guess, as her de facto mascot here.
Look at her here today. She is smiling. She's having fun. Deadlift wasn't the event that she would want to start with, but it's out the way. Now she actually has some good events. She needs to climb up this leaderboard.
And she mentioned she was really looking forward to the Viking Press. She said it's very suited for her.
102 kilos, 225 pounds, 60 seconds for Rebecca Roberts to accumulate as many repetitions as she can.
So sometimes with Rebecca on certain events like a log or an axle where there's balance involved, she struggles a little. This, we don't need to worry too much about balance. She's got to focus on power. Use those legs. That's better. There we go. New piece of kit, so we don't know quite what to expect in terms of numbers, but Rebecca is starting off well after that mishap on rep 1. There's something to point out in this particular setup. The athletes are allowed to put the equipment down. Sometimes on a Viking Press, if people watch, they may have seen other shows where if you put it down, your go is terminated. Not the case here. They can use the whole 60 seconds and relift as many times as necessary.
Roberts through 4 reps here, 20 seconds remaining before her time is up. Hamish the Highland Cow looking on. There's 5 for Roberts. Trying to get through 6.
6 reps. And time is just about to run out.
How's it?
The Rebecca Roberts, 6 reps to start things out for the women. And let's send it down to the competition floor with Kiki Dixon.
Jerry, you're the man that designed and welded this new piece of equipment. What was the biggest challenge in getting it to come to life?
I think one of the biggest challenges is they're so big, they're massive, is trying to move them around once they started growing in size. You know, they started from building the sides, and then they started standing up as a main frame. So that was probably the biggest challenge, but it's been a huge honor to work with Rogue on this. You know, this is a trade that I've done all my life. I grew up in a fab shop since I was 12 years old working. So to bring this to this stage that I've competed at, I've judged at, I've commentated at, to now bring this, it's another great way to leave my mark on the sport.
And were you able to give this a go a few times? What's the trick?
I did. It's a heavy press. Bubba gave it a go. It's heavy, so we're going to see these athletes work today, and it's great to see this.
Thank you so much, Jerry. Appreciate it.
Thanks.
Man, I don't know what else we're going to have Jerry Pritchett do. He's in the
done it
booth,
all,
he's
hasn't
building
he?
equipment.
Just a brilliant guy. Legend
He'll work
of
at the
sport.
concession stand soon. Sam Beliveau and Patty Haynes will be the next 2 athletes out, as now we'll have paired men and women here. Athletes going in reverse order of the results from the prior event.
Sam Beliveau is very up and down on overhead. She is the record holder when it comes to dumbbell. Very explosive. I feel that explosiveness should suit her here.
It should suit her here, absolutely.
Paddy Haynes' first invitation. He's had a great year so far. Done very, very well in many competitions. Pressing is kind of considered his weakest event, but he's been working extremely hard. And he actually did quite well at the Viking Press in a show earlier this year.
Beliveau and Haynes are just having to sit around here with 60 seconds to go before they start. Patty Haynes has got quite the athletic background. I mean, this is a guy that used to run marathons and ultra marathons, and now here he is competing in strongman.
Yes, he's a very fit young man.
Those are two totally opposite ends of the spectrum.
They really are. But there's certain events that, like shield carries, where endurance is really important. That marathon running background definitely suits him. Less so when it comes to an event like this, where the shoulder, tricep pressing power. I don't think the marathons help so much on that one, but he has worked hard at it. He's got very long arms, which suit him for stone lifting, deadlifting.
10 seconds.
Beliveau and Haynes are ready. 10 seconds to go.
Stand by. And here we go.
The 360 for Patty Haynes and 225 for Sam Beliveau. That's 102 kilos for the women and 163 kilos for the men. And Haynes is now through 4 reps.
Unfortunately, Sam's struggling with this one.
Well, and this has a lot to do with foot placement, too, is to be able to get that drive.
Foot placement is important. I don't know how you found Viking Press. I always found when it was facing out like this with a neutral grip, shoulder and tricep strength was much more important.
Right.
Facing the machine, you could generate a lot more leg drive and body weight pushing into it.
And push, exactly.
Belivo's struggling here. She's got 20 seconds left. Haynes, meanwhile, is looking to get his 6th rep.
Good solid start by Paddy on the men's equipment. Can he get the 6th rep? He's going to press out. Gets the head through. Good
and
rep.
Got the down signal. So Patty Haynes through 6. Beliveau still looking for her first. And that is going to do it. So Sam Beliveau unable to get a good rep. Rebecca Roberts still the top scorer for the women at 6. And Patty Haynes opens up with 6 reps for the men.
But before this, we heard some of the athletes talking up crazy numbers. So far, it looks pretty heavy.
Yeah, it's definitely heavier than what I was thinking it was going to be.
Patty Haynes got off to a great start here. Able to get through 6 reps at 360 pounds.
Utilizing great leg drive, really leaning back, trying to almost turn it into an incline bench press.
Yeah, I was just going to say it looks more like an incline bench.
Actually developing some muscle on him as well, the young man. It's good to see. We kind of tease Paddy. He is a lot smaller than some of these other guys, but he's been working hard on building that muscle. As I said, great athlete, but he's strong as well, and he's getting stronger and stronger every show.
And just a reminder that the men and women are not competing against each other, just competing at the same time. So Patty Haynes the leader right now for the men with 6 reps as Tom Stoltman will get set to take on the Viking Press along with Melissa Peacock for the women.
Tom Stoltman, 3 times he's been second at this show. Has not had the start he wants in the deadlift. However, for such a tall man, his pressing is very, very good. He's won the log at the Rogue Invitational before. He has great mobility for such a tall man as well.
Melissa Peacock coming off an 8th place finish in the deadlift. Tom Stoltman with once again a good welcome from the hometown crowd here.
Well, referees just giving final instructions to the athletes. So important that you listen to the rules and make sure you don't want to lose a rep because you didn't listen to the rules. It's fine if you're not strong enough, but if you either put it down too quickly, you don't wait for the down command, your feet are in the wrong position.
Feet, yeah.
All these things are a little.
And they're very strict on the judging here.
10 seconds.
Score to beat for the women and the men right now, 6 good reps.
Stand by. And here we go.
There we go, Mel.
Stoltman's already through 2 now, 3 reps. That's 4. He's still got 50 seconds to go. There's 5.
Tom is looking very strong.
6 for Stoltman, just repping 360 pounds out. Peacock took a break after 3, and Stoltman goes 9 and takes a break. Now again, Laz, this is allowed, as you mentioned. They can put the equipment down and take a break.
They can indeed, and it's smart to put it down before you burn out completely. So Tom being very, very clever there. He knows he's got more in the tank, but he doesn't want to go to that point where you've got totally exhausted. use the time. You'll obviously feel he's got a few more reps in him. There's another one. Into double figures. This is really good by Tom Stoltman.
Through 12 reps, Peacock stuck at 4. With 5 seconds remaining, Stoltman going for 13.
Nice.
Wow.
And that is going to be a tough mark to beat. Tom Stoltman, now your leader for the men with 13 good reps. Mel Peacock right now second place for the women with 4. Is Rebecca Roberts' mark of 6 still the top mark?
Hard to go early, but the 13 reps looks like a good amount. Tom looked comfortable.
He did look very comfortable. He was just repping those out. Yeah.
Got through 9 in about 20 to 30 seconds and then was able to take a break before he put 4 more on the board.
Look how comfortable these early reps were. It's so far to press as well.
So just focused. Boom.
Just a good, solid push press. Great tricep strength.
Mel Peacock, meanwhile, got through 4 reps, got off to a decent start, then ran into a bit of a wall.
She knocked out those first 3 reps pretty quick.
She was looking good early on, just burnt out.
Tom Evans and Inez Carrasquillo will be up next. And as you mentioned, Kristen, this is an event that Inez looking to win if she wants to start putting a run together on that second straight title here at the Rogue Invitational.
Yeah, she definitely needs the points here. She needs this win. She's very confident on this event. She said this was the one she was most excited about.
She's looked phenomenal in training in any pressing move.
Yeah.
6 reps still the mark to beat for the women, and now 13 the top score for the men.
Tom Evans is a good presser as well. We're going to expect a big number from both these athletes. Look at this.
Wow. Carrasquillo is ripping through this thing.
That is superb on both sides.
Wow. Rep for rep. Look at him.
And there's Carrasquillo, now your leader, and we're only 20 seconds in. She's through 10, now 11.
Thomas Evans hits 11. Inez is still going now with 15 reps.
Only halfway through here, Inez Carrasquillo is just mauling that 225-pound Viking press.
And for the first time, she felt she's still got so much time.
19 reps for Carrasquillo. Tom Evans, meanwhile, has now taken the lead with 14 reps. That's one better than Tom Stoltman.
20
Carrasquillo through 20 and counting.
Oh, wow.
Inez Carrasquillo.
That is incredible.
Unreal effort.
Both athletes.
Like you said, Kristen, she had to win this, and that is going to go a long way towards helping her achieve that. Meanwhile, like you said, Loz, Tom Evans, your new leader for the men.
Those both incredible, but 20 repetitions.
Inez just set the bar very high.
Let's watch this masterclass.
Unbelievable here, 20 reps. I mean, she got through 10, I think, in less than 15 seconds.
She gets criticized sometimes for split jerking. There's no split jerking here. She is showing the world she's not just technically good, she is strong as well. Strong, efficient, explosive. Look at the focus. Brilliant performance there from Inez.
20 good reps for Inez Carrasquillo, the defending champion. Won 3 events last year. This could be her 4th career event win at the Rogue Invitational. I know we got a long way to go, but that was impressive.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was, like you said, that was a masterclass on how to Viking press. And I hope everybody else was watching.
I don't know if I can rep out an empty barbell that fast. That was incredible. Lorraine O'Neill and Hannah Lindsay will be up next, and that's going to be a tough act to follow.
Yes. Great to see Hannah back. Such a character, tremendous focus. Often see blood pouring out of her. She doesn't mind. She just wants to do everything she can to be the best. See what shape she's in on the Viking press. And our new sensation, Rain O'Neill, burst onto the scene this year.
14 reps, the mark to beat for the men. 20 reps now from Inez Carrasquillo. The top score for the women is Nell and Lindsay are set.
Stand by.
So after that incredible performance we saw from our last pair, this is a bit more normal in terms of this level, but still good solid reps from both competitors. Hannah on 4 currently, Reno moves up to 7.
Hannah's just staying steady. She's just knocking them out.
Well, if Lindsay gets past 6, she'll be in second place. Right now tied with Rebecca Roberts for the second best mark at 6 reps. Nell, meanwhile,
chasing the 13 now of Tom Stoltman.
Trying to get up there to put himself inside the top 3. And Lindsay now is in second place.
Hannah ahead of Rebecca. And Reno looks like he's going to be stuck on 8.
Eight reps for Nell, 7 for Lindsay, but for Lindsay, it's
that was a great performance.
Right now,
from
second
Hannah.
place in the event.
7 place is second. 7 reps is second.
Second.
First is 20.
A little bit of a difference. That just shows you how far ahead Inez is.
And that's not a knock at Hannah. That just shows how incredible Inez was.
An overhead presser, yeah.
Rain O'Neill right off the bat had some really good reps here. Then the fatigue starts to set in, as one would expect when you're throwing 360 pounds over your head that much. Then Hannah Lindsay's effort good enough for second place right now in the event.
And Hannah's not typically been known as an overhead presser, but that was a very good result for her. Yeah, she did really well.
She's been working hard, steadily getting stronger. Now here's someone that could do very, very well. One of the most consistent performers on the women's side.
Yeah, she's been around for a while. She's always consistently placing in the top 2, top 3.
It's very rare you see her off a podium, isn't it?
Very rare. Yeah, I think she has won everything but the Rogue Invitational.
She was second place last year. There's
Bryce Johnson.
His first appearance here
I saw
at
Bryce,
the Rogue Invitational.
Bryce has done well on Viking Press before. Expect to see some good numbers from him.
360 pounds for the men, 225 for the women. Top scores on the upper right-hand part of your screen. So 102 kilos for Olga Lashuk and 163 kilos for Bryce Johnson, who's already through 5 reps, now 6.
Both of these athletes moving well through the early phase of this event. And Bryce is on to double figures already. 14 reps is the target to beat. I think Olga will be looking to put herself into second place, and she has done.
She's already in second.
But Johnson now to tie for the lead, and we still have 30 seconds to go.
Bryce just trying to figure out where he is number-wise. Use a little bit of recovery time.
Well, Lashuk at 12 is now in second place in the event for the women.
12 is very good.
And this for the lead for Johnson, and he's got it.
Bryce puts himself into first place overall.
And that last one is going to count for Johnson. Lashuk
That last one
with a
is.
solid effort, and Johnson loves it.
Did Olga get that final rep as well?
It sounded like it.
16 for Johnson to put him in the lead, and Lashuk solidly now in second with 13 good reps. And Bryce Johnson tied for the lead with 30 seconds to go in his window.
That was very good. Those big triceps working hard. Huge man, very powerful.
And let's not forget, a last-minute addition here to the field.
He was indeed. He's taking those opportunities this year, and it's really paying dividend because he's establishing himself as one of the top guys. Every show he seems to be getting better. He's getting more experience, more confidence. I expect to see big, big things from this man.
Yeah, Big Bryce with a big performance. He has the lead now for the men with 15 good reps. I'll bring up Trey Mitchell and Angelica Jardine.
Angelica's also she's a very good overhead presser. I believe she just hit 305 axle.
The whole contest is full of big pressers, and none more so than this man on our screen now. Trey Mitchell. As you just mentioned, Angelica Jardine. She's so new as well and just continuing to improve. Already an Arnold champion. She wants to add the Rogue Invitational to that list of achievements. Actually, last year was the first time she'd been off a podium in contest where she finished 4th.
Trey Mitchell and Angelica Jardine next two up. Mitchell 3rd place overall after that deadlift event.
30 seconds.
Angelica Jardine was really one of the best stories of the 2024 Arnold Classic, coming out of nowhere to win that competition. That was a lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, those day 2 events were absolutely just suited for her.
10 seconds.
Look at the focus.
16 for the men, 20 for the women. Can we see those numbers beaten?
Oh, Jardine, look at the start here. There's 3 reps. Trey Mitchell looking smooth as well on the left.
Both looking strong here.
AJ's put on a masterclass over here too.
She really is. AJ means business. She's like,
knocking him out.
Talk about these other women when it comes to pressing. Do not forget my name.
And Mitchell is now tied for the lead.
Wow. Oh, wow.
And now has the lead through 17. Jardine is getting close to that 20 rep mark, and that's the first time she's failed. Still have 20 seconds left here.
She uses the time. She's still got more in her. And Trey Mitchell is moving up. 20 reps.
Jardine now
18.
has 18. All by herself in 2nd place in the event behind Inez Carrasquillo. Final seconds, 21 reps for Trey Mitchell and 18 for Jardine.
That was incredible. Both of them, that was incredible.
These athletes just get better and better all the time.
The way Angelica Jardine started that, it looked like she had a chance of maybe overtaking Inez Carrasquillo for the lead, but that one fail just is, I think, what undid her here. But Trey Mitchell was smooth the whole way here.
Yeah, Trey very solid. Just tremendous pressing power. Great explosive power from Angelica Jardine. You called it. You said she was a great presser.
Yeah.
Kristen, and you're absolutely right.
I expected Angelica and Andrea to come in and test Inez for the win on this. And Andrea's coming up here pretty soon.
21 reps for Trey Mitchell as Jennifer Lyle and now Lucas Hatton will take on the Viking Press. And this is one of those events that you mentioned. Lucas Hatton, barrel-chested American. This is a chance for him to score some points here. Maybe try to put some pressure on Mitch Hooper.
We've seen him win so many overheads the last couple of years. And Jennifer looked incredible on the deadlift. Let's see how her Viking Press is this year.
Yeah, and Jennifer's coming off a recent win at the Shaw Classic. She took the open class at the Shaw Classic this year. And surprised everybody, in her deadlift at the Arnold this year was absolutely incredible as well. She's definitely showed she deserves to be here.
Showed maturity as well after failing the opening deadlift today. Yeah. Came back, made the corrections with the straps, and absolutely smashed it.
Trey Mitchell's score has been adjusted. They gave him another rep, so 22 reps for Mitchell is now the score to beat. So let's see if Lucas Hatton can go after that. Solid start for Hatton. Lyle looking good as well. Again, the weight 360 pounds for the men, 225 pounds for the women. That's 163 kilos for the men and 102 kilos for the women. And Hatton is now halfway towards Trey Mitchell's mark.
Jennifer on 6, but Hatton already on 14 reps.
Wow. 30 seconds to go.
Just trying to use the time wisely. Again, stopping before you burn out completely. Well, I'm surprised here. I thought we might see easier reps. He started absolutely effortlessly. He's burning out here at 15 reps. Trey Mitchell sat on 22, will be looking very confident that he can maintain the lead.
Hatton trying to get a couple reps here as we're approaching the final seconds. Lyle can't finish that one up, so Lyle's going to finish with 6, and Hatton with 16. But Trey Mitchell still has the lead.
You know, once that lactic acid sets in your triceps and your shoulders, you're done.
Yeah.
It's almost better just to rep them out as fast as you can and just do as many as you can.
Absolutely
Once
right.
you set it down, it's really, really hard to come back.
I agree with you.
And you saw that with Hatton.
Yeah, earlier,
knocked out
look
those
how
reps
easy
so
these were to
easy.
start with.
Yep.
But once that lactic acid kicks in and you're burnt out, you're not recovering in that time.
No. He didn't even move. Look at that.
You kind of feel like he may have suited it being heavier.
Right, yeah.
Andrea Thompson, another athlete that's very good when it comes to Viking press.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to watching her.
Seen some great targets set so far.
She'll be out there with Austin Andrade. Thompson with an extremely impressive resume in this sport. Thompson was at the Rogue Invitational last year. This man was not. Andrade, one of the 5 rookies in the men's field. Andrea Thompson finished 8th at the Rogue Invitational in 2024.
Austin had a great performance at the Arnold's this year. Loves the heavy events. Second place on our opening event in the wagon wheel deadlift. I think he'll be looking forward to this Viking press. Big numbers, though, for these athletes to chase down.
It's been some really great performances.
10 seconds. Stand by.
22 reps for the men is your top score, and 20 for the women. Thompson off to a good start. Already through 4.
Ten reps for Andrea so far.
Andrade through 6, taking a break. 40 seconds remain here. Thompson continues to work. Now through 13.
Andrea takes a break at 14. Austin Andrade still on 6. Needs to try and add a few more reps to that score. What do they have left with 20 seconds to go? Austin gets another rep. Andrea gets another. 16. He stops again. How long? 10 seconds to go. She needs to push for 2 more to tie AJ.
Andrade now is starting to run out of gas. Thompson back to work through 17 reps. It's going to be a really solid result for Andrea Thompson.
Gets 18 to tie with Angelica Jardine, and Austin Andrade finishing on 11.
That's a lot of reps.
I mean, still just crazy to consider that Andrade only got halfway towards the top score.
Yeah.
A really good methodical reps to start for Andrea Thompson.
It's interesting because we say, you know, maybe it'd be better if it was heavier for them, but then some athletes might have zeroed as well.
Right. Yeah, I think it was a
just
good
shows
answer.
how strong some of these athletes are this year.
And that just shows their strengths, too. Some have a very strong deadlift, very strong overhead. Some are much quicker on the moving events.
That's why we love the sport.
We do.
Everyone's good at different things. The best
are good at everything.
The overall leaders after one event will be out on the floor. Lucy Underdown and Mitch Hooper, both of who won that opening deadlift event without taking their 3rd and final lifts.
So both these built more for the deadlift type events. However, through good technique, Mitch has become very good in certain overheads. This one does require that shoulder and tricep strength. Been working hard on it. And in the past, I think it's fair to say the pressing is a weakness for Lucy.
It has been a weakness for Lucy.
She's been working extremely hard in training. She sounded very, very confident when we spoke to her before the show. And she feels the work she's put in, she can get a good result on this one. I don't expect to see her at 18 reps with the top 3, but she'll be looking to get a top 5 finish for sure. I don't believe either of these will get into our first place positions. It's about making sure the overall position is where you want it to be. They'll have numbers in their head, and both off to a good start. Mitch looking really strong.
Lucy looks great. Look at her.
Tricep strength is looking so much better.
Yeah.
She has a tiny little sticking point, and then it powers through. Legs are looking strong.
Mitchell Hooper goes to 11 and takes a break.
Both of them stopping there.
I think he's shooting for 16. I think I heard him say that.
I think so too.
Before he got to his judge, and for him, yeah, that's another top 5 finish.
Mitch looking really in shape right now. 15, 16. That puts him into second place, I believe, on the men's side.
Go, Lucy.
Lucy,
oh, look at that press. Oh, she ground that one out.
Pressing power.
Hooper trying to get one final rep here. Wow. 18 for the Moose.
That was great.
Underdown is going to wind up with 9.
I'm super impressed with Lucy on that event.
Lucy made good progress.
Looks really good.
Just doing what Mitch Hooper does, just hanging out inside the top 3. Looks to be your overall leader heading into the 3rd and final event of the day.
22 reps by Trey and 20 reps by Inez was incredible by both those athletes.
Those are some strong shoulders.
Mitch Hooper staying consistent. Second place finish behind Trey Mitchell, who puts up 22 impressive reps to pick up the event win. Bryce Johnson and Lucas Hatton both tie with 16 reps, and as Tom Evans rounded out the top 5 with 14.
The big barrel-chested Americans, like I said to you.
On the women's side, Inez Carrasquillo. Kristen, you said early on, what's at stake? She's got to win this to start her quest for a 2nd straight title. She does just that, 20 reps. Angelica Jardine and Andrea Thompson tie with 18 reps, and Olga Lashuk and Lucy Underdown in 4th and 5th. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
You two just put on a master class of the Viking Press. How many reps did you anticipate getting versus the reality?
I was thinking the high 10s and just like, you know, like I was like 15, a little bit more, but like there was guys coming ahead of me that did 15, 16. It's just like, you know, just keep going, didn't count any reps.
And how about you, Inez?
My coach said, get 20, and I was like, I need to get 20. I need to sell my soul, and I got 20.
You got 20, and you got the W. Now, the Viking Press isn't new to strong men and strong women, but this particular implement was. What were the nuances that you were able to unlock so quickly?
Like yesterday during the event testing, we were able to fill it out, and like I set the marker for our stop to pick it up a little bit lower, so just in case I needed to dip lower when it gets heavier, like so I could get a little bit more leg drive.
And what about you, Inez? With this particular press, what did you find was the secret?
It was honestly rebound the reps. Stopping makes it a little bit harder, so I think going straight into the dip and coming back up is the easiest way to like get more reps. So.
Well, you clearly both knew what you were doing. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
I appreciate it so much.
Trey Mitchell and Inez Carrasquillo. I think masterclass is the appropriate description of what we just watched there. 4th career event win at the Rogue Invitational for Inez Carrasquillo. 3rd for Trey Mitchell. Strong men and women are done, but action continues. We're going to take a break. When we return, the individual men and women for the CrossFit competition back out on the floor. Justin Medeiros is back in championship form early. The two-time Rogue Invitational winner picks up the victory in the opening event and now sits atop the overall standings with 100 points. Jay Crouch currently sits in second, and Pat Vellner, another two-time Rogue Invitational champion, rounding out the top three. Our coverage of the 2025 Rogue Invitational continues here live inside the P&J Live in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor. But Justin Medeiros has gotten off to strong starts before, Adrian, and that has always played out very well for him here at the Rogue Invitational.
It has. We know that he's a two-time champ, and we know that his focus in his career is getting back to having fun. Sean, I think you can have a lot of fun when you start the weekend with 100 points to get this thing rolling.
Followed up both of his CrossFit Games championships with wins here at the Rogue Invitational, and now has 5 career event wins after taking the opening event here at the 2025 Invitational.
We know that he's one of those guys, Sean, that takes pride in dying for points. His coach, Adam Neefer, himself, they ooze that mentality every opportunity they're going to scrap for points. They certainly will, but to start off the weekend with a buffer of 100 points in your back pocket is a nice feeling, knowing that he's still got some events that we also know will lend itself valuable to his pursuit at the top of the podium.
And for more on the man with the mullet, let's send it down to Kiki Dixon on the competition floor.
Justin shared with me that he has 2 quotes on his gym wall. The first one is, "My confidence comes through preparation." And the second, "My best is enough." And excuse me while I dry my eyes really quick. He said that the Rogue Invitational is not won in 3 days. It's won in the preparation leading up to it. And I would say that that's paying off so far.
Thank you, Kiki. Well, Jason Hopper is trying to follow in Justin Medeiros' footsteps and follow up his win at the CrossFit Games with a championship here at the Rogue Invitational. But right now, Hopper is towards the bottom of the pack, currently 18th place overall after that first event.
Yeah, and you know what? We talked about this leading up. We've talked about his previous finishes of 19th, 19th, and 19th when the log made his appearance, and he wanted improvement. That one spot, jumping to 18th, that's not what he was talking about, Sean, when it comes to improvement. But I'm going to tell you right now, Jason Hopper is not out of this running if he keeps his head in the game, keeps his focus, and handles his business one event at a time. He'll still have an opportunity to get on that podium.
We are getting set for the second of 9 events here for the individual CrossFit men at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. It is William Wallace, presented by Brewdog. And we got to look at, we've got the strong men and strong women here competing, and we have some of their implements out on the floor here for the CrossFit athletes.
Exactly, and that's what they get to handle here in William Wallace. Again, we talk about this one-off, nuanced experience that you get when you get to be at the Rogue Invitational, and this is it. A log clean and press, not something athletes are going to get an opportunity to do. A yoke carry at 600 pounds for these men, and then the unique experience of the power stairs, taking 300 pounds for a ride, one stair at a time, all the way to the top until you slap that buzzer.
What are the keys here to this event? Because there's a lot of probably figuring some stuff out on the fly here for some of these athletes.
Yeah, you're right. Well, I'm going to tell you right now, it's lean back. We go shoulder to overhead, which means pressing something overhead a lot in CrossFit. But leaning back is going to be necessary because of the diameter of this log. It puts a unique stress on your core and your back, and then lost in transition. Look at all the space on the competition floor. These athletes are going to need to hustle in those transitions from element to element and not just jog.
We're going to have 4 heats of 5 athletes here, and you can see everything laid out on the floor here at P&J Live. And Aberdeen, Scotland. There's the yoke for the men. 605 pounds on that, 215 pounds on the log, and then the power stair, they have to lug that 300-pound implement up to the top. And the athletes in the opening heat taking the floor here. And there's a guy on the competition floor who knows a lot about handling all this equipment. That's Jerry Pritchett, and he is with Kiki Dixon.
Jerry, we've got the CrossFit athletes that are going to get their hands on some strongman events, but to the viewer at home who's never lifted something like this, what advice would you give them?
So technique is going to be big on these logs. On the clean, they want to sit, kind of upright, roll it in their chest and roll it, and not try to yank it each time. It's going to wear them out faster. Efficiency is going to be key on all this. The yoke, the logs, power stairs, all of it.
Thank you, Jerry. Appreciate your insight.
You bet.
First heat underway. Uldis Upniks, Heinrich Happelainen, Harry Lightfoot, Colton Mertens, and Fabian Hermans. Opening things up here, 3 rounds. We start with the 5-log clean and press here at 215 pounds.
Yeah, we're already seeing how much of a bear fight this is going to be with that log press for these athletes as we watch Harry Lightfoot take it from ground overhead. Exactly what Jerry was referring to. It's a row into your lap, then you jump and shrug that thing to the front rack position, which we're very familiar with a clean, but it's a very different movement than a traditional barbell clean and jerk, no doubt about it. Mertens, the first one off, making his way to that 600-pound yoke.
They'll have to carry this 40 feet. There's Heinrich Happelainen, who's making his first appearance in competition since the Rogue Invitational last year. So Mertens is done. Happelainen and Lightfoot right behind him. And now they have to carry that 300-pound power pin up to the top of the stairs. Happelainen is there first. Lightfoot starting his ascent at about the same time as Mertens and Happelainen. Happelainen, Lightfoot, and Mertens are done with the opening round. You can see Harry Lightfoot wearing that red jersey. He has number 21 on the back as he was the 21st guy selected to be here.
You gotta love it. Not sitting in 21st place currently, coming out, starting the day with some good momentum. Harry looking to make a statement here if he can have a good finish.
With 10 reps per round, 1 rep each for the clean and press. The yoke counts as 1 rep, and then they get 1 rep for every stair they ascend on the way up to the top. This is the second of 3 rounds. Lightfoot with a strong performance in event number 1 in the opening heat. Good enough for 9th place overall.
This is where the reps start to really accumulate and build a unique aspect of fatigue for these athletes. They're not used to something that large in that front rack position. We watched Lightfoot there get a no rep. He did not show lockout at the top of that shoulder overhead.
The Mertens is off first again and onto the 605-pound yoke. He'll bring this 40 feet back. Heinrich Happelainen onto his second yoke carry as well. Mertens is done. Mertens making his first appearance at the Rogue Invitational since 2020. He took 9th place that year. And back to the power stairs goes Colton Mertens.
Yeah, and that initial waddle, that 10 feet that they have to travel with that power pin is not something that we can ignore. How athletes navigate that will be different from heat to heat. Colton, even the first one, set it down a few times before he started to go up the stairs, this time much more smooth.
And Mertens through 2 of his 3 rounds and hustling back to the log as Happelainen is now done. But Fabian Hermans is on to his second yoke carry. He's in the white shirt as Happelainen's making his way back to the log to join Colton Mertens on his 3rd and final set of 5 reps.
Colton with a great and fast transition from his shoulders to the lockout. He's doing a great job lapping the log here, quickly getting into his shoulders, and look at how immediate then he just jumps it right over his head. This reduces the time it takes, of course, but he gets to breathe easier by putting that thing down really quick.
And Mertens 10th place after the opening event, so trying to get himself into that second and final heat. As now Hermans is done and is working his way back to join Mertens and Haapalainen on their third and final sets of that log press. Mertens is now done. The one final yoke carry, then one last ascent up the power stairs, and Colt Mertens looking to pick up a heat win in this opening of 4 heats.
Colton making this 600 pounds look much easier than it is, especially when you're already tired and breathing a tremendous amount. He does a great job stabilizing under that bar.
Now, this is a guy who knows a lot about just pure grunt work.
This is what we were talking about. This is how he navigated that first round. You can tell he's got a bit of fatigue in his grip and in his back. He's not ready to pick it up and carry it yet. Here we go. He's got to go.
Yeah, Haapalainen is starting to gain some ground. Mertens working his way up the stairs. I don't think Haapalainen is going to be able to catch him. So Colt Mertens to the top, makes the touch of the buzzer, and he's in at 5:12.82 seconds to take heat number 1. Haapalainen is through as well at 5:18. There's an 8-minute time cap to this event, so 2.5 minutes to go before we run into that. Second of 9 events these men will face. And the second of 3 that they will face here today to open things up at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Fabian Hermans, who made it here through the online qualifier, onto the yoke for the final time.
Yeah, Fabian choosing a quick break there. It's better to choose rest before rest chooses you, especially with that yoke. Otherwise, you'll be standing around a long time before you're ready to pick that thing back up.
He gets right to work on the power pin and already has it up on one stair. And he is done. Fabian Hermans, 3rd place in the heat, 6:14.69 seconds, leaves Lightfoot and Upniks out there on the competition floor. They're both in their 3rd and final rounds, and Lightfoot just got a no rep on his, what would have been his last log press.
Yeah, Harry's really having a very, very different strategy than we saw Mertens have success with. He takes a while to get that bar from the ground to his lap, then from his lap to his shoulders, hangs out for a second before he's ready to press it, and it just increases his time under tension. A much better rep.
Lightfoot makes his way to the yoke for the last time.
Yeah, this weight is nothing that these competitors can ignore, that 600 pounds. It looks so different in round 3 than it does in round 1, which you would expect. That 40 feet starts to look like a lot more like 40 yards.
A little more than 30 seconds to go before we run into the time cap. Lightfoot's going to make it inside of that. One last stare for him. And he's through, 7:32 flat. And Uldis Upniks is actually being helped off the floor right now by the medical team. So we'll have to check on him. Colton Mertens takes the opening heat, 5:12.82 seconds. And that is a guy that is just tailor-made for an event full of a bunch of grunt work.
Hey, we know he knows how to do a thing or two when it comes to just raw work. We didn't know it might carry over so well into these strongman apparatus, but he nailed it today, Sean. I'll tell you what, he came out, had good momentum from that 10th place finish earlier today, and he carried it right in to this event here with these odd objects and simple work. Colton Mertens is our man here, at least to kick off. He won.
Mertens looking to keep himself inside the top 10, heading into the 3rd and final event of the day. And gets the event win, or the heat win, pardon me, at 5:12.82 seconds. And he is with Kiki Dixon.
Colton, you took heat 1. It's been a few years since you've been at the Rogue Invitational. How good is it to be back?
Yeah, it's been a long time coming. I was here for the first 2 years, and I was hoping to be here every year, but took a 4-year hiatus. But yeah, I'm so glad to be back and here in Aberdeen too. It's very cool.
You got after some good old-fashioned grunt work. Which of these implements was your favorite and why?
Definitely the log clean and press. I think that's where I was able to separate the most on this event. Then just try to keep the yoke steady and survive on those stairs.
Thank you very much, and welcome back.
Thank you.
Colton Mertens will have to see if his time will stand with 3 heats remaining. 5:12.82 seconds, 6 seconds better than Heinrich Happelainen, who nearly managed to overtake Colton's. If he had a little more time, may have actually done that. He had a great final round at Happelainen. Fabian Hermans is going to finish in 3rd, Lightfoot, last man to finish at 7:32.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Colton Mertens starting off with this kind of momentum. I mean, we'll have a lot of people that got to take the floor, but this sets him up really well for tax collector coming up later. Some of those movements are going to be in his advantage. So he's done a great job at capitalizing when opportunity presents itself.
The Iron Hog with a heat win. Quick break. When we return, 2nd of 4 heats for the men here in William Wallace at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Event 2, William Wallace, presented by Brewdog, continues here on day number 1 of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon has us covered down on the competition floor. Here's a look at what awaits the athletes in Heat 2.
Yeah, it's William Wallace. They're going to do 3 rounds of 5 log clean and press, and this was a big separator in Heat 1 from what we've seen so far, but that only kicks it off. Then they get to a 600-pound yoke carry and 1 power stair ascend. Each round, they're going to go through it 3 times.
2nd of 4 heats here for the men. Take a look at Chandler Smith, who'll be at a lane number 4. Saxon Panchik and Sam Quant next to him, and then Austin Hatfield and Guy Mayeros will be in lanes 1 and 2. We are underway. Top time so far out of heat number 1. Colton Mertens, the Iron Hog, 5:12.82 seconds. Austin Hatfield so far your leader through 2 of these opening 5 reps. Now through 3. Hatfield in the black tank top. Chandler Smith, who should have no problem with this weight.
Well, Chandler's got a great history with that log. He did a great job slinging that thing around back in Texas. He had no problem shoulder overhead then, and he's showing slight work of it now. Really smooth and effective clean from the ground. Early arm bend, of course, to get it to his lap. And then an easy push jerk overhead. But it's Hatfield who's first to that yoke.
Hatfield with his first 40-foot yoke carry. 605 pounds loaded on that.
The one thing I'd like to see Austin do there is slow down just a touch, to be honest. He put that thing down. It wasn't on purpose. He just got a little bit ahead of himself and let his momentum take him forward. With that yoke, you've got to keep your feet under your hips.
274 kilos on that yoke, and now the first ascent up the stairs with that 300-pound power pin.
We saw from that first heat, a lot of these athletes are going to be neck and neck, head to head here on this first round, even through these power stairs. And once we get about 2 to 3 ground to overhead in with this log on the second round, that's where we're going to start to see some of the separation with their confidence going back for more.
Hatfield and Chandler Smith, your top two in this second heat. Saxon Panchik currently sits in third, and Sam Quant is in fourth. Guimaeros bringing up the rear right now in this second heat. Hatfield's to work on his second set of 5 log clean and jerks.
And what I like is he got right back to work, and these look exactly the same as they did in the first round. This efficiency that he's got, quick breather, he laps it and then quickly gets it to his shoulders and then quickly jumps it overhead. A little bit of a misstep there. That was probably his slowest shoulder overhead. But Austin's still looking good.
215 pounds, 97 kilos. Hatfield coming off that strong performance at the CrossFit Games, finished 5th place, and now on to the yoke for the second time.
And that jog that he just started with, Sean, that's what you like to see, a little bit of urgency. He knows this 600 pounds is going to feel like it's bearing down on his soul. Nonetheless, quick break, belt adjustment. This is where he's got to have urgency and get after it because Chandler Smith's coming quick.
Smith remaining in second place. As he's now through his second set of 5.
I couldn't tell if Chandler was intentionally walking like Michael Myers there on Halloween or if it was just his natural cadence due to being out of breath.
Chandler Smith, another guy inside the top 10, finished 8th in the opening event. Hatfield just outside the top 10 after that opening event, 12th place overall. Now Smith is done, and he'll go back to the power stairs for another ascent with that 300-pound power pin. Hatfield to the top, and he's on to his third and final round.
Yeah, and he looks good. Steady jog back to the start. That's what you like to see.
Saxon Panchik is still in third place. Sam Quant getting to the yoke now for the second time. Hatfield has started his third and final set of log clean and press and just got a no rep.
Saxon making his way back to the power stair here. An athlete that started with some solid momentum in event 1. He wants to continue to carry that through the weekend. It's got to be a place where he can still fight for a high amount of points.
Yeah, late addition to the field here after Dallin Pepper made the announcement that he wasn't going to be able to compete. Panchik went out and finished 6th in the opening event.
Hey, stay ready so you don't have to get ready. That's what they say, Sean, and he's doing a good job of that with his fitness, obviously. Coming to Rogue Invitational unnoticed and starting with a 6th, that's a wild experience.
Hatfield on his 5th and final rep. He got a no rep early, so had to go through 6 of those. He has 1 remaining now.
And that one was close. He did a great job saving that repetition by pressing it out with his strong triceps. Much cleaner there.
Hatfield moving to the yoke. Chandler Smith is just about done as well with his final round of log clean and press. Again, 215 pounds, 97 kilos there.
Great adjustment as we watch Chandler step into a split jerk. Way to call the audible. He's push jerked all the other reps. He put 1 foot in front of the other on that rep just to ensure he got that lockout.
Austin Hatfield is done with his yoke carry. He's onto the final power pin. Looking to overtake Colton Merton's top time, and he is on pace to do it. So Austin Hatfield wins the heat and now has your top time. 5:09.78 seconds, about 3 seconds better than Merton's. And now Chandler Smith lugging that thing up the stairs. Smith is done. 5:29.86 for Chandler Smith, who has been part of every single Rogue Invitational. It's his 7th appearance here at this event. Saxon Panchik, now your leader on the floor. Again, 8-minute time caps, a little more than 2 minutes to go before we hit that. 605 pounds, 274 kilos on the yoke. Final 300-pound power pin for Hanchik. Guimaraes done with his final yoke carries. He's past Sam Quant for 4th. Last year, Guy had a great time with these power stairs on the dual event that he won.
Yes, he did. Bit of a different stimulus there. That workout certainly didn't last 6 minutes and 30 seconds, I'll tell you that.
Mayanos is done. And now Sam Quant for the final time. And that'll do it for Heat 2. Austin Hatfield edging out Colton Mertens now for the top time in the event. 3 seconds better than the Iron Hog. 5:09.78 seconds for Hatfield.
We had our eye on Austin Hatfield right out of Jump Street, and he showed us he could handle these odd objects. He had no problem with the log, clean and press, and we knew that was going to be the separator. And it was consistency on the yoke and a steady pace on the power stairs that allowed him to come in with now the time to beat. And what do you know, Sean? We got 2 farmers, a traditional one and, well, a rabbit farmer.
A couple guys who know just, again, about grunt work. Austin Hatfield currently has the top time at 5:09.78 seconds as Mertens drops down to 2nd place. Heinrich Appelainen sits in 3rd at 5:18.82 seconds, and it's Smith and Hermans in 4th and 5th. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon.
You have the new time to beat. How familiar were you with these strongman elements coming into this event?
This is really the first time I've ever done the log in a competition. I've done a couple of yokes and first time ever doing the power stair, but it was fun.
Now, this is your first appearance at the Rogue Invitational. What are your goals for the weekend?
Win. I always want to win. If you ain't first, you're last.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back out here later today.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
You ain't first, you're last. Wisdom from the great Ricky Bobby.
Oh, Ricky Bobby.
Austin Hatfield right now is first, but 2 heats remain as we are resetting the field for the 3rd of 4 heats. In event number 2 of 9, it's William Wallace presented by Brewdog.
Sean, it was one odd object after another. We talk about the unique experience here at the Rogue Invitational. They're getting plenty of it in event number 2. That log clean to overhead has been the separator so far in these first 2 heats, and I'm interested to see, as we bring out the big dogs, the more notable names and the more familiar faces, how familiar they'll be with this odd object.
Yeah, Hatfield had very little trouble with the log, which is what has kind of stopped some of the other athletes, and this is just pure grunt work on the yoke. And led wire to wire.
Yeah, he did.
Did Austin Hatfield, and now has your top time at 5:09.78 seconds.
Yeah, what I liked most about his performance, honestly, is that he kept his composure. He had a little bit of a misstep on the yoke early. He had a no rep on the shoulder overhead sometime in that middle of the event there, and he still kept a level head and stayed on that high-end execution that he started with, and was able to see it all the way through. And it was a close race, just like we can assume that it's going to continue to be even in the next 2 heats.
And does not forget to hit the buzzer, something that nearly cost Justin Medeiros earlier in event number 1. William Wallace is presented by Brewdog. 3 rounds of the log, the yoke, and the power stair.
Yeah, and it's that good stuff. This is the odd object test of the weekend so far. Clean and press, where we're seeing the most stoppage. The yoke, a problem, but depending upon how out of breath you are and how long you want to rest, you can dictate how much of a problem that thing is. But those log clean and press have to be done 5 ground overhead. Then we finish each round with a power stair.
After watching a couple of heats here, what are the main keys to this event?
Lean back is the first one, and that's literally speaking to the way that the athletes have to execute that shoulder to overhead. This is very different. We're used to a barbell in our hands. That is very small in comparison to this log that they're cleaning and pushing over their heads. So that lean back and bracing creates a unique stimulus to the belly and the back. And then lost in transition. We've seen it time and time again. There's a lot of time to be lost, and this is going to come down to the seconds the athletes have to hustle.
2 heats down, 2 remain. Lane assignments here for heat 3, and 2 men in the top 3 will be out on the floor. Jay Crouch, who currently sits in 2nd, he'll be in lane 3, and Pat Vellner, right now in 3rd place after event number 1, will be in lane number 2. A lot of veterans out there, Vellner, Gudmundsson, and Koski. That is a ton of experience on the competition floor.
So much experience, and then you got a previous CrossFit Games champion, James Spriggs, smack dab right there in the middle. So this is a loaded field. It's one of those things that's, you know, we haven't even reseeded from the first event, and this lineup is just something that you get nowhere else in the space. This is what the people pay to come see right here.
Pat Vellner, like Chandler Smith, an athlete who has been in every single Rogue Invitational, and he is a 2-time champion here. Jay Crouch making his 3rd appearance here at the Invitational. His best finish was last year when he took 6th place overall.
And he's one of those guys, Sean, that can get overlooked from time to time. Jay, we see highlights of what he can be, and what we need to see from him over the next 3 days is that he can just string it together consistently.
And there's James Sprague, who, after winning the CrossFit Games in 2024, came here to the Rogue Invitational. He was dealing with some pneumonia before he was able to compete. Still finished 11th place overall, but he's been on a tear since then. 5:09.78 seconds. That's your top time from Austin Hatfield in heat number 2. Yoke Escalator, closest to the camera. Now through 2 of those 5 reps. James Sprague making some pretty quick work of that log, as is Pat Vellner.
Yeah, James almost treating it just like a traditional clean and jerk. He's really not lapping it at all. He's jumping it right as the bar passes his knees, and then immediately shouldered overhead.
Vellner is through, along with Crouch and Sprague. Sprague first man to the yoke. Time to beat in the upper right-hand part of your screen.
Here's what we know about James Sprague, Sean, is that he historically does very well in endurance events. It's a bit of in his DNA. That's where he excels. So a lot of his time spent in training is to work high power, high force output efforts, just like what William Wallace will demand of him. So we're going to really get a great example of how much his work is paying off in his training.
Sprague is in the lead after the first round, followed closely by Jay Crouch and Pat Vellner. Björgvin Gudmundsson and Yoke Escalator, the 2 Europeans in the field, are making their way up the power stairs for the first time. And now they're through their first round. Sprague through 2 reps on the clean and press on that 215-pound, 97-kilo log.
James thus far has done a great job with a very sure lockout, meaning that when he jumps that thing right over his head, his elbows are locked out every time. He doesn't have to dance with it a ton. He doesn't have to press it out with his arms. He's using his whole body.
And Vellner taking a break, chalking his hands. He and Crouch right next to each other, and both threw out 3 of their 5 reps as Sprague has closed out his 2nd set, moving back to the yoke.
And this is where we've got to watch Pat. Historically, he can struggle with shoulder to overhead, so his lockout is something that we'll pay close attention to as the fatigue continues to build.
Crouch and Vellner making their way to the yoke for the 2nd of 3 times, as Sprague is now on the power pin to close out round 2.
And he put his hands right on that pin and made it right his way to the stairs. That's where we saw a lot of athletes hesitate in the first 2 rounds. Was that second hand right back onto the pin. They took a couple breaths, then they got it going. He did not.
Sprague into his last round. Crouch and Vellner to the power pin at the same time. And Vellner is 1 step ahead of Jay Crouch, and the 2 of them are into the final round of this event. 5:09.78 seconds. That's the top time so far from Austin Hatfield, who did that in heat number 2. This is the third of 4 heats here in the second of 9 events that these men will face over the next 3 days. James Sprague continuing to lead. He has 3 reps remaining on this final set of clean and press on the 215-pound log.
James still looking very sharp, and this is where he has to have that urgency, internal clock to really push his threshold to pick it up again.
Vellner's a rep ahead of Crouch. Sprague to the yoke for the final time. 605 pounds, 274 kilos on the yoke for Sprague, who makes quick work of that. Vellner with 1 rep remaining as Sprague is onto his last power pin and looking to smash Austin Hatfield's time. And James Sprague, 4:13.83 seconds.
And I'm impressed here, Sean, even what Pat Vellner's about to finish up right here. His consistency with that log shoulder overhead throughout was a question mark, and he was able to execute cleanly. No reps, no hesitation.
Well, Vellner can lock up now what would be the second best time in the event with 1 heat remaining. And Pat is in.
Like a fine wine.
And Jay Crouch, that's going to be the 3rd best time that we've seen, as all 3 of those men beat Austin Hatfield's mark of 5:09.78 seconds. Jonakowski and Bjorn Gudmundsson, the last 2 men on the floor. Koski with 2 reps remaining here in round 3 on the log.
Good there by Jona. This is almost akin to that log muscle up where watching this, friends and family are like, pick up, pick it up, pick it up. They just don't understand the focus and accuracy that goes into jumping that thing right where you need it to be overhead to lock it out.
I mean, you want to talk about experience. There's 21 games appearances between these 2 guys who are still out there on the field.
Yeah, it's phenomenal. Consistency. Not only through their fitness, Sean, that they've been able to build and sustain through the years, but it's the durability that really astounds me. Their body's ability to tolerate the training volume and the intensity and do what they need to do to get to this level every year.
Jonakowski is done, and Gudmundsson will make it in well inside that time cap. And Gudmundsson is in, and that'll do it for the 3rd of 4 heats. James Sprague at 4:13.83 seconds. Now, the top mark, and Vellner and Crouch have the 2nd and 3rd best time in the event with 5 men left to go.
Of course. Woo! Come on. Good job, Dave. Thank you very much.
Another case of a man
so
leading
cool
wire to wire. James Sprague got out early on those clean and presses, and no one was able to catch him.
Yeah, we know one thing about James Sprague. He has got a lot of energy. And I'm going to tell you right now, he didn't lose an ounce of it round through round. He started fast, and he stayed fast. Fast in the beginning, fast in the middle, and fast all the way through the end. It was that log clean and press and the efficiency that he had there that allowed him to move with urgency on the yoke and the power stair. And what a time. That's going to be a tough time to beat for the next heat, 4:13.83.
And one of your keys lost in transition, and he was really good at getting from the yoke right to the power pin, and as a result, has the top mark at 4:13.83 seconds. Vellner and Crouch at 2nd and 3rd. Hatfield, now has the 4th best time, and Colton Mertens still hanging around. 5th overall right now with 1 heat remaining in this event. Down to Kiki Dixon with James Sprague.
James, you just set an excellent time on this event. Last year, you came into Rogue Invitational on the outskirts of pneumonia. How are you feeling coming into this event, and what can we expect from you?
Oh man, yeah, last year was a mental battle. I came in here just wanting to do my best and put my best foot forward and not look at the leaderboard. And this year, I have my eyes on the top, obviously. All of us are out here just trying to give our best, but I feel like everyone knows here now what everyone's capable of, and I think there's 10 of us fighting for this top, and it's just so exciting. So yeah, it's nice to be healthy, nice to be back with the boys, and nice to be doing one with my father. He's my coach back here.
Now with this event, what did you feel like gave you the edge here?
Yeah, just understanding, you know, I am a big guy. Stop thinking you're weak, James. Like, you know, that's the thing I've worked on for so long is my strength, and just trying to develop barbell, odd object strength over the last 10 years. So just shifting my mindset to like, hey, you're actually good at this now. You've worked hard for it. So like, have that confidence, have that humility going into it, but have the confidence too. So definitely helped just believing in myself a little more.
Now we're in Scotland. This event is named William Wallace. Have you seen Braveheart?
Oh, I have. It's been so long though, long time. So I guess I got homework to do.
Amen. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys. Thanks for being here for us. You guys are amazing.
James Sprague is always full tilt effort, whether it's an interview
That's
or
right.
a workout.
Exactly, yeah. He's going to bring that energy no matter what, even if we're just casually hanging out.
He has two speeds, full and sleep. Here are your overall standings after the first event. Justin Medeiros off to a great start, picking up 100 points in the win earlier today. Jay Crouch and Pat Vellner, who now have the second and third best times in this event, second and third. And then Koski and Ricky Garrard in fourth and fifth place. Saw Colton Mertens out of heat number one, trying to stay inside the top 10 as well. What's at stake here as we get set for the final heat?
Whew, man. We're thinking about these guys that are taking to the floor, and the question is, Jason Hopper being the outside looking in. So as he considers the outside looking in from his position and still having a chance to get onto the podium, can he do what he needs to do in order to rebuild some of that momentum? And of course, double down. We're talking specifically to Justin Medeiros here. He started the day with 100 points. This shoulder to overhead we've seen be a problem for some and be a strong point for others. And we know Justin Medeiros, when it comes to shoulder to overhead, overhead mobility, the ability to sustain weight or himself upside down, he's got that in droves. So can he execute and double down here on William Wallace?
3 heats are down, 1 heat remains. Here are your lane assignments, as there are 2 former champions of the Rogue Invitational in lanes 1 and 3, Adler and Medeiros. Jason Hopper, of course, the defending CrossFit Games champion. All these guys have been on the podium.
This is the podium lineup
at the CrossFit Games.
Yeah, this is what we come to see here. These top 5 men coming in, all gunning and all having intentions of standing on top of that podium at the end of this.
And Jeff Adler is the defending champion. He'll be in lane number 3. He's looking to make up some ground as he comes in 11th place overall. Justin Medeiros is going to lead the men out onto the floor. See Jeff Adler back there in the white shirt. Won the CrossFit Games for the first time in 2023. And last year, of course, the champion here. Been on the podium here a couple of times as well, outside of that first place finish.
Yeah, we talk about mindset mentality. Jeff has definitely got a champion's one. And we're going to get to see if his body and his training are all coming in alignment at the right time here for this year at the Rogue Invitational. This is going to be an opportunity for him to kind of right what happened even earlier. And he's going to get a chance at William Wallace. It's just going to happen with some strongman odd objects.
Jason Hopper trying to do what both Jeff Adler and Justin Medeiros have done, and that's win the CrossFit Games and the Rogue Invitational. And he's got a ton of ground to make up, though. Only the first event, so plenty of competition left. And Justin Medeiros trying to do something that only Tia Toomey has done here at the Rogue Invitational, and that is win the first 2 events. Fourth and final heat is underway. It's James Sprague with the top time at 4:13.83 seconds. Jason Hopper is kind of going touch and go along with Jeff Adler right next to him in the white shirt. The two of them have yet to take their hands off of that 215-pound log. Ricky Garrard also onto his final rep. Garrard's going to be the first man to the yoke, followed closely by Adler and Hopper.
Yeah, and that's what we saw. Sean, all three athletes in the middle, Garrard, Adler, Hopper, all had that quick shoulder to overhead and cadence, where the athletes on the outside, Krenikoff and Justin Medeiros, have a pause there in that catch, and that's a separator.
Medeiros is on to the yoke. Top three men to the power stairs for the first time. 300-pound power pin. They got a lug to the top of that, and they'll close out round number one. Adler and Garrard done at the same time, followed closely by Hopper. Justin Medeiros is making his initial ascent up the power stairs. Here comes Roman Krenikoff, closing out his first yoke carry. And we start round two. 5 more clean and press on the 215-pound, 97-kilo log as Roman Krenikoff is closing out his first round.
Didn't necessarily expect to see Roman so far back with these odd objects. I was thinking this is going to be an opportunity for him to make some moves. But we see him here, and I think a lot of that's the result in the way that he approached this log. We're going to see if he adapts and changes anything going into round two.
Adler is slightly ahead of Hopper here. Garrard currently sits in third place, but not by much. As now Jason Hopper has taken the lead, but Adler is right behind him. Adler just finished up his fifth and final rep. Two of them hustling back to the yoke. 605 pounds, 274 kilos.
Yeah, these athletes both being very aware of where each other are. Hopper, even on his way back to that log, started to jog and then slowed his pace when he realized Adler and Garrard, neither of them were running. And at this point, I think now he's like, okay, maybe this is a race that I can really win by running my own. And he's got a little bit more urgency, it seems, without regard for where the other two are.
Had another bad result in an event that featured that log muscle up, 18th place. Outside looking in, as you mentioned earlier, Adrian, but looking to change that here as he now leads in the third and final heat. Jeff Adler, though, is right behind him. Roman Krenikoff still on the log in round two as Garrard is finished with his second climb up the power stairs. Hopper right to work. Adler through his first rep.
Hopper just caught a rep very forward with his arms soft. He's got to punch it back and really lock him out. Much better way to recover there by Jason. That last rep concerned me. I was like, oh no, he's going to find himself in a bad spot.
Yeah, he's starting to lose that forward a little bit. That one was close. Final rep for Hopper. Nails that one. Adler onto his final rep. Adler just closed out his set. Jason Hopper opening up a lead. Now can he catch James Sprague? 4:13.83 seconds. Hopper's got plenty of time.
Yep.
But Jason Hopper looking to go from nearly last to first. 18th place in the opening event. That is going to change here as Jason Hopper, the 2025 fittest man on earth, picks up the event win, sub 4, 3:45.55 seconds. Jeff Adler can pick up a second place finish as he goes sub 4. That's huge for him. Both of these men on the outside looking in, looking to rocket up the standings and put themselves inside the top 10. Heading into event 3, Ricky Garrard to the yoke for the last time as he, Medeiros, and Krenikoff are still out there on the floor. Medeiros has 1 rep remaining on his third set. The Tia Toomey will remain the only athlete to ever win the opening 2 events of the Rogue Invitational. She did that twice.
And that's exactly what you wanted to see from Hopper and Adler coming in. Adler with an 11th place to start the day, even isn't in a place where he necessarily wants to be. So outside looking in, both these men are going to find their self climbing the podium. Ricky Garrard across in 4:42.
Justin Medeiros up the power stairs for the final time, and it's going to be tight on top of the overall standings. because now times from the prior heats are starting to factor in. Medeiros in at 455.49 seconds. So Roman Krennikov with 3 reps remaining, less than 3 minutes to go before he runs into the time cap.
Roman opting to use a bit of a more traditional strongman style clean here. When he laps this weight, he extends his hips and keeps them extended, almost muscle curling that thing up. Whereas a lot of these athletes earlier that had the most success were treating it more like an Olympic lift. They jumped and jumped to get it to the front rack and then to overhead.
Final rep for Roman Krennikov. Goes with the split jerk and it works.
I like that choice there for him.
Last yoke carry for Roman. Been on the podium here at the Rogue Invitational before. He was 3rd in 2023.
Yeah, Roman's one of those athletes that when events are simple and the demand is simply on local muscle endurance in your heart and your lungs, boy, he's got it and can take it at any time.
And that'll close out event 2 for the men. Jason Hopper picks up his 7th career event win here at the Rogue Invitational, the most of any man. And it came at a great time after that 18th place result in event 1.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, Sean, it was the work on the log. We've talked about it the whole entire event. William Wallace, the separator, was that log clean and press. And Jason Hopper made really, really easy work of that. He was consistent on the yoke carry. And of course, there was no hesitation. It was a race to the top of the power stair. Every time that power pin presented it, no problem at 300 pounds for him. And it was a casual finish to an event best. This is what you need to do. When you got some outliers and weakness, you've got to be able to hit home runs when they're needed.
Hopper knocks that one out of the park. 3:45.55 seconds to pick up 100 points. Jeff Adler, he's going to move up the overall standings with that 2nd place finish. James Sprague winds up in 3rd. And then Gerard and Pat Vellner rounding out the top 5. Down to the floor, Kiki Dixon's with your event winner, Jason Hopper.
Jason, you're an athlete who is known to take risks. What risks do you feel like you took with this event?
Full send from the beginning. I came in last again on the log muscle ups. I'm sorry, guys. I promised something better than 19th. 4 years in a row, almost taking last in the log muscle up, so I had to come out here. I didn't want to take anything less than the 1st place. So yeah, send it. It's a 4-minute workout. It's grunt work. Put your head down, and it's just who wants the more.
Now, what are your key takeaways from the grunt work?
They can't keep up.
Like you said, from 18th, 19th, right, in the first event to 1st, you gonna stay at the top now?
Well, I'm not there. I'm probably at 10th place right now. So we got a big, again, another piece of grunt work coming up. And then they put more extra weight on my bench press because I'm the best bencher here, so they got to make it even somehow.
All right, yes. And sorry, I mean finishing at the top across the board. Any other things that you're a little bit nervous to navigate coming up?
No, we got the worst event out of the way. We're only up from here.
We look forward to seeing it in action. Thanks.
7th career event win here at the Rogue Invitational, the most for any man. And Jason Hopper has things going the right direction heading into the 3rd and final event of the day. Colton Mertens started us out. Austin Hatfield improved on that. James Sprague was a little bit better, but no one better than Jason Hopper. Picks up the event win in 100 points. This is going to shake up the overall standings, and the leaderboard's going to look a lot different than it did after event number 1. Men are done. Women coming up next to take on event number 2. William Wallace. Stay with us, everybody, as coverage continues from the 2025 Rogue Invitational. It's the women's turn to take on William Wallace, event number 2. And Danielle Brandon got herself off to a great start, picks up her second career event win at the Rogue Invitational, and 100 points to sit atop the overall standings. Now, there was a counting error on the field of play for Brandon, and after review by the scoring and competition teams, they added 57 seconds to her time. Didn't matter because she's still the event winner and the overall leader heading into event number 2. Paige Rogers and Ariel Lowen currently sitting in second and third place. I'm Sean Woodland with Adrian Conway. We got Kiki Dixon down on the competition floor. Glad you're with us today as we kick off our coverage of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. And Adrian, Paige Rogers was extremely impressive. We didn't really know what she was going to be coming in, but man, if you were doubting her after the first event, you were definitely wrong.
Hey, if you were doubting her, you just had to pay closer attention. A year or two back, she was 10th at the CrossFit Games in 2023, but recently had her baby girl on February 7th, 2025. So she's back.
And meanwhile, Danielle Brandon picked up her second career event win here at the Rogue Invitational. Great start for her. Make that 3 career event wins. Trying to get herself onto the podium here at the Rogue Invitational. She's only finished inside the top 10 twice, 9th in 2022 and then 7th in 2023.
Yeah, this will be a big opportunity for her, Sean, I think, going into this to consider executing as well as she can on implements that she can seize the moment for, because she knows there's going to be some things that appear that might give her a little bit of trouble.
A lot of expectations for Laura Horvath coming in. I think a lot of people thought that with Tia Toomey out of the picture that she would run away with this thing. Now she's in 7th place, so just fine. But what happened in event 1 for her?
Well, I think it's one of those, you know, tried and true instances where you come out swinging for the fences and you might miss a rep or two, and she did that on the bar muscle-ups, and it ended up being okay. Look, she wouldn't be a champion if she wasn't capable of pushing her threshold and learning from those experiences. A 7th place finish is nothing out of the ordinary that she can't reconcile, especially when we know there's some home runs that she's got cooking for this Rogue Invitational throughout the next 2.5 days.
We are set for event number 2 for the women. William Wallace presented by Brewdog, and it's going to start with that log. There's a yoke and then 3 trips up the power stairs.
Yeah, they're going to start with this clean and press, and we'll see if it's the same challenge for the women as it was for the men. That was the biggest separator. Their yoke is going to weigh in at 444 pounds, and then they've got one trip up those power stairs, and they'll carry 225 pounds up each step all the way to the top.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, the third member of our broadcast team, who's on the competition floor. Kiki?
Jerry, as our resident strongman, you've had CrossFit athletes come to you for advice with these implements. What's the biggest difference between coaching a strongman and a CrossFit athlete?
Really, other than the weight, there's not much difference. You know, at this level, the dedication and the commitment's the same, and to want to get better, and they want to do everything they can to get better. So they want to learn the techniques and be as efficient as possible. So really, there's not much other than the weight. There's really not, because these athletes are just as committed as a strongman and strong women. It's equal at this level.
Thank you so much.
Thanks.
Jerry Pritchett, a wealth of knowledge when it comes to strongman implements. He's actually helped athletes out at the CrossFit Games as well. Olivia Kerstetter getting things ready as we look at the keys to this event.
Yeah, I'm sure Jerry would echo this. They got to lean back. These CrossFit athletes aren't necessarily familiar with a log in that front rack position. In order to get it from shoulder overhead smoothly, you got to create the space. They're going to lean back. It creates a unique stimulus on the belly and the back. And then lost in transition, we saw this with the men. You've got to hustle from implement to implement, not listening to your body, telling it to shut up and getting to work.
First of 4 heats for the women. Lena Simons, Paige Rogers, who was so impressive in that opening event, will be in lane number 5. And then 2 podium finishers from the CrossFit Games in lanes 2 and 3, Lucy Campbell and Olivia Kerstetter. The opening heat has begun. Start with 5 clean and presses on the 150-pound, 68-kilo log.
Paige making pretty good work of this. I like her intentionality with jumping that thing overhead. There's a little bit of hesitation there, which tells me she's not as confident as some of the other women. We see Olivia Kerstetter, we see Gracie Walton making quick cycle rate of this log from ground to overhead. But nonetheless, Paige finds herself just a couple reps away from finishing this round.
Kerstetter's already through her 5 reps. Moves to the 445-pound, 207-kilo yoke. Lucy Campbell right behind her. And Grace Walton is done as well. Kerstetter will be the first to the opening power pin. 225 pounds to move up those stairs. Lucy Campbell onto the power pin for the first time along with Grace Walton. Paige Rogers is moving the yoke. You can see her in the background. And Elisa Fuliano is there with Rogers on the first yoke carry as Kerstetter is back to start round 2.
That pin created a little bit more of an obstacle there for Gracie Walton than we've seen so far for athletes. She had to really consider picking that thing up each time and making sure she created the appropriate amount of clearance to get it over the next step.
Olivia Kerstetter's already through 2 reps. You see the weights of the implements in the bottom left-hand part of your screen. You know, she was in high school. She was overhead squatting 270 pounds and split jerking the same weight. High school, Adrian.
Yeah, it's crazy. I wasn't doing that in high school, Sean. This is where I'd like to really see Olivia, though, lean into her strengths. She is pound for pound one of the strongest women when it comes to moving external objects. And I think that this is where we want to see her learn how to lay down the gas pedal. Third at the CrossFit Games. Believe in yourself. Pull away from athletes in your heat. And that's what it's going to need to take for her to continue to level up and be consistently that person on top of the podium.
As a teenager at the CrossFit Games in 2021, she snatched 202 pounds. That was the most of any female.
Yeah, when you read those kind of metrics, Sean, and then understand her age and then the success that she's had this early in her career, she's playing with a very stacked deck of cards, if you will. Her focus is going to be on building her stamina, building her endurance, and of course her mental resiliency to be able to compete with these other women at a stage like this.
Grace Walton has now moved ahead of Lucy Campbell for second place, but Olivia Kerstetter is just running away with this thing. She's moving back to the log for the 3rd and final time. Walton is on the yoke And now Lucy Campbell starting her second carry. So Olivia Kersetter is all by herself in the lead. Final round of clean and presses on the log for Kersetter.
No problems for her thus far. No hesitations, no sticking points. And there's her first miss. The log was out in front of her just a touch. She's got to get her elbows in front of that thing a little bit more before she jumps it over her head.
Kersetter 14th place after the opening event.
This is where you consider stepping into a split jerk, Sean. It might increase your cycle rate so you don't have to rest as long, but it makes it easier to lock out. 1 foot forward, 1 foot back might be the way to go.
Grace Walton is into round 3. And Lucy Campbell picking up the chalk on her way back to the log for the final time.
Fuliano and Reynolds still there making their way through, or Rogers making their way through the yoke carry.
And that's the last rep for Olivia Kersetter. This will be a leisurely stroll for her. 445 pounds, 207 kilos on the yoke, and Kersetter has had no problems with this. And then one final power pin. And Kersetter going to set the early mark to beat here in the opening heat. Kersetter getting hung up on that last stair. She's got to get it over, completely over that red line. She does, makes the touch on the buzzer, and Olivia Kersetter takes the opening heat. 5:07.10 seconds. Now Walton to the yoke for the last time.
Grace Walton with a smile for William Wallace. She likes being under that 445.
Lucy Campbell in the background, finishing up her final yoke carry. Walton to the top of the power stairs, hits the buzzer, and she is done.
Solid finish there for Lucy Campbell.
6 minutes and change for Campbell. Rogers has 3 reps remaining. I mean, her cycle time hasn't been as fast, but that rep looked just as good as some of her openers.
Yeah, it did. It looks, and that makes you question, is it the clean that's creating the hesitancy? Again, from a success perspective, Sean, instead of that muscle clean, which she's using right there at the top of the screen, where when her hips extend, they stay open, so she's using her arms a lot. That's not what we've seen successful today so far. Roman Krennikov did the exact same thing. Got it to his lap, extended his hips, curled it up. That was a little bit better. At least she moved her feet there. But that jump reduces the time under tension. And for us CrossFit athletes, we're more familiar with that sensation like a barbell than just muscling it up.
Fuliano and Rogers, the last 2 athletes on the floor, and we're now into the final minute before the time cap. Fuliano has 1 rep remaining here.
Yeah, she's one of the lighter athletes in the field too. So you talk about all this external loading, Sean, from the log to the yoke to the pin. It gets really heavy when you're one of the smaller stature athletes in the field.
Rogers is on to the final power pin. Should have enough time to get inside the time cap.
Halfway there, 20 seconds remaining. Come on, Aberdeen. There she comes.
Fuliano's going to get capped, but Rogers is going to make it. 7:51.30 seconds. Fuliano looking to get credit for that rep. And that'll do it. But Olivia Kersetter, 5:07.10 seconds. She was 40 seconds better than Walton.
And that's how you do it. 3rd fittest woman on earth. She's flexing it a little bit here at the Rogue Invitational.
I mean, just wire to wire for Olivia Kerstetter, and it was never even close.
Yeah, it wasn't. She came out, started very clean. The log really presented not any major issues, Sean, but I want to say even through her execution here, she ran away with this. 40-second separation between her and the next woman in her heat. But she's going to be able to learn. She nicked the lip of the pin, the power on the way up of the power stairs. She missed a rep on the log. Like, those are things she's going to look back on and say, wow, I could have beat these women by a minute.
Olivia Kerstetter with the top time. We have 3 heats remaining, and she is with Kiki Dixon.
Olivia, congratulations on taking your heat. What did you like most about this event?
I like anything heavy, so really all 3 parts were really fun, and I've never done the stairs before, so I guess I'll say that.
Now, the last time you were at the Rogue Invitational was as a teenager. How good is it to be back?
It's really good. I think when I was here 3 years ago, I was just here for the experience and having fun, and now I'm here to actually compete, so the goal's a little different, and I've grown a lot as an athlete, so I guess a lot has changed.
Well, we look forward to seeing you compete all weekend long. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Olivia Kerstetter, 5:07.10 seconds, the top mark with 3 heats remaining. We'll take a quick break. When we return, heat number 2 for the women in William Wallace at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. One heat down, 3 remain here in event number 2 for the women, the second of 9 events that they will face here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon's got us covered down on the competition floor. William Wallace, presented by Brewdog, starts with the log. It's got a yoke, and then the power stairs at the end.
Yeah, it's a fun one, Sean. William Wallace, 3 rounds of those 5 log clean and press, which didn't create a problem for Olivia Kerstetter there on that first heat. One thing I will mention, I think the power stairs take a little bit more urgency and intention on the women's side due to the height differential between them and the men. It looked like they had to navigate that final pull to get it over the stair, each rep a little bit more than we saw on the men's side.
Well, Danny Spiegel should be an athlete who does very well in this event. 5 women in the second of 4 heats. Spiegel will be in lane 4. Another athlete to keep an eye on here. Lane 3 is Emma Tall.
I like Emma Tall. I think last year we saw her at the fraction of her fitness capacity. She's going to be a threat. She started this weekend at 11th. This is an event that I like the way it plays out for her strengths as an athlete.
Emma Tall took 11th place in the opening event. First of 3 rounds, 5 reps on the clean and press. Event description, the bottom left-hand part of your screen. no rep early for Paige Semenza. Danny Spiegel's now through 3 of the 5 reps. Spiegel's in the background there with her hands on the log, now just cleaned it. And she's done. So Danny Spiegel will move to the yoke first. Now this is an event that we really have not seen a lot of lead changes in, and Spiegel is out front early. Emma Tall is done with her set of 5. She's moving to the log, pardon me, the yoke. Tall in the all black right behind Spiegel. Abby Doman has just closed out her first set of clean and press on the log.
Yeah, both these women having no problem with the yoke whatsoever. I don't see that being any type of limiter. It's going to be these transitions and that rep for rep competition that comes down over at the log.
Danny Spiegel is done with round 1. Emma Tall is through as well as Abby Doman is lugging that yoke across that red line.
This is what we talk about as one of those keys is lost in transition. This is where you can't settle for what's comfortable. No one wants to hustle back to that log for more of those ground overhead. You just don't. But Spiegel was willing to get there quick and get right to work.
And Spiegel, like we saw Jason Hopper for the men earlier, keeping her hands on that log.
Yep. And just like we saw from Hatfield, we saw from Hopper, we saw from Sprague, she's treating it just like a power clean off the floor. Yes, it's a bigger apparatus, but she speeds it up as she goes past her knees, jumps it right to her shoulders, and jumps it right overhead.
That's the final rep in round 2 for Danny Spiegel. She maintains her lead over Emma Tall, who has 2 reps remaining on the log in round 2. Abby Doman heading the other way as Danny Spiegel heads to the yoke for the 2nd time. Paige Semenza at the bottom of your screen. That's her first carry. Let's talk about keys here to this event.
Yeah, the keys, the first one's going to be lean back, and we've seen that play out already, Sean. We've seen the athletes that are having success are leaning back on the log when it comes to shoulder overhead. They create space for the log to travel vertically, and they do great at bracing their abdominals and their erectors in their back. This is a unique position for us. And then lost in transition, it's Spiegel. Look at her even going into a run as she makes her way back to the power stairs to grab a hold of that pin.
Danny Spiegel trying to chase down Olivia Kerstetter's top time of 5:07.10 seconds. £225 on that power pin.
These power stairs are just like a partial deadlift. It's very similar to the initiation of a kettlebell swing off the ground.
Spiegel into her 3rd and final round. Emma Tall to the top. And they are the only 2 women who are into round 3. Abby Doman there on the right. Wow. Just finished up her 2nd set of 5 reps on the log. 68 kilos, 150 pounds.
Spiegel's clean and press looking the same now. 14 reps in as they did in the beginning.
That may have been the first time that she actually stepped back. And Spiegel's through her 3rd set of 5. And it should be smooth sailing for Danny Spiegel. 5:07.10 seconds. That's the top time from Olivia Kerstetter. Could be in danger here. Spiegel to the final power pin as Emma Tall closes out her last set of clean and presses. This one's going to be close.
Yeah, she's got to go.
Looks like she's got it. She doesn't get hung up. Danny Spiegel should have the new top time, and she does. 5:05.23, about a 1.5 seconds faster than Kerstetter, and that's where you start to look at the transitions, is what you've been talking about with the keys. If Spiegel doesn't hustle on some of those, she does not have the top time.
That's right. Gosh, you can even think back, Sean, to Olivia Kerstetter missing that ground to overhead. Like, she really could have had more separation even there, and it will come into play. But it is those transitions that really matter a ton. And I also think what was able to create a lot of good separation between her and Emma Tull. You hear Spiegel yelling at her every second. They both know and are very aware. Every second does count.
Tull is in, 5:45.73 seconds.
You just don't go anywhere else, Sean. You don't play any other sports that I'm aware of outside of the CrossFit space. I think we see it in Strongman and Strongwoman too, where they support one another, but you're just rooting for your competition, and it sounds naturally a bit illogical. But that's that power of community that we got here.
Yeah, and that's one thing that I think if you just watch CrossFit or if you just watch Strongman, the two similarities between both of those, as you mentioned, is the sense of community. I mean, very tight-knit groups here that do cheer for each other, try to help each other out. It's been cool to be introduced to both of those sports. You know, a little later to Strongman, but it is the same feel. It's a bunch of great people just trying to get strong and help each other out in the process.
Yeah, I love it. And we see Haley Adams chipping away one rep at a time. Her and Semenza.
Semenza's in round 2 right now. Adams has one final yoke carry and then one power pin remaining. Less than a minute to go for the time cap. Adams toting that thing up the stairs, 225 pounds.
Nice.
And that'll do it for Haley Adams, 7:27.41 seconds. Now the question is, can Abby Domit make it in? She just finished up her third set. She's on the yoke on the left side of your screen, now middle. That break might cost her.
Yeah, that break could do it, Sean. She needed to hold on to that thing to give herself an opportunity. Because it seems like athletes need at least 15 to 17 seconds to get all the way up that stair.
Yeah, Domit and Semenza are going to get capped.
3, 2, 1.
And that'll do it. Danny Spiegel just edging out Olivia Kerstetter for the new top time, 5:05.23 seconds. And once again, the early leader hangs on. Anytime there's a bunch of heavy stuff out on the floor, you know Danny Spiegel is going to do really well. And she got through those first 5 reps in round 1 extremely fast. And then everything else is just a minor inconvenience.
Yeah, she crushed it from the beginning all the way to the end. That was even her final shoulder to overhead there. She had a little bit of a step forward, but did a great job stabilizing it to step forward to save that lift. And then the yoke presented no problem for her throughout all 3 rounds, but it was her consistency and the speed on the log, clean and press, that won her this event so far. Of course, coming in, we got one more heat left, but she's the leader.
After 2 heats, it's Danny Spiegel with the top time at 5:05.23 seconds. Olivia Kerstetter currently sits in second place. Emma Tull and Lucy Campbell in third and fourth, and Grace Walton right now sits in 5th place. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon, who's with Danny Spiegel.
Danny, congratulations on a solid showing with this event. You made it look easy, but what was the most difficult part about linking all 3 of these movements together?
I think just going from the log into the yoke, like your back's kind of fried, and then you have to like really focus on bracing. So it's just about executing and kind of like staying focused, which sucks when you're under like so much fatigue.
You are a familiar face here at the Rogue Invitational. What do you love about this event?
It's just always fun. Like, it doesn't even matter where the leaderboard standings are at the end of the weekend. Like, I always enjoy this competition. It's the one I look forward to every single year.
Well, we enjoy having you here. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Danny Spiegel your new event leader with half the field yet to go, but 5:05.23 seconds going to be a tough mark to chase down as we are at the halfway point of event number 2 for the women. We will take a quick break. When we return, Heat 3 of William Wallace as our coverage from Aberdeen, Scotland continues. Stay with us, everybody, here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. We are halfway through event number 2, the second of 9 events that the CrossFit athletes will face here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Glad you're with us, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland, alongside former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is out on the competition floor as the athletes who will be taking part in Heat 3 of 4 make their way out onto the competition floor. Event number 2 is William Wallace, presented by Brewdog. It starts with the log and it ends on the power stairs, and there's a really heavy yoke in the middle.
It's a lot of heavy object moving, and for some of these athletes, they're foreign objects. More akin to the strongman style of training, we've got the log clean and press, which is the one element that has created the most separation for both the men and the women so far today.
The 5 women in this third of 4 heats. Emma Lawson will be in lane number 3, a pair of Canadian athletes out there. Emily Rolfe in lane number 1. Brooke Wells is another athlete to keep an eye on here. .505.23 seconds, that's the top time. Danny Spiegel did that in heat number 2. 5 reps on the clean and press on the log, 150 pounds, 68 kilos.
Brooke Wells starting off with a lot of ferocity and speed here with these ground overhead. Looking smooth. Intentionally taking breaks. Looks confident.
Anganese and Wells done it about the same time, and now Anganese is going to be the first woman to the yoke, but Wells is right there with her, and now Wells is slightly ahead of Anganese on this opening yoke carry, and the two will head to the power pin together for the first time. 225 pounds that they have to take to the top of the stairs. But Anganese is through round 1.
Yeah, looking smooth there. Made no hesitation. What I really like about Anganese is when she got to the power stairs, she put the pin on the stairs immediately. There was no pause. She didn't put it back on the ground. She allowed that first initial pickup to walk with it to reward her and momentum going upward.
Emily Rolfe just getting that log clean. Sorry, Adrian.
No, that's my fault. I was just making a comment that Emily Rolfe was just finishing up her ground overhead there from round 1.
And she and Maddie Sturt towards the back of the pack here in heat 3. Anganese now through 2 of those 5 reps in round 2. There's Rolfe, long blue pants, getting her hands on the power pin. Maddie Sturt in the white shirt there with her.
Sturt doing a good job making good clearance every time she lifts those plates up. A non-issue for her. She's not going to be in a hurry to make it back to this log. Enganes with only 1 rep left here.
She will get through that, keeps herself ahead of Brooke Wells.
Oh,
but only slightly.
And I love that urgency, Sean. I mean, I love that competitor's urgency she just showed there. Again, we're getting into this settling point where a lot of times your body's telling you no. You want to feel the rest. You're feeling the burn in your arms and your legs. For this workout, it's all around your spine and your abs and your erectors. And these athletes are denying that feeling in order to compete. They're pushing and pushing and pushing. That's what you love to see.
Wells able to close the gap a little bit again on the yoke carry, and now hustling up as she moves back to the power pin for the second time. So this is the tightest race we've seen so far for the women in any of the heats. Both Kerstetter and Spiegel just ran away with theirs.
And that's that separator there. Manon choosing to put that first step to work as she carries it over with the duck walk. Brooke instead sets it back on the ground, and she loses a little bit of momentum and distance to Manon each round on there.
Well, the top time is 5:05.23 seconds. Manon Enganes and Brooke Wells are into the third and final round. Emma Lawson is in the middle of your screen going to the yoke to finish up her second carry.
All right, Wells beats Enganes off the ground for the first rep.
Manon Enganes is making her 4th appearance here at the Rogue Invitational, and she's been 9th, 10th, and 11th. Brooke Wells in the lead here through 3 of the 5 reps in this third and final round. Finished 18th in event number 1. Again, announcing her retirement earlier this year. Got a no rep there.
That was a tough one there. You could hear her say what. She wasn't certain of what happened there, but the judge's call is that she didn't open her hip, so she has to stand it up all the way after her arms are locked out.
Well, the good news is she's still ahead, at least for her, of Manon Enganes, who's keeping her hands on that log. This will be the final rep for Wells. She locks it out. And now to the yoke for the final time. So Danny Spiegel's going to hang on to the top mark. Enganes is done onto the yoke. Wells has been faster on this portion of the event all 3 times.
Let's see if Brooke puts down the pin, though. So this pin stack, she'll set it to the ground. And right here, okay, she feels that pressure from Enganes. Enganes is going to put it right on the stairs.
Well, now they're even. Enganes is making up some ground here. This is going to be close. Wells gets it across the line, makes the touch. He's going to take the heat, 5:34.83 seconds. Enganes is second behind her, and Danny Spiegel, though, still your event leader at 5:05.23 seconds. Tightest race we have seen so far for the women in any of the heats.
This is where it turns into a bit of a slugfest. You got to really go to battle with that log. These women are all breathing extremely heavy, and they're struggling with some form of the ground overhead. It could be the clean, it could be the shouldered overhead. But regardless, they got to continue to stay positive and tell themselves 1 rep at a time, figure it out and troubleshoot whatever mechanics they're struggling with, and get the work done.
Emma Lawson in the middle of the screen in the all black has 1 rep remaining. Emily Rolfe with 3 left. All the athletes are in their third and final round. Lawson, Rolfe, and Sturt.
Yeah, Emma looks so smooth ground overhead. You wonder if that was a confidence issue, how she chose or settled into her pacing, because all things from a mechanics perspective tells me that she could have been doing that a bit faster.
Lawson has finished on the podium here twice at the Rogue Invitational. The other 2 times that she competed here, 2022 and 2023, and she was 3rd both times.
Put it on the stair. Great choice there. Don't have to do extra work by setting it back on the ground.
Work smart, not hard.
That's right.
Lawson's through with time to spare. 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap. 7:27.69 seconds. This is the final rep on the log for Rolf, and she's going to have to hurry.
Sean, I know that she was limited this year by an upper body injury. I believe it was her elbow. You wonder if that shoulder overhead is something she hadn't been able to spend a lot of time redeveloping and building capacity and confidence back with for this year's competition season quite yet.
Rolf and Stern are going to run into the time cap. Brooke Wells is going to take the heat, 5:34.83 seconds, and Danny Spiegel is going to hang on to the top time. 5:05.23 with one heat remaining here in event number 2. For the first time in 3 heats, we had a really good race between Brooke Wells and Manon Anganez, and a no rep on the shoulder to overhead in the final round nearly cost Wells the win here.
That's right, it almost made things very, very interesting. And you see even the moment that she took to communicate, but like a veteran that she is, she recouped very quickly, got right back to work. She found a way to right the wrong by making the next rep count for her. But it was Anganez that started to look like she was going to close this gap completely that Wells had created. But Brooke came through in the end.
Heat win for Brooke Wells. But after 3 heats, it's Danny Spiegel and Olivia Kerstetter with your top 2 times. Wells good enough for 3rd place, and Manon Anganez and Emma Tall rounding out the top 5. Send it down to Kiki Dixon, who's with Brooke Wells.
Brooke, you won your heat. You're obviously a CrossFit athlete, but we have Strongman implements here today for this particular event. How are you mimicking this in your training back home?
I mean, I've done Rogue like a couple years, so I feel like I kind of know that the events are going to be like unique and different and a lot of strongman stuff. So just kind of like trying to find stuff in the gym that's like similar to this, but I don't have like a ton of equipment like this, so just kind of training what I know and hoping for the best.
You're on your retirement tour. How does that affect your mentality or the way you approach an event this year?
I know that I don't have very many events left, so I'm really just trying to have fun and make like little memories and moments throughout the weekend that I'll remember forever. I know like the leaderboard may seem important in the moment, but I never even remember what places I got like years ago, so that's not what's important to me. It's just kind of having fun with the athletes in the back and my coaches and the community and just making the most of the last few times.
Thank you so much, Brooke.
Thank you.
Brooke Wells with a heat win, 3rd best time in the event so far with 1 heat remaining, and we are set for that 4th and final heat here in event number 2, the second of 9 total events that these athletes will face across the weekend. Your overall standings coming in, Danielle Brandon is on top of the overall leaderboard after picking up her 3rd career event win with 100 points. Paige Rogers was sitting in 2nd place, but that will most likely change here after Rogers' performance here in event number 2. Ariel Lowen, Lawson, and Alex Gazan, your top 5 athletes. Laura Horvath, your 2-time champion, 7th place overall, looking to move up and challenge Brandon for that top spot. Now, it is still early, but obviously Horvath would love to be on top of the leaderboard heading into the final event of the day. What's at stake here as we head into this final heat?
Well, what's at stake is for these athletes that you just hit on, Sean. Danielle Brandon has an opportunity to try to bank points going into this workout, and I think that's going to be important knowing that we've got things like the tax collector coming up later today with a movement notoriously she struggles with in that back squat. So that's got to be her focus. And for Laura Horvath and for those athletes that are sitting right there in that mid-pack, that 7 to 10, that 7 to 15 range, don't panic. Simply take care of what you need to take care of right here and right now and navigate these 3 strongman odd objects that are looming here for William Wallace.
Brooke Wells won heat 3, and now the 5 final athletes on the floor for the 4th heat. In event number 2, Ariel Lowen getting that log set up. Lane assignments, Laura Horvath will be in lane number 3, and Danielle Brandon right next to her in lane number 2. Laura Horvath, who's the only other woman than Tia Toomey to actually win this competition. Toomey's won it 4 times, Horvath's won it twice. Danielle Brandon got herself off to a great start, looking to continue that momentum here in event 2. Final heat is underway. 5 reps on the 150-pound log, 68 kilos to start us off, and Alex Gazan can definitely do some damage in this event.
Yeah, that's right. We know sometimes she can be limited by overhead mobility. This is not going to present a problem for her. She's doing a great job at even jumping it like a traditional clean and then jumping it right overhead. I love the aggressiveness that we're seeing here, Sean. You alluded to it earlier, but we haven't seen many leads change coming out of the first round. So what kind of pace can you establish right here, right now?
Well, Gazan is the first woman done with her opening set of clean and press on that log, and right to work on the yoke. 445 pounds, 207 kilos, and that was no problem for Gazan. And now Lowen, Raptis, Horvath, and Brandon on the yoke. So probably the tightest heat we've seen so far through round 1.
Yeah, just out to a blistering pace. These athletes all doing a great job at lifting it to the first stair right out of the gate, which is why we haven't seen anyone set it down. Brandon sets it down on the ground there.
Alex Gazan kind of got hung up on those stairs, and now Laura Horvath is right on her heels along with Ariel Lowen. Danielle Brandon gets that over the red line and currently bringing up the rear here in heat 4. 5:05.23 seconds, that's the time to beat from Danny Spiegel. Alex Gazan continues to lead here through her first of 5 reps in round 2.
Alex doing a great job at staying aggressive here. It's where we start to see some of the athletes step away from the log, take longer breaks. It's almost like she's forcing her hands to stay glued to that thing.
This is the 3rd straight year that Gazan has competed at the Rogue Invitational. As you can see the weights on the implements on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. She's been inside the top 5 both times, 5th in 2023, 4th in 2024. And a woman who should be contending for a spot on the podium by the end of the weekend, onto the yoke for the 2nd time and starting to open up a lead on the rest of the field here.
Yeah, no hesitation, no slowing whatsoever. As we even see Laura, we even seen Ariel all taking steps away back from their log. And that middle round right there is where Alex had the ability to, what we would categorize as break the chain and pull away from this heat, and she's doing just that.
Well, this is the part of the event that kind of slowed her down in the first round. Laura Horvath was able to catch her on this part. Now Horvath is just getting into the yoke along with Raptis and Brandon. Ariel Lowen has moved into 2nd place. She's in the white top heading back to the power stairs.
Well, and I'll tell you, Sean, this is one of those apparatus that they don't necessarily have a ton of access to in the back, so I'm sure they mimic it with things that they can do to get prepared, but you almost have to feel it out from a skill perspective. It looks like she has figured it out on that round.
Gazan into the 3rd and final round, and if she can pull off the win here, and depending how everything else shakes out, there's a chance that Alex Gazan could be your overall leader, but she's got to pick up the win here. Laura Horvath is now trying to stay ahead of Danielle Brandon and Alexis Raptis for 3rd place in this heat. Gazan through 2 of her final 5 reps. Lowen is just getting started on her final set.
Oh, Ariel really putting herself in a tough situation there with that last clean and press. She's got to figure something out by dropping under that bar a little bit better here in this next rep.
Final rep here for Gazan in round 3, and she has a really good shot at chasing down Danny Spiegel. It's got a minute to go here before Spiegel's time hits. Top 4 times in this event, bottom left-hand part of your screen. 2 seconds just separating Spiegel from Kerstetter. And there's a pretty big gap between Kerstetter and Wells for third, but Alex Gazan is looking to pick up the event win. And again, depending on how everything else shakes out, could find herself on top of the overall standings. Alex Gazan, welcome back to competition. An event win, 4:39.77 seconds, the only woman to go sub-5.
Wow.
Danielle Brandon, meanwhile, is in second place. Now, this is big for her because third place in this event is still up for grabs.
And that's what we talked
about,
Sean.
That would keep her on top of the leaderboard.
That's right. We talked about an opportunity for her to bank points. It's going to be huge as the events continue to roll out this weekend.
Danielle Brandon is in, and that should be a third-place finish in the event. Laura Horvath right behind her. She got hung up. She makes the touch. 5:15 for Horvath. That'll be a top 5 finish. Raptis is in, and here comes Ariel Lowen. So Danielle Brandon, huge performance from her as Lowen makes the touch. But Alex Gazan could move into the top 3. Danielle Brandon with that third place finish unofficially. Or make it fourth place. It's going to be tight between her and Brandon. Or pardon me, her and Gazan. Not much is going to be separating those two. Well, Alex Gazan in a tightly packed heat led from wire to wire.
And don't worry, folks, that pain face that she wore right there, she earned it, and it paid off. She was smooth and she was fast on that log clean and press. The yoke was not any fractional amount of work for her. There was no hesitation and a tremendous amount of speed. We were worried about the power stairs. Would they be a problem for her? But she figured them out into round 2 and got faster and faster, round by round, on these power stairs all the way through an Event 2 victory. William Wallace. Did we rename it Alex Gazan?
4:39.77 seconds, third career event win at the Rogue Invitational for Gazan. Danielle Brandon is going to finish 4th. The two of them, Brandon and Gazan, heading into event 3, might only be separated by 5 points in the overall standings. Danny Spiegel and Kerstetter, they're going to move up the standings, and Laura Horvath finishes in 5th place. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who is with your event winner, Alex Gazan.
Alex, congratulations. Last time I saw you, you were on crutches. What does an event win do for a boost in your training confidence?
Oh, it's so fun. I mean, we train to win, so it feels good. Yeah.
We talked earlier about your perspective for this particular event, that you're just grateful to be here. Are you still maintaining that, or do you find yourself wanting to get a little bit more competitive in there?
I think you can do both. And I was explaining that I'm still very nervous. We're competitors. We want to do well. But instead of just feeling nervous and like that ick feeling, I'm just excited. And now I know it can be taken away in the blink of an eye. So when I get to step on the floor, it's a privilege.
We're so very grateful that you're here with us as well, Alex. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Alex Gazan, third career event win and her first competition since a car accident in June, and is pushing for the top spot in the overall standings as we head into the third and final event of the day. Danielle Brandon with another solid performance and will most likely still be the leader heading into the third and final event, but Alex Gazan is right on her heels. CrossFit competition done for now. One final event remains for them here on Friday. We're going to take a quick break. When we return, the strong women and strong men back out on the floor here. Stay with us, everybody. Action continues at the 2025 Rogue Invitational from Aberdeen, Scotland.
The 2025 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by BTWB, Try BTWB gym management software. We put fitness first. Mod Tub. Recovery built as tough as you. Brewdog. Iron Game. The official beer of the Rogue Invitational by Brewdog. And Nova Lab. Train harder, recover smarter.
Inez Carrasquillo has momentum. She picks up the event win in Viking Press, her 4th career event win at the Rogue Invitational. But it's Andrea Thompson who has the lead. 2 finishes of 3rd or better have her on top of the overall standings, but just barely. We are through 2 of 6 events here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational, and Andrea Thompson, the 4-time Britain's Strongest Woman, is our overall leader. And age and experience are paying off for Andrea. Welcome inside P&J Live, everybody, in Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with Lauren Chalet and Kristen Rhodes. The overall standings for the women after 2 events, it is razor thin. Only a half point separate Andrea Thompson from Lucy Underdown, and only 2.5 points separate first from 4th. Inez Carrasquillo, coming off that event win in the Viking Press, sits in 4th place overall with 14 points, only 2.5 back of Andrea Thompson, as Carrasquillo looks to become the first ever repeat champion for the women at the Rogue Invitational. Kristen, what's at stake here in this event?
This event is going to be very, very quick. You have to be fast, and at stake here is Inez needs to keep climbing that leaderboard. She's 2.5 points out of first place right now. We have a couple athletes in this class here that are going to be super fast, and last year this race was very, very tight. So it'll be fun to watch.
Event number 3 is the Yoke Escalator. It is presented by Yeti, and the power stairs are back. There's a 40-foot yoke carry, and then, Laz, they have to move 3 increasingly heavy weights to the top of those stairs, and they've added a little bit of a duck walk here to start.
Yeah, last year they didn't have to walk these weights in. This year, additional challenges for these athletes. Interesting on this one, because you're going from 2 different implements. You've got to be prepared for them, and that yoke is going to take a lot out of your legs before you get to those pins where you got to go up those stairs as fast as possible. Remember, these athletes have to hit the red buttons this time as well. It's the only event, I believe, our strongmen and strongwomen have to do that this year. But it did throw a few people off last year, and I think Sam Bellevue did a diving finish.
She did.
Well, this is an opportunity for 3 athletes at the bottom of the overall standings to maybe pick up some points here. Sam Bellevue comes in 10th place. Mel Peacock is in 9th, and Rebecca Roberts is in 8th. Kristen, why does this event stack up well for these 3?
These 3 are all very, very quick movers. Sam and Melissa last year, they won this. They got 1st and 2nd by a razor-thin margin. And Rebecca's very, very good at duck walk. She's very fast at yoke. These 3 can really shake up some points on the top of that leaderboard.
We have 2 heats of 5 women each. And Peacock, Bellevue, and Roberts will all be out there in this opening heat.
And with the points being so tight at the top, these 3 women that we just talked about, if they're up there on the top and they're moving some points around, it can create some separation.
Absolutely. Based on what we saw last year, our athletes in 9th and 10th place took the win, so we could see a mix-up again. And also, all the athletes have the familiarization that they've done this before now. So will we see improvements on what we did last year? Remember, there is that element where they have to walk the duck walk implements in to our steps.
Which will definitely change a little bit of how quickly this event moves.
Opening heat is underway. It starts with that 40-foot yoke carry, 650 pounds, 295 kilos, and Jennifer Lyle.
Jennifer Lyle is moving rapidly on the super yoke. First athlete to our duck walks. She's still keeping up the pace.
And Robertson Peacock right behind her. First implement moving up, 225 pounds, 102 kilos. Lyle makes quick work of that. She's still in the lead ahead of Beliveau and Peacock. And now Beliveau and Peacock have narrowed the gap. Sam
between those three athletes there.
Is looking to take the lead, a slip from Lyle. So Beliveau and Peacock out front to the final weight. 325 pounds, 124 kilos. Peacock getting hung up a little bit.
This is back and forth. Peacock just ahead, I think.
And here comes Hannah Lindsay. She's got a chance. Lindsay to the top. Who's makes the buzzer, and it's Hannah Lindsay, followed by Mel Peacock.
Hannah Lindsay, tortoise in the hair stuff. She was back of the pack at one stage. Consistently went through each implement, and by the end, no mistakes. She ends up taking the win. All the other athletes, we saw stairs where they were kind of faltering, making mistakes, going down. It was the smoothness of Hannah Lindsay in the end.
Hannah
finishing.
She just kept going. Yeah.
50.2 seconds for the Swamp Monster as Peacock and Beliveau struggled with that final power pin at 325 pounds. As you mentioned, Lars, she was just smooth and consistent the whole way.
Yeah, I mean, Jennifer Lyle went out like a rocket on that super yoke. You can see here on the screen, this was the mistake she made. It allowed the others to catch up. And just look at Hannah Lindsay there. She didn't even stop before that final step. Just walked that implement straight on and threw the weight up like it was nothing.
And did a great job of remembering to hit the buzzer as Peacock barreled into her pylon. So Hannah Lindsay has the top time, heading into the second and final heat of 50.26 seconds.
Look what it means to the Swamp Monster.
Yeah, I spoke with her coach between events, and they were very confident she had a good chance of winning this event right here.
Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Hannah, congrats on taking your heat. Smooth and steady there. Walk me through this event from your perspective.
Well, I have a crappy knee, so I had to take a slow start on the yoke, make sure I don't drop it, and then haul ass up them stairs.
That slow start may have played to your favor, as some of the other athletes had a couple bobbles as they tried to rush through this. How aware were you of the other athletes and what their game plan was?
I don't really pay attention to nobody out here whenever I'm going. But then on that last one, I was like, oh shit, I might can beat Mel. So I just kept on going and crashed into the stairs.
Well, sounds like Swampy does what Swampy wants, right?
That's right.
Thanks and congrats.
Thank y'all.
She might could win, and she might should win. 50.26 seconds for Hannah Lindsay, edging out Mel Peacock. Jennifer Lyle comes in third place, and then Beliveau and Roberts separated by about a second for fourth and fifth.
Yeah, good times there. Interesting to see a bit of a mix of results from last year's event as well there, Kristen.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit heavier this year. The yoke was a little bit heavier. The power stairs were a little heavier. You add in that duck walk implement, that's also going to fatigue getting to those stairs. You know, and it left a little bit of room for some bobbles. We saw a couple women slip and trip.
I think you're absolutely right. The extra weight on the super yoke, draining the legs a little bit more. So we did see more mistakes. It'd be interesting to see if we see that now with our leaders.
Right.
Because they may benefit from the heavier weight.
Right. Well, they're the bigger, some of them are the bigger athletes.
The crew out
More
there
powerful.
in the gray shirts, you just saw them. That's the equipment crew. They are some of the unsung heroes of the Rogue Invitational. This event does not happen without all the volunteers that are giving up their weekends to come out here and lug a bunch of heavy equipment around, set up events. We really appreciate all their efforts.
Absolutely.
And the floor looks to be reset now for the second and final heat. Andrea Thompson, your overall leader, is out there on the competition floor. She has a half-point cushion.
Just to remind people of the weights, 650 pounds on the super yoke, and then we have 225 pounds, 275, and that final 325 pound implement to be carried up those steps.
Overall leader Andrea Thompson will be in lane 3. She's only a half point up on both Lucy Underdown and Angelica Jardine, who have 16 total points, and then Inez Carrasquillo is lurking back there in 4th place, just 2.5 points back at Thompson for the lead.
$50 seconds. That is the target these women have to aim to beat.
650
Olga fast
pounds.
off the blocks.
295 kilos on the
Here
yoke.
comes Andrea in the center there. Good solid finish on the yoke. Now, Olga is absolutely
Moving
flying
quick.
with these first steps, but here comes Inez.
It is dead even here. Angelica Jardine just tosses that thing. Inez Carrasquillo at the bottom of your screen is slightly ahead of Lashuk, heading into the 3rd and final power pin at 325 pounds. And a fall for Carrasquillo. She's back up. Lashuk's got it up on the first step. Another stumble for Carrasquillo. She's still got a chance. Lashuk is going to get up to the top. She makes the touch. She's going to win the event. 2nd place is still up for grabs here for Carrasquillo. She makes the touch.
She looked close.
And she's 2/100ths of a second back of Hannah Lindsay.
Wow.
Now, who's going to come in 3rd in this heat? This is close. Lucy is just across that red line.
Underdown makes the touch. Thompson
Andrea
makes
just
the
behind.
touch.
And here comes Angelica Jardine.
And that was razor thin. Lashuk is going to win the event. Inez Carrasquillo will take 3rd by 2/100ths of a second as Hannah Lindsay finishes in 2nd.
And with Underdown and Thompson, who were 1st and 2nd overall, finishing in over a minute, the whole table is going to get turned around.
Shifted. The whole scoreboard shifted.
Carrasquillo could wind up on top of the overall standings here. It could be close. She was only 2.5 back of Andrea Thompson. But Olga Lashuk picks up the event win.
It's a great win there for Olga.
She was only 4 points back at Andrea Thompson. It's going to get really tight
real tight
on top of the overall
Yeah.
standings heading into the final 3 events tomorrow.
And this is where Olga, she's so consistent. She just moves. Just so much power. Look at her.
Inez Carrasquillo had a couple costly trips on that final power pin. And had it not been for those, she could have won this event.
Yeah, I think she just got going too fast.
There we go.
Yep.
Wow.
Olga Lashuk,
So close. Look at that.
45.48 seconds, and then 2/100ths of a second between Lindsay and Carrasquillo. Mel Peacock gets her best result of the competition so far. She finishes in 4th, and Jennifer Lyle rounding out the top 5. Down to the competition floor, Kiki Dixon's with Olga Lashuk.
Olga, congratulations on your event win. This year was a little bit heavier than last year's. Did you notice that, and in what ways?
Today I didn't feel weight. I just running. Thank you for your support. You were so loud.
You did a major shakeup on the leaderboard. What are you going to do to prepare for tomorrow's competition?
Eat, rest, and chill.
All right, eat, rest, and chill. Sounds like a recipe for success. Thank you, Olga.
Thank you so much. I love you guys. Thank you for coming. Woo!
Eat, rest, and chill. I can get behind that.
Yeah, that's some good advice right there.
Sign me up. So the women are done. An exciting race. Olga Lashuk takes the event win. Quick break. The men take on the Yoke Escalator when we return to the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Mitch Hooper picked up an event win to start the 2025 Rogue Invitational, and he said it wasn't a statement, it's a reminder. He currently sits on top of the overall standings, and he is a tough man to catch once he gets to the top of the leaderboard. But it is Trey Mitchell who is putting some pressure on the Moose. Big Tex with an event win in the Viking Press has made things interesting through 2 events. Mitchell in his 3rd Rogue Invitational, and a guy who has finished on the podium here in the past in 2022 in his first ever appearance at the Rogue Invitational when this event was at Dell Diamond in Round Rock, Texas. He finished 2nd overall and now has 3 event wins here at the Rogue Invitational. Thanks for being with us inside P&J Live, everybody. I'm Sean Woodland with Lauren Chalet and Kristen Rhodes. Overall standings after 2 events, it is Mitch Hooper with 19 points. He's 1.5 points up on Trey Mitchell. Lucas Hatton sits in 3rd. He's 2.5 up on Austin Andrade for that final spot on the podium. Lobs, what's at stake here for these men going into this event?
So this is a really big event for the overall contest now. We've got a few athletes that have drifted behind, but I feel the athletes near the bottom end of the table could claw their way back in. We saw that with the women just earlier. And some of these athletes that maybe aren't the best when it comes to the power events, now more of an athletic type of event, they can really claw back. But it's Tom Stoltman for me that really needs to make his move. He's been 2nd 3 times. He needs to really show everyone that he is still a contender this year.
Tom Stoltman in 7th place overall with 9.5 points. The Yoke Escalator is presented by Yeti, and it is fast. Carry a yoke 40 feet and then 3 increasingly heavy weights to the top of those power stairs. We're going to have 2 heats of 5 athletes, and we saw some razor thin margins for the women in their event. And like the women, this is a chance for some of the men towards the bottom of the standings. You mentioned Tom Stoltman.
Yeah, Tom
some noise here.
Needs to do something. Paddy Haynes and Ray O'Neill, for me, both very similar athletes. Absolutely superb athletes, very fast, great at events like power stairs. And Thomas Evans, he needs to make his move as well. These 3 would definitely be worth watching.
Ray O'Neill, of course, the 2025 World's Strongest Man. There is Tom Stoltman, who currently sits in 7th place overall. He tied for 5th in the wagon wheel deadlift, and then followed that up with a 6th place finish in the Viking Press. Five athletes on the competition floor here. Tom Stoltman will join Ray O'Neill, Tom Evans, making 4 athletes, and Paddy Haynes. Two rookies and 2 vets here at the Rogue Invitational in this field. What does Stoltman like about this event?
Well, Stoltman's height is a big advantage. Going up those power stairs, normally a very good event for him. He just needs to get his confidence back. At the moment, he doesn't look as confident as we've seen him in the past. But Tom's one of those guys, one good event, and suddenly his chin goes up, heads up, and he starts believing in himself. And I think that's all that's lacking at the moment. The capability's there. We just need to see that confidence again, because when he is on and when he believes it, he is a very, very dangerous man.
£1,050 on the yoke, 476 kilos. And it's Tom Evans who's out front early.
Tom Evans moving well on this yoke. It was a bad start by Reno.
First
Tom
weight,
and Paddy both struggling.
100 pounds, 227 kilos. Slight stumble there for Evans on his first trip up the stairs. Here comes Tom Stoltman and Paddy Haynes. And Ray O'Neill is bringing up the rear as Evans heads back for the second weight now at 550 pounds, 249
Paddy
kilos.
Haynes is closing the gap with these power stairs. Wasn't so good on the yoke, but he's moving well now. He's actually caught up to Thomas Evans, and here comes Tom Stoltman as well.
Haynes and Evans are tied. Haynes is actually now in the lead. He's got to lug that thing over the red line, make the trip back down. So Paddy Haynes overtaking Evans for the lead onto the third and final power pin up to 600 pounds, 272 kilos. And this is where that duck walk really starts to cause a problem. Haynes is fighting with that thing to get it up to the stairs.
Fatigue really hitting them hard. This is 600 pounds, this final power pin. That is a heavy weight to be carrying at the end of an event like this. Drains the back, taxes the grip as well. And you see an even Tom Stoltman there who's just having to shunt it over. He's getting as close as he can.
Evans took a spill on the first stair. He's okay. And Patty Haynes is almost to the top. He's got one stair left. And Patty Haynes has it not completely over. There it is. And he makes the touch. 126.42 seconds for Patty Haynes.
And that is 4 exhausted athletes. This event, way more brutal this year.
Adding that duck walk element, having to carry it, I think that really changed things.
This is the battle for second between Evans and Tom Stoltman. These two are just gassed. 2.5-minute time cap.
Yeah, Thomas Evans, he was blisteringly quick on the super yoke, but these power pins slowed him down rapidly, but I love that he keeps fighting, and he's gonna,
Evans is through it. Nearly.
He got so excited, he jumped and tripped over, but he managed to hit the button. We have 2 finishers.
2:01.24 seconds for Evans. Stoltman and Nell.
Come on, Tom.
Trying to finish up. So Reno Nell's at the bottom of the steps. He's not going to have enough time. Stoltman's got 1 to go. 5 seconds. He's going to try to get there. Has it over. Has to hit the buzzer. And I think he made it.
Got it right in time.
They're not going to give him credit. Didn't hit the buzzer, but finished the event. And Patty Haynes at 126.42 seconds has the top time heading into the final heat.
Great to see the young man from Oxfordshire with a solid run there. Yoke, he's always been worried about the yoke. He was steady here. Went down towards the end there, but it's this element here where he picks up the pace, moving really quick on the duck walk, and he's very good when it comes to power stairs. Caught up quickly to Thomas Evans, and once he was ahead, he didn't look back.
126.42 seconds. With 5 athletes remaining, and Patty Haynes needed that. 9th place overall for back-to-back 9th place finishes.
Just looking how much the big men struggled on there.
Only 2 men finished inside the time cap. Stoltman got really close. He just had to press the buzzer. Couldn't get there in time, and it's Reno Nell in 4th place. So let's go down to the competition floor. Kiki Dixon is with Patty Haynes.
Patty, well done on taking your heat. This event is no joke. What did you find was the most difficult aspect of it?
Honestly, like, on that last one, your legs are just absolute jelly. I know yoke's probably not my best, so it was get through the yoke, and then power stairs are usually quite good for me, but honestly, that is really, really tough. Like, anyone that finishes that, fair play. I'm the fit one. Jeez, look at me.
You are new on the scene. What's it like going toe-to-toe with these guys?
This is, I mean, I've done some big shows this year. This feels like a step up. Again, this is sort of my first year on the scene. And I'm so proud to be like, even to be here was like a pipe dream. So anything I achieve, you know, it's a bonus. But I'm going home happy whatever happens. I'm glad day 1 is over.
All right, go get your recovery. Congrats.
I think we should give Patty maybe some bonus points for completing that interview completely and totally out of breath.
He did very well.
That may have been more impressive than what he did here.
And like you said, he is meant to be the fit one. So if he is struggling that much with some very, very big men to come, I think Patty's time is going to be hard to beat.
126.42 seconds, and he came from behind to get the win. Tom Evans was out front early, but then Patty Haynes with a great comeback. And now the equipment team, and again, just mentioned how valuable this crew is and how much hard work they do throughout the weekend, not only here in the Strongman events, but also in the CrossFit events, lugging all this equipment up and down the field, getting things set up. You know, we really appreciate the effort of the volunteers here.
Yeah, they work so hard all weekend. Now this weight that we have for the men, 1,050 pounds, for the athletes that are quick, it saves your legs. If you're under that weight for a long period of time, that's when it really starts to drain you. And someone like Paddy, who was a bit slower on the yoke, even though he's one of the fitter athletes, he felt that leg fatigue as he got deeper and deeper. I think an athlete like Mitch, can get through the yoke very, very quickly, and I think it will benefit him to save that energy. Be interesting to see what the likes of Trey Mitchell, Lucas Hatton can do, because they are huge, powerful men with huge, huge muscles. Sometimes they can burn up if you're out there for a long time, but if they've got the strength to get through the first implement quickly, could do very well.
Take another look at the overall standings heading into that final heat. It is Mitch Hooper with 19 points, who has a 1.5 lead over Trey Mitchell, and Lucas Hatton currently sits in that finals position on the podium. Austin Andrade is 2.5 points back of him, and Bryce Johnson currently sits in 5th place, but still plenty of men within striking distance of that podium spot as we are not even halfway through.
I would keep your eye on Bryce Johnson. I've got a feeling we're going to see something special from him today.
But Mitch Hooper with a 1st and a 2nd place finish, looking to win his 3rd straight Rogue Invitational. Won the opening event, the wagon wheel deadlift, and only needed 2 lifts to do it.
He's definitely come in good shape. And there we see him just being the methodical athlete that he is, just putting chalk on each of those power pins. You want to make sure the grip is solid as well. You're getting taxed in so many ways. We talk about the legs with the super yoke. The back starts to feel it, lifting each one of these implements up each step. And the grip starts to feel it as well.
You have back fatigue, leg fatigue, grip fatigue.
And then the lungs on top of that. Who thought this event
the
up?
Important thing, breathing. Who needs to breathe?
Men in the second heat here getting ready. There is Bryce Johnson, who has a chance to do some damage in this event. You mentioned what's at stake coming in. Tom Stoltman needed a win. He did not get it, didn't even finish the event. So he's paying close attention to this heat, because if all these guys finish, that is bad news for Stoltman.
Absolutely.
We are underway. 1,050 pounds on the yoke. 126.42 seconds the time to beat, and it's Mitch Hooper out front early. He's got a big lead here as he gets to the power pins. First pin, 500 pounds up the stairs.
Bryce Johnson coming up second on the yoke. And Mitch is already up with that first implement.
Mitch got it to the top before Johnson even hit the first step. Hooper on the 550-pound, 249-kilo power pin.
That advantage of being so fast on the super yoke, he's not having to rush these.
And now 600 pounds for Hooper. Swinging that thing up to the stairs, but he is well ahead of the rest of the field. He can take his time
he's
here.
Feeling it. Look at this. Struggling now with this final implement.
Hooper has it to the first step. Got less than 30 seconds to go before he hits Haynes time.
Such a brutal event. Wow. Going to get some chalk, I think. Paddy Haynes could take the win on this one.
Got 16 seconds to go here. Hooper's the only man on that final power pin. There's Bryce Johnson's got the blood coming from the nose as he's on the final power pin. So 6 seconds to go. So Haynes is going to be close. I think he's going to get it.
And Mitch's
Paddy Haynes is going to pick up his first career event win, but Mitch Hooper's doing what Mitch Hooper does, is trying to stay inside the top 3 here.
Austin Andrade managing to get up another step. You can see Trey Mitchell in the background, hating like whoever came up with this event wanted to kill these men. This is absolutely brutal. I am very glad, Kristen, that we're sat here and not doing this event. Good to see Austin still digging deep.
Well, Hooper's having trouble getting that thing to the top step.
He's absolutely
could be big as Trey Mitchell is now to the top, and he's going to finish at 158.85 seconds.
Tell you what, after that win in the Viking Press, this is a big result for Trey Mitchell.
Let's go, Austin. Hooper's got to get in here.
Hooper is just gassed. He's got nothing left. I don't know what he's trying here. He's trying to go backwards.
Took a deficit deadlift for Hooper.
Absolute brutal.
Well, that's going to do is Hooper was kind of surveying the field to see if anyone was close to him, but
I'll tell you what, I think Bryce Johnson has gone ahead as well.
And Trey Mitchell might be the overall leader because he got some help from heat number 1.
He did indeed.
He was only a 1.5 points back of Hooper, so Trey Mitchell could be our overall leader heading into day 2.
Look how exhausted all of these athletes are. Wow, what a tough event.
That duck walk really changed the game for this whole event.
When we compare to the times we saw last year, this was so much harder.
I wasn't expecting it to be that hard.
No, same. I've got to say.
Well, this is also big for Tom Stoltman.
It's
with four men not finishing in that heat.
Yes, very much so. This is going to mix things up. You can see the struggle on Mitch Hooper's face there.
And this is what we talked about. Literally anything can happen.
Absolutely.
You cannot predict what's going to happen.
Trey Mitchell did very well. Just sneakily came through. And it shows the conditioning on such a big man. Trey holds so much muscle. You'd think logically he's going to burn up through the lactic acid. He's going to build up quicker. The oxygen's going to burn up quicker. But he paced himself nicely. And that is a big, big result.
Yeah, that's big for him. Big points.
Trey Mitchell looks to be the overall leader as he picks up the heat win. Patty Haynes is going to grab his first career event win at the Rogue Invitational. 126.42 seconds. Only 4 men finished. Now, they are adjusting Stoltman's time, so he did finish. That is big for Tom. 4th place finish for him. I know he needed the win. You said that at the top. Yeah. What's at stake? But that's still going to help him as a lot of the guys that he is chasing did
points.
not finish. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon.
Trey, I believe you are now our new overall leader at the close of day number 1 at the Rogue Invitational. You missed out in last year, due to an injury from 2023. So what does it mean to you to have such a great day 1 back?
Oh, yes, it's very honorable. Just like coming back, not being able to compete last year due to injury, like it's just proved that this is a good competition for me, I think.
This event is no joke. You guys are all lined up 5 at a time going. You're usually competing 1 at a time or 2 at a time. How much did that influence what you did out here?
It definitely gives you a little bit extra motivations, having half the field pretty much competing at the same time. You see everybody, you got the lead and guys coming up behind you too. So it gives you a little extra motivation to give it your all.
A little extra motivation, a little extra pressure. What did you find was the most difficult aspect of this particular event?
I would say the duck walk is an extremely heavy duck walk. We don't usually do this.
Well, you did today. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Trey Mitchell unofficially could be your overall leader after 3 events, picking up another solid finish. I mean, I sat here saying once Mitch Hooper's on top of the overall standings, hard to catch the guy, but he may have just done it.
He has indeed. I mean, he even didn't sound too out of breath.
Yeah.
I'm super impressed with the condition that Trey has come in there, because this is an event you would really pick Trey to win. We know he's a great deadlifter. We know he's a great presser, but he's put the work in on the weaknesses as well. Well-deserved finish at the top of the leaderboard at the end of day number 1 for the big man from Texas.
It is going to be a fun day 2 here. Can the Moose chase down Big Tex? 3 events remain for the Strongman competition. They're done for the day. CrossFit coming up next here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational.
The 2025 Rogue Invitational is brought to you by Strongest Epic Fitness Events on Tap. Yeti, built for the wild. And Rogue, don't weaken.
A former champion is looking like his old self, just not the one we thought. Justin Medeiros, an event win and a 7th place finish, is our overall leader after 2 events, but not by much. Our coverage of day 1 of the 2025 Rogue Invitational continues. I'm Sean Woodland with former affiliate cup winner Adrian Conway. Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor, and 3 men have 170 points. Justin Medeiros is the leader by virtue of that event win in the opening event. Jay Crouch and Pat Velder are right on his heels, though, for the top spot in the overall standings as we are set to close out the opening day of competition.
Yeah, it's just like we expected, Sean. It's crowded at the top. There's going to be a lot of pressure. There's going to be plenty of room to change this leaderboard for many others hoping to do so.
Well, meanwhile, in the overall standings, Jeff Adler, James Sprague, and Jason Hopper made big moves courtesy of their performance in the last event. Jason Hopper picking up the win, goes from 18th into 7th. And Jeff Adler moved up to 5th. James Sprague, also a strong performance, now sits in 6th place. And this is another event where Jason Hopper could score some valuable points.
That's right. This has to be one that Hopper looks as opportunity at its finest. He's going to get a chance to close the day with even more momentum, and he's really got to keep that urgency. On the other side of the coin, we've got James Sprague, a man still building momentum, but this is going to be where he comes into a workout like this, or an event specifically, where he hopes to maintain his position, not necessarily look to gain a ton.
We are set for the 3rd and final event of the opening day of competition here in Aberdeen, Scotland for the 2025 Rogue Invitational. These athletes will face 9 total events over the weekend. And event number 3 is called Tax Collector. It is presented by Tier. 3 movements, 10 reps each.
Now, I didn't talk to Josh or Chris about the title of this, Sean, but I have a feeling that no one likes to see the Tax Collector coming. We like to keep our money, but we understand its value. But that's because this workout involves some pain. It's going to be 10 back squats at 315 pounds, 10 dumbbell snatches at 100 pounds, that's not a typo, and 10 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds, where the men are going to be asked to do single repetitions at a time there on those 10. And they're doing this not 1 round, Sean, but 4.
Oof. That's a lot of work. Harry Lightfoot taking his place at the starting line. First of 2 heats here for the men. 9 men in the field here as Uldis Upniks, has withdrawn. And Guy Maeros in lane 4 is a guy who can move some heavy weight. Colton Mertens in lane 2, also someone who could do very well in this event. Opening heat is underway. 30 reps per round. 4 total rounds for 120 reps, and then that 1 final rep at the end to hit the buzzer.
Now, for some context, folks, we tested the back squat this year as a 1-rep max for the first time at the CrossFit Games as a stand-alone event, which allowed athletes to really see where they were. And this man, Colton Mertens, he back squatted 570 pounds. So when you think about 315 all across the board, it's no surprise he gets off after doing 10 reps in just 30 seconds.
Mertens moving on to the 100-pound dumbbell snatch, 45 kilos. What are the keys here?
Well, it's breathing and bracing. We already noticed these athletes, Guy and Colton, both moving on to the second movement. Well, they're bracing the musculature around their spine very differently than they did to hold and support that back squat load, and it's going to be the same for the sandbag. And they got to rack and rest. This is going to take place for most of the competitors in the squat. They're going to need to use that rack so that they don't just have to support the 315 for all 4 rounds unbroken.
Mertens is through his 10 reps and now moving to the sandbag clean. Got to do 10 reps at 150 pounds at 68 kilos on that.
Again, the athletes are going to have already been specified. They must do single reps on the sandbag. Not that I don't think it changed a lot of their approach, of course, to this specific event. Coming into Tax Collector, I think a lot of athletes knew there'd be pressure to keep the reps chunked together in pretty big sets on the back squat to get to 10. Smooth touch and go, and some singles on the dumbbell, but most would have opted for single reps here on the sandbag either way.
Austin Hatfield and Fabian Ermans are the next 2 men to the sandbag. Then to the far end of the floor, right side of your screen, that's Saxon Panchik getting to work on the sandbag, and Sam Quant in the black shirt is starting. Chandler Smith stepping up to this implement for the first time. 4 rounds here, opening heat, first of 2 heats for the men. 16-minute time cap, and Colton Mertens will be the first man to head back to that 315-pound, 143-kilo barbell for round 2.
Wow. And no hesitation, notice, I mean, this is a body language thing. He puts his hands right on the bar, giving himself that mental cue like, hey, it's time to go to work. I'm not going to stand around and look at the rest of this field.
Mertens halfway through, 5 reps remaining, and no one is even close to joining him yet. Hatfield and Hermans have 1 rep remaining on the sandbag. Hatfield just finished up his set, and he's not even going to get to the barbell before Mertens is done.
Yeah, his ability to keep his torso tall and utilize his legs from his upper leg position and his lower leg position to literally sandwich that tissue together and just rebound out of the bottom is going to be really hard for guys to keep up with.
Chandler Smith finishing up his first set of 10 sandbag cleans. Saxon Panchik walking back to the rack, along with Sam Quant, the black shirt, left side of your screen. The battle for second has taken place between Fabian Hermans and Austin Hatfield. Hermans has a 1 rep lead on Hatfield. Hermans bottom of your screen taking a break, as is Hatfield, and Colton Mertens is starting to run away with his heat. He's already through his 2nd round of dumbbell snatches onto the sandbag for the 2nd time. He'll be halfway through after these 10 reps.
It's honestly wild to consider, Sean. We see Hatfield using the rest and rack method that we talked about in the keys, showing a little bit of his mortality, where Colton Mertens is just putting his foot on the gas to pull further and further away from the rest of this field.
Mertens already through 2 sandbag cleans at 150 pounds. Mertens coming in at 11th place overall. He's got a 10th and a 9th place finish.
Colton really using the pace of the sandbag to keep his composure, not rushing these repetitions, but he knows where he makes his money, which is on the back squat reps, so he can pace this out a little bit more. He knows everybody has to do singles on the bag anyways, and this is where he can settle his heart rate and then walk back to that barbell for another 10 reps.
Mertens has just 2 reps remaining in this round. 150 pounds at 68 kilos on the sandbag, and he is halfway through the 120 total reps. Weights on all of the implements on the bottom left-hand part of your screen. 10 more reps at 315, 143 kilos on the back squat for the Iron Hog, who is starting to open up a very wide lead here over both Hermans and Hatfield, who have just both started their 2nd round of sandbag cleans.
Shawnee's moving this 315 as if it's not there on his back, which lends me to believe with the pace that he's holding, there is no breaking this up. Not even, it wasn't even an afterthought for Colton Mertens, as if, will I use this rest and rack method that Adrian just prescribed to the group? No, I'm not human like the rest of these athletes out here on the field.
Well, if Mertens gets through these as quickly as he has these first 2 rounds, he could join Hatfield and Hermans and Smith on the sandbag.
Well, this is what will dictate it right here. Does he choose to go touch and go on the dumbbell?
Chandler Smith with 7 reps to go on the sandbag. Hermans has 2 left. Hatfield has 3 remaining.
And he does. Merton going touch and go, just like he did in the previous 2 rounds.
45 kilos, 100 pounds on that dumbbell, and Mertens is just smashing this event.
It's becoming comical. A brief rest with his hands on his knees, his first sign of mortality in the tax collector for Colton.
The Hatfield and Hermans are now starting round 3 as Mertens is 10 reps away from heading into his 4th and final round here.
Fabian making these squats look light as well. I mean, technically very sound. Does a great job staying rooted through his heel, and a great pace there with 315, making it look very light. Breaking it up there. This is that rest and rec method that we talked about. It was going to be important for athletes to remain disciplined when they choose to use the rack. This can also be a trap. Got to get back to work.
Herman's coming off a 12th place finish in event 2. William Wallace earlier today. There's Austin Hatfield.
I talked to one of the Mayhem coaches between these events, Sean Angelo DeChico, and he said Hatfield was a bit upset with the way he finished the last event. Not in a bad placing, but in a way that he knew he could have gone faster. And you just got to think that kind of urgency, and especially when you get that kind of emotion in competition, it's going to fuel your next performance.
Well, Colton Burns is slowed a little bit on the sandbag. He's on the right side of your screen now. He has 2 reps remaining, but he is so far ahead that it's not going to matter. Back to the barbell for 10 final back squats at 315 pounds, 143 kilos.
Now, if all things considered, if he's paced the way that he has the rest of this, he slowed the sandbag cleans just so that he could come here and get another 10 unbroken. And it looks like that's going to be the case. The speed out of the bottom on these squats is just unmatched. He has an advantage with the distance that he has to travel, being a shorter statured athlete, and he's taking the most of it and making the most of it right now.
Final 2 for Colton Mertens, who went unbroken in all 4 of these sets and gets right to it. Never racked that barbell until he was done, and now back to the dumbbell. And this is just a beating that he is putting on the rest of the field.
And just look at the rest of the men. Look at Hatfield. Look at Chandler Smith. They're doing 1 rep at a time. That dumbbell's taking them for a ride. Yeah.
That's Fabian Ermans, who currently sits in 2nd place, trying to close out his 3rd round.
And Colton Mertens just continuing to cycle this 100-pound dumbbell. Better than I do 70 pounds.
Mertens now 10 sandbag cleans remaining. To the sandbag for the final time, threatening to lap Ermans.
And if you pay attention to Colton Mertens, which is why he's a fan favorite, I promise you that lapping them is a huge motivator right now. He is leaning into this full send, not only thinking about the next heat, but he's like, yeah, I want to be able to hold this over these guys' head that they got lapped by me and the tax collector.
Six reps remaining for Mertens. 16-minute time cap in this event.
I mean, this is amazing what we're seeing from Mertens right now. He's making it look way too easy and way too simple, folks. It's easy to unappreciate what's going on, but just look around.
He's making some of the fittest in the world just look pedestrian at this point. Mertens on his final rep. Colt Mertens, the Iron Hawk, demolishes the event and dominates Heat 1. 10:27.66 seconds.
Wow.
Austin Hatfield is on his final set of back squats. Ermans is currently the leader on the floor. But Mertens had 115 points. I know it's early, but he is looking to move maybe into the top 6, depending on what happens in heat number 2. But that time is, unless something crazy happens in heat number 2, is definitely going to be towards the top of the results when this is all said and done.
Yeah, no doubt about it. I mean, beyond crazy, it would have to be astronomical for someone to touch his time. And I'll tell you what, this is going to be a statement one for him and a huge momentum swing. You know what it's like and what we've seen in the past. You finish day 1 or day 2, that evening workout with a win. Man, does it carry on to that next day. And this is one of those events, Sean, as we watch the rookie make a great performance here in the first heat. This is one that's certainly going to shake some things up.
10 reps remain for Fabian Armins. Chandler Smith and Austin Hatfield are closing out their 4th round of dumbbell snatches. Colton Mertens has been done for nearly 2 minutes. The first appearance of the Rogue Invitational for Fabian. And we mentioned it earlier today. Just to be on this stage competing against this class of athlete, it's going to be a great learning experience for him.
Yeah, and in a young athlete, when you see something like this, a rookie on a stage like this, to go through an event specifically like this, the tax collector, this is so physiologically taxing. Like, again, people at home are going to have a hard time fathoming this unless they put together this triplet, these 3 movements, and simulate it for themselves. But to see this kind of raw work capacity from a rookie that Fabian's showing us right now, that really shows me exactly why he was able to qualify for the Q and get a ticket here.
Fabian is in 17:17.58 seconds. I mean, nearly 3 minutes behind Colton Mertens. Hatfield and Smith, along with Sachs and Panchik, are your leaders on the floor here. 2.5 minutes to go before we hit the time cap.
This is where you explore different ways to test strength. We see there are many guys out there on the floor right now that might win by and large, like Guy Malheiros in a 1-rep max strength event. But this is strength in a different way. This is certainly more of an emphasis on strength endurance. Your ability to be gritty and grind through different elements.
And Chandler Smith is in. 14:08 for Chandler Smith. Someone who's competed in every single Rogue Invitational, making his 7th appearance here. And now Hatfield is in. Less than 90 seconds to go. Saxon Panchik has 1 dumbbell snatch, and now he's finished on the right side of your screen, moving to the sandbag for the final time.
Oh boy. We're running into some serious cappage here. More guys gonna be struggling with this 16-minute time cap than I assumed coming into this first heat. Showing the wear and tear of today. This is not the first event, folks. This is the 3rd event that they've done today, and we can't discount the way carrying that 600-pound yoke has taxed their nervous system already today. So they've been through it.
Harry Lightfoot is on his 4th and final round of dumbbell snatches. Guy Malheiros is just finishing up his final set of back squats, and now less than 30 seconds to go before we hit the time cap, and Saxon Panchik has 4 reps left to get there. And the way this event is going, those reps are going to be huge if he can get in inside that time cap. 2 reps remain for Saxon. He's got it. Now he's got to hit the buzzer, and he does. So Saxon Panchik sneaking in inside the time cap. But Colton Mertens just demolishing this event, finished in 10 minutes, 27.66 seconds, and that is going to be a tough time to beat.
Oh my goodness. I'm laughing because I'm dumbfounded at that performance, man. Colton Mertens coming out making a wonderful statement for himself and building momentum going into day 2 here in the tax collector. Isn't it Josh Bridges that say you got to pay the man? I think the man might be paying Colton after this one. He put on a clinic, unbroken every round on the back squats. He paced the sandbag just enough, and he was able to manage to finish this workout fast enough that he, in fact, did lap some of the other competitors out there on the floor. And to be honest, between him and the 2nd place finisher, I think he could have come up here with us for an interview before this one wrapped up.
10:27.66 seconds, nearly 3 minutes faster than Fabian Ermans, who finishes in second. Chandler Smith and Austin Hatfield, along with Saxon Panchik, the only 5 men in that opening heat to finish all of the work inside the 16-minute time cap. Only one heat remains here, and the overall leaders will be out on the competition floor. And if you missed the beginning of this event, 3 men are tied with 170 points. Justin Medeiros is technically your overall leader, courtesy of the tiebreak because of his event win in event number 1. But Jay Crouch and Pat Vellner both with 170 points. Ricky Garrard is only 5 points back, and Jeff Adler now only 25 points back. Sprague and Hopper, along with Adler, all rocketed up the overall standings, courtesy of their performance in event number 2. William Wallace. So what's at stake here heading in to the final heat?
I think we've got a lot at stake, and it's going to continue to build throughout the course of this weekend. But for Hopper, it's going to be to really focus on keep climbing. He can't just pat himself on the back with that first place. He's going to need another performance similar to that in order to continue to climb the standings. And then, of course, it's brace for impact for some of these competitors, specifically James Sprague, that might struggle with the cyclical nature of a pretty moderate to heavy load. He's got to brace for the impact that could be coming on the leaderboard. But I'm very confident the way that he's been training his weaknesses and continuing to get stronger through his years that James is going to fare just fine.
Jason Hopper finished 18th in the opening event, but then got right back on track with a win in event 2. William Wallace, your lane assignments, 10 athletes out there on the floor. Justin Medeiros will be in lane number 4. He is your overall leader. Keep an eye on Vellner in lane 9 and Jay Crouch in lane 3. Those are your overall leaders. Jason Hopper trying to come up with another strong performance. I don't know if the event win is even possible after what Colton Mertens did to this thing. But we start with the 10 back squats at 315 pounds, 143 kilos.
We already got a couple athletes using that rack and rest method. Jason Hopper, one of them that chose to break up the first 10. I think this is a very wise choice. If you're making this choice early for someone like Hopper, who has a back squat over 500 pounds, and you're breaking up 10 reps at 315, that tells me you're thinking ahead and not just racing the first round.
Jay Crouch and Justin Medeiros, along with Pat Vellner, the first 3 men to the dumbbell. Adler's there as well. Now everybody on to the dumbbell snatches. Something to keep an eye on, but Colton Mertens was done with this first round in 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
That's right. I made that note too, man. I was like, oh my goodness.
So good luck.
That's right. And we noticed Jay's not the only one. We've noticed some athletes breaking their setup here, even in the first round with these 10, trying to conserve their lower back a little bit. Look, this is a mirrored movement. They're gonna come off this dumbbell snatch and go to the sandbag, and Sean, those look almost exactly the same.
Yeah, Adler, Hopper, and Medeiros, along with Vellner, are all on to the sandbag. Vellner's at the very far end of the floor in the black shirt. Jeff Adler, who came in 5th place overall, 145 points. He's only 25 out of a spot inside the top 3. There's Pat Vellner, one of the 3 men with 170 points to lead the way. 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. So all these men behind the pace set by Colton Mertens, who again finished this first round in 2 minutes, 2 seconds.
Pat really has a unique sandbag to shoulder. He gets that thing past his knees and just pulls his hips forward right underneath it. I think it saves him a ton of range. It's really wise, showing a good technical difference between him and the rest of the field there. Just a rebend of the knee, sneaks right under that bag, doesn't have to jump it to his shoulders, and this could keep his heart rate down a good bit here.
But Jeff Adler's your leader here in this heat after round number 1, but well off the lead pace set by Colton Mertens. Jason Hopper is done, as are Medeiros, Jay Crouch, Pat Vellner, and Roman Krennikov. James Sprague on the right side in that red shirt, falling back a little bit in the pack. And as you mentioned, just got to do some damage control here. Not going to be his event. Jason Hopper, who's trying to do it the man on his right, Justin Medeiros, did, and that is follow up a CrossFit Games championship with a Rogue Invitational win, is towards the front of the pack.
This is where you'd like to think these athletes, especially as experienced and having that champion mindset like Justin Medeiros, is having a steady internal clock. The timer's always going. He finishes a few reps, he racks, he rests, and it's immediately a countdown onto that next set.
Well, Jeff Adler's through his second round, as is Jason Hopper. Justin Medeiros putting the belt on as he sizes up that 100-pound, 45-kilo dumbbell. And just to compare again what Colton Mertens did to this event, he finished round 2 in 4 minutes, 32 seconds on the clock.
Wow. We're seeing a lot of mirroring game strategy here, Sean. These athletes breaking at a similar time, choosing to go singles at a similar time. I don't know if Hopper intended on going singles this early. It looked like a response to some fatigue that's building in his lower back. The other guys opted for 2 sets of touch and go reps, and he opted for singles instead.
Well, Jason Hopper, who started the competition in 18th place, moved up to 7th place after the event win and is trying to get himself inside the top 5, as Justin Medeiros and Jeff Adler are leading the way here. So Colton Mertens can start celebrating the event win, because elite athletes in this heat are way off of his pace.
Colton is likely watching in the back, going to watch closely for their times and see if there's a time in which he would have lapped them, and he will then let them know about that if that's true.
Adler kind of had a similar beginning as a Jason Hopper. Hopper finished 18th in that opening event. Jeff Adler took 11th, but then took a second in the following event. There are Colton Mertens splits that are just insane. So he was well into round 3 at this point.
Well, it's all about consistency. And for anyone unaware of the way that we're looking to find the champion this weekend, it's across these 9 events and who scores statistically best.
Jay Crouch is on his final rep. The good news for Justin Medeiros, not going to win the event, but he's ahead of the 2 guys who are tied with him in the overall standings, both Pat Vellner and Jay Crouch. But it's going to get crowded there at the top of the overall standings as Hopper and Adler continue to try and rack up points and work their way closer to a podium spot heading into the weekend.
Adler going 6 and 4 for his back squat sets, now taking time to chalk up these first 2 rounds. Sean, he stayed tremendously closer to his barbell. He was like right under that thing even during his rest. So this tells me he's going to start taking some more time to recover now.
Medeiros is now done with his 3rd set of back squats and will move back to the dumbbell. He's been impressive so far as Justin Medeiros. I don't know if a lot of people thought he would be in this position after day 1. A lot of the eyes were on Jeff Adler, as we said at the top of the event here. He was the guy people were thinking was going to return to championship form, but so far it has been Justin Medeiros.
Yeah, that's the beautiful thing about this lineup. We can't count out a handful of these guys. They've all got championship experience. They know what it takes. It's about piecing it together. When we consider piecing it together, we're watching Jay Crouch. He's been doing singles on this dumbbell snatch the entire time, and look at where he's at. It's paying off just fine for him in his overall strategy. He's one of those guys that if we don't pay attention to, he'll sneakily sneak in to a top spot.
Ricky Garrard has fallen way off the pace here. This is the start of his 3rd round. And just for context again, Colton Mertens was into round 4 at this point.
Yeah, it's got to be this back squat that's giving Ricky problems. He did finish 23rd at that 1 rep max back squat that I alluded to at the CrossFit Games this last year. He only back squatted 455. When you consider a number like that against that 315 that he's having to cycle 40 times, it's a very different experience for him than it is some of these other stronger guys.
Justin Medeiros has opened up a now 3-rep lead on Jeff Adler as they're to the sandbag for the start of round 3. So if this holds, Medeiros will be in the lead all by himself. And then things are going to get really interesting behind him because Adler and Hopper are picking up more points. Now, meanwhile, Roman Krennikov, Pat Vellner, and James Sprague are creeping up here.
Still a lot of opportunity for this different leads and different positions to exchange, which is a beautiful thing here. This is where self-discipline and self-awareness really kick in.
James Sprague, one of the 3 men who made a big move after that second event. 130 points, 6th place overall, as Justin Medeiros is into his 4th and final round.
All these events are uncomfortable. They are all gonna elicit a sense of pain. But I'll tell you right now, when you're in the lead and you're Justin Medeiros, the pain feels so different than what someone like Ricky Garrard is experiencing right now. When you're playing catch up, everything hurts just a little bit more worse than when you're leading the pack.
Now Garrard is just lagging towards the back. Just finishing up his 3rd set of back squats as Adler is back to the barbell along with Jay Crouch in the gray shirt, bottom of your screen, and James Sprague in an event that you mentioned, what was at stake here for him? Try to do some damage control. So far, he is doing more than that. He's in contention here for a top finish in the heat.
Yeah, we talked about the different ways to test strength, and I'll tell you, this one being more of an emphasis on strength endurance and that grittiness, James excels at that. So while this 315 might be heavier to him relative to his 1 rep max than others, he can grind through this and shine nonetheless.
We got 10 seconds until we hit Colton Mertens' time, so he's going to pick up the event win and 100 points in the process, and Mertens is likely going to be inside the top 10 to start day number 2. Justin Medeiros to the 100-pound, 45-kilo dumbbell for his final set of 20, or 10, sorry. Adler with 3 reps remaining here. Make it 4. James Sprague, meanwhile, has moved himself into 3rd place in the heat behind Crouch and Medeiros.
Wow.
This is a great showing for James Sprague.
Yeah, absolutely.
Medeiros to the sandbag for the final time. Remember, Colton Mertens had about 3 minutes between himself and Fabian Hermans, who finished in 2nd place in that heat. So a 2nd place finish in this event is very well within the reach of Justin Medeiros. And now Sprague into 2nd behind Medeiros. This is huge for James Sprague. He's 6th place overall coming in. Now Jay Crouch to the sandbag for the final time. He's in the gray shirt. James Sprague is picking things up here a bit. 3 reps back of Medeiros. He's on a faster pace, but I think he's going to run out of time. Roman Krennikov up top onto the sandbag. 150 pounds, 68 kilos. Medeiros got a no rep. He still has plenty of time. 2nd place in the event still is his. Medeiros hits the buzzer, and he's going to be your overall leader heading in to day 2. 12:26.19 seconds for the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion. And now James Sprague has 1 rep left, as does Jay Crouch. Sprague is closer to the buzzer. He takes the rep, makes the touch. Here comes Crouch. 3rd and 4th, respectively, in the event for Sprague and Crouch. Is now Krennikov is across.
Wow.
So Jeff Adler falling off the pace. He's got 4 reps remaining. And now those times from heat number 1 are starting to factor in. So Colton Mertens beat Justin Medeiros by nearly 2 minutes in this event. And Medeiros is your overall leader.
What a showing. What a showing by Medeiros. Adler across.
So Adler looking to keep himself inside the top 5. So Jason Hopper, mentioned what's at stake for him, trying to pick up some points here. He was in 7th place overall, but now starting to fall back as Vellner is in. Hopper has 5 reps remaining. Jorgen Carl Gudmundsson is out there along with Jonakoski on the sandbag. Ricky Garrard is still back on the back squat here in round 4. Garrard's in danger of getting capped. The Hopper's in. We'll see if he stays inside the top 7. Koski and Gudmundsson are just about done. Gudmundsson, top of your screen, has 1 rep remaining, and Jorgen Carl Gudmundsson is across the finish line. Jonakoski with 4 reps left on the sandbag. 1 minute and 20 seconds remaining here before we run into the 16-minute time cap. Final rep for Koski.
Something's just not right with Ricky Garrard back there, still working through his back squats.
And Koski's done, less than a minute to go, and Ricky Garrard is going to get time capped. He has 3 reps left on that 315-pound, 143-kilo back squat.
It looks like he's continuing to try to find some position of relief for his midline. It could be his back, it could be an oblique. Something that he's trying to find relief for, cinching up the belt as tight as he can get it. But that strain you see from him, that's not a response to the load and him just squatting it up and down.
So Garrard is done with the barbell. He'll move to the 100-pound dumbbell, trying to get as many reps as he possibly can here. Justin Medeiros will be your overall leader after 3 events. Colton Mertens looking to crash the party in the top 10 as he picks up the event win. A first, a second, and a 7th for Justin Medeiros on day number 1, and looking a lot like the Justin Medeiros who used to win the CrossFit Games with just consistent performances across the board.
That's right, and you saw it in his walk. I don't know if that was the strut of swagger, if it was a strut from the squats that he was just getting under in the tax collector, but this is where he won it. He was disciplined with keeping his hands on the barbell. We talked about rest and rack and the points to focus on and the keys to this event, and he executed at a high level throughout, staying very disciplined there, and he was constant and consistent with the sandbag work. It was James Sprague, though, who gave him a big push towards the end, which surprised us all. We talked about him having to create a little bit of some damage control here for himself, and he did just that. He did much more than that, in fact. And I think this puts the rest of the field on notice here, but it was Colton Mertens. It was that man right there who, my goodness, lacked several and made this workout look really easy. Again, I think they say you got to pay the man, but the man paid Colton today.
10:27.66 seconds for Mertens, nearly 2 minutes faster than Justin Medeiros, who beat some of the fittest men on the planet. James Sprague, this was huge for him in an event that we thought might be damage control.
Yes.
3rd place for the 2024 CrossFit Games champion. Jay Crouch and Roman Krennikov rounding out the top 5, and a great finish for Rogue Invitational rookie Fabian Ermans, who's going to wind up in 6th. Let's send it down to Kiki Dixon, who's with James Sprague.
James, you are making moves up that leaderboard. You just had a 3rd place finish here and in the event before. You said your mantra was that you need to believe more in yourself. How on earth are you manifesting that right now?
Oh man, I'm going to credit my faith to God. When you place your faith in Christ, you can do anything. I truly believe that any challenge is conquerable. But truthfully, yeah, I felt really good coming into this one. I felt like I had a good recovery. My team's been working hard to make sure I'm feeling good, so it's a team success here.
You were talking about recovery between the 2 events, but then also within this particular event. Where were you finding those moments of recovery?
Yeah, so I started really slow. I feel like I'm really good at playing the game of like staying back until I need to push. And it was one of those workouts where I was like 7th, 8th, or 9th, first 2 rounds. And then honestly, you just can't let that get in your head, because seeing what happened in the first heat, it was a dramatic fall off. So I was like, why don't I start at that slow pace and build? And I think I was able to do that pretty well. It takes a lot of mental discipline, but you know, being an athlete, you have to learn how to figure it out sometimes.
Yeah, and at what point did you decide to make that push?
Starting round 3, I picked up the squat a little quicker. My back started aching more, and I said, good. We need that. Means you're working hard. If the muscles are hurting, you're working. So just tried to accept it and use it to my advantage.
Well, you are certainly working your way up that leaderboard. Congratulations.
Thank you very much. Thanks, guys.
James Sprague finishes 3rd in the event, came in 6th place overall, and looking to punch his way into the top 5 and closer to one of those spots on the podium heading into the weekend. For the men, meet the tax collector. And Colt Mertens said, no, you can come back another day. 10:27, Mertens wins the event. Take a quick break. When we return, the women close things out on day number 1 of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Friday at the 2025 Rogue Invitational comes to a close, and Danielle Brandon has been the star so far on the women's side. A 1st and a 4th, and a 5-point overall lead after 2 events. Thanks for being with us today as our coverage continues from Aberdeen, Scotland. I'm Sean Woodland with former Affiliate Cup champion Adrian Conway, and Kiki Dixon is down on the competition floor. Here are your overall standings. Heading into event 3 of 9, Ariel Lowen currently occupying 3rd place. Laura Horvath continuing to creep up the standings, now just 10 points back of Lowen for 3rd. Danny Spiegel, courtesy of that great performance in event number 2, sits in 5th place. Now Alex Gazan, you got heavy weight on the barbell. This is an event where she can score some more points.
That's right. I don't think, unless it's outside of a snatch, man, I don't think that she sees a heavy barbell she doesn't like. So this is going to line up really nicely for her, a way to continue to make her statements at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, Gazan coming off the event win in William Wallace. Laura Horvath again with 150 points can move some weight as well. And Danielle Brandon looking to hang on to the top spot on the overall leaderboard, although in the past we have seen Brandon struggle with the back squat. So first of 2 heats is underway. Paige Rogers getting into the barbell, 225 pounds, 102 kilos for the women.
Sean, this is going to be one of those events, just like we saw for the men, where we could potentially see the event winner right here in heat number 1.
There are your lane assignments here for this first of 2 heats. Olivia Kersetter in lane 3, keep your eye on her. Another athlete who likes a heavy barbell. Danny Spiegel in lane 7 onto the dumbbell snatch, as is Grace Walton. 70 pounds, 32 kilos.
Gracie going singles. Not to panic, anyone watching along. We saw that play out wonderfully for some of these male athletes in the last event in the second heat.
Olivia Kerstetter in the all black in the middle of your screen. Just saw her finish 14th in the opening event, then moved all the way up to 8th after a third place finish in event 2. There's Danny Spiegel, who took 2nd place in the last event. Spiegel never met a heavy sandbag she didn't like.
Nope, and she's the one, Sean, we got to keep her out on. What was Colton's split on that first round? 202. She's gonna be right there chasing some of those splits down, I believe.
Saw the weights for the women on the bottom right-hand part of your screen. The sandbag, 100 pounds, 45 kilos. 30 reps per round. Spiegel is 4 away from closing out round number 1. At the top of your screen, down the middle. Abby Doman on the right side, starting her first set of 10 sandbag cleans.
James brought up a really great point covering his success, and if the women were paying attention, hopefully they could garner a lesson. It's not about how you start, it's about how you finish, especially in an event just like this, where we know you're breathing, having a fine breathing in so many different positions, from the squat to the snatch to the sandbag. It pays off to pace early and go fast later.
Spiegel, Kerstetter, Emma Tall, who's in the middle in the white shirt, and then Grace Walton at the bottom of your screen, the leaders here in heat number 1. Back to the 225-pound barbell for 10 more back squats.
Spiegel remaining composed through her squat reps. Relative to a 1 rep max, this is going to be lighter for Danny than it will be to many of the women in the field. Choosing to take a break there, 6 and 4 on this second round.
Spiegel's done very well the past couple of years here at the Rogue Invitational. This is the 5th time she's competed at this competition. She was 7th in 2024. That's her career best here. She's only finished outside of the top 10 once. Grace Walton finishing just ahead of Spiegel. Kerstetter's done as well. And Danny Spiegel is onto the dumbbell. Walton on the left side of your screen in the light blue top. Kerstetter next to her in the all black.
I think singles on these snatches is a really wise move, and we're starting to see it be applied by many of the women on the field. It just helps keep your heart rate a little bit lower. You're looking to reconcile maybe 5 to 7 seconds per round by going touch and go if you're steady with your singles, and it's totally worth it if it helps you stay more composed on the back squats.
Kerstetter is the first woman done with her 2nd set of dumbbell snatches. Back to the 100-pound sandbag for 10 more cleans. Walton is finished as well.
Olivia looks completely in control here. Pacing almost with that James Sprague type approach, where she's leaving a little bit in the tank early, giving herself the chance to race late.
Danny Spiegel is onto the sandbag as well, so it's Kerstetter, Walton, and Spiegel, your top 3. 120 total reps in this event, and then pressing the buzzer counts as an extra rep. Kerstetter down to her final 2 reps. Danny Spiegel trying to put some pressure on Gracie Walton for 2nd place in the heat right now. Kerstetter is halfway through the event. Kerstetter into round 3, 10 reps at 225 pounds on the back squat, 102 kilos.
Great job there by Olivia. Minimal time waste. She stayed pretty close to the bar, got right to work.
So Danny Spiegel and Grace Walton are done at about the same time with their 2nd of 4 sets. on the sandbag, and they're into round 3. 16-minute time cap, 10 minutes remain.
Olivia moving through this very methodically. Not much urgency. Really using the bottom of her squat to rebound her out of the hole so she saves a little bit of energy in her musculature.
Kerstetter started CrossFit when she was 9 years old. And then, of course, under the tutelage of Jacob Hebner for a while.
Yeah, you grow up doing it like that. Jacob Hebner will take this as nothing but a compliment. But when you learn from a maniac like Jacob Hebner, that is, when I say maniac, a Metcon maniac, one of the toughest breathers ever that existed in our space.
Lucy Campbell is currently in 4th place in the heat. Campbell right now in 15th place overall.
Gotta love it. A variation of the split snatch here. She's choosing to go touch and go. Notice how subtle it is. She's almost muscling it up, and instead of rebending at the hip, she just steps back. Casually, steps forward to claim the rep. You learn lessons like that only through exploration. Never forget to explore your movement, folks. Don't just do the standards the way you see them on TV or the way you see other people doing them.
Olivia Kerstetter, middle of your screen, and the all-black continues to lead. She is through 5 of her 10 reps on the sandbag here in round 3. So 1 round remains for Kerstetter after this, halfway to the time cap.
This is where we start to see a lot of those rounds. The splits that athletes have established start to drop off.
Kerstetter is done and back to the barbell for the 4th and final time for 10 more back squats at 225 pounds, 102 kilos. Kerstetter coming off that 3rd place finish in event 2, looking for another top 5 finish to close out her opening day. Coming off that podium finish at the CrossFit Games.
And Olivia knows it. Yeah, I mean, these back squats even look a little bit faster in regards to a cadence versus her last round here. Yep. She's holding on. Great choice. Love to see it. Felt the slowing start to happen with the barbell. Knew she was just going to stand there to wait for the next rep. Better to rack and rest.
Well, Danny Spiegel currently in 2nd place, and Lucy Campbell has moved ahead of Grace Walton into 3rd. Kerstetter putting the finishing touches on this 4th and final set of back squats as Spiegel and Campbell get to work. And now onto the dumbbell for Olivia Kerstetter for the final time.
Spiegel certainly pacing this thing out differently than I expected she might. I thought she'd be a little bit more reckless with those barbell reps in and out of the squat faster. Seems like she's a little bit more limited by her back than she would be her legs.
4 reps left for Danny Spiegel, 5 remain for Lucy Campbell. You can see her on the right side of your screen. Campbell's now moved into 2nd place behind Kerstetter. Kerstetter has now finished her set of 10 dumbbell snatches, and she moves to the 100-pound sandbag for the 4th and final time. And Danny Spiegel trying to retake 2nd place in the heat from Lucy Campbell. They're in the middle of your screen towards the top.
Lucy's got to keep her pace. She doesn't want to race Danny at the sandbag.
Olivia Kerstetter has 4 reps remaining. Danny Spiegel and Lucy Campbell done at the same time on the right side of your screen. And Lucy Campbell was able to talk to our broadcast crew here before the event. She said this event is going to be, in her words, disgusting when you get to the sandbag. And she's on it for the 4th time now, racing with Danny Spiegel for 2nd place. Olivia Kerstetter is in and takes the heat, 11:38.59 seconds. Spiegel has a 2-rep lead on Campbell. Campbell's on the right, Spiegel's on the left. 1 rep remains for Spiegel. And Danny Spiegel takes 2nd place, 12:05.94. And now Lucy Campbell taking 3rd place in the heat at 12:18.
This tax collector event is certainly one that is creating a tremendous amount of demand from the lower body, but never underestimate the value of having a strong core. On every one of these movements, if you've got any kind of thing you're dealing with from a back, from an abdominal, from a lack of balance from the front and the back of your body on your abdominals and your erectors, it's going to get exposed here.
3 minutes, athletes. 3 minutes.
Grace Walton, your leader on the floor, the only woman on her final round of sandbag cleans. Now, check that Emma Tall. Is looking to join her. Tall on the white shirt on the dumbbell snatches for her 4th and final set.
And this is that part of the event where athletes really got to dig deep. They know there's another heat waiting to take the floor. Every second's gonna count and it's gonna matter. There's gonna be a ton of disparity. It's not that we're just gonna see the first heat come out and wipe the floor with this thing and crush all these times. It's not gonna be the case at all. These athletes have to stay aware of that.
Grace Walton is in. 14.61. Haley Adams in the middle of the floor is getting set to close out round 3. Emma Tall is your leader in the white shirt, stepping up to the sandbag for the final time. She's got 90 seconds to get those last 10 reps in.
Plenty of time to finish. Got to push here. Yeah, she's doing a great job staying close to that sandbag.
Every rep counts. This is one tough finale for day 1 of competition. Athletes, we are approaching that 1-minute warning.
Let's not forget, Sean, this is event 3 of a very long day to open up this year's Rogue Invitational. Yet it is day 1, my friend. This is going to test some broad capacity fitness. Some people want to say the Rogue Invitational, well, they don't really test endurance. I would argue you there, because it certainly accumulates through the course of 3 days.
They still have 6 events remaining after this, and they were put through the ringer here on day number 1, as Emma Tall is going to make it well inside the time cap. 15:25.74 for Tall. Paige Rogers is a leader on the floor. She's onto the sandbag for the final time, bottom of your screen. Paige Semenza in the middle is also onto her final reps. She's got 20 seconds to make it inside the time cap. Not sure they're going to make it as we are in the final 10 seconds. So half the field gets capped here in the opening heat. Olivia Kerstetter, 11:39.59 seconds. Looking to continue her march up the overall standings that started with a third-place finish in event number 2. And that result is going to put her in position to score some big points here at the end of Friday.
Hey, and that's what we talked about just to start the weekend. We knew that she was going to be a threat. We've seen her at the Rogue Invitational before, but she's a new athlete now, finishing 3rd at the CrossFit Games. She comes in smarter. She comes in more well-rounded. And this, in the tax collector, was a great opportunity for her to flex that on the field of competitors. And now she sets the tone with the time to beat. And there's some savvy vets and previous champs chomping at the bit. Going to try to unsettle this time here, but Olivia did a great job to set the standard.
Yeah, if it's heavy, Olivia Kerstetter's going to like it. Sets the early time to beat. 11:38.59 seconds. Danny Spiegel takes 2nd place. Lucy Campbell came on late to finish in 3rd. And Grace Walton and Emma Tull, the only other 2 athletes who finish inside that 16-minute time cap. We are set for the 2nd and final heat. Last heat of the day here on the opening day of competition at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. It's Danielle Brandon, who currently has a 5-point lead over Alex Gazan on top of the overall standings. Ariel Lowen is 10 points up on Laura Horvath, who is creeping up the leaderboard. And Danny Spiegel with another solid performance in heat number 1, looking to stay inside the top 5. Olivia Kerstetter, who came in 8th place overall, depending on what happens here in heat number 2, could find herself inside the top 5. What's at stake here?
Well, for Danielle Brandon, the woman sitting on top of the leaderboard currently, it's about controlling the damage. We've seen the back squat appear historically at the Rogue Invitational. It gives Danielle Brandon an absolute nightmare. She's got to figure out how to manage this load and manage these reps for this. And then the next one is to simply come out and make a statement. And it is for these athletes that are currently sitting anywhere in the top 3. And it's Miss Horvath herself that we've got to consider. Can she come out and really start to take hold of this weekend?
Lane assignments for this 2nd and final heat as Laura Horvath gets set to take on the tax collector. She'll be in lane 6. Danielle Brandon, her overall leader, will be in lane number 5, and the woman who trails her by just 5 points. Right next to her in lane 4, that's where Alex Gazan will be working.
And that's what we've seen with Alex, Sean. We talked about it almost in a jokingly manner. She hasn't seen a heavy barbell that she doesn't like, and that's going to play a strong role in the outcome of this event. We've seen it plenty of times before.
Second and final heat of tax collector. Event 3 of 9 is underway. One more look at what we are facing. 4 rounds of the back squat, the dumbbell snatch, and the sandbag clean. Now, Danielle Brandon did tell our crew that she was pretty excited about this event. And an early no rep to start things off.
And you know, Sean, we talked about this event being different than just a traditional strength test. It's strength endurance. And I'm assuming that that's why Danielle can say, hey, I'm more excited about this than the way it's appeared in the previous years. No question asked. And it's the same way that we were able to see James Sprague have success in an event where they're like, hey, this could be damage control for him. And he accelerated through that event.
The tax collector is presented by Tier, event number 3 here, 3rd event of the day, as Maddie Sturge was the first woman to get to that 70-pound dumbbell for her opening 10 alternating snatches, 32 kilos on that implement. Manon Angane is right next to her in lane number 1, was 2nd to this portion of the event. Laura Horvath currently sits in 3rd.
5 points away. And Danielle Brandon won lead. That is the points with Alex Gazan. Is 5 points.
Maddie Sturt is done onto the sandbag. Manon Anganese is there as well, left side of the screen now at the bottom. And Laura Horvath has moved slightly ahead of Alex Gazan. Gazan, middle of your screen, long black pants and the yellow kind of greenish shoes there. Danielle Brandon towards the back of the pack. .11:38.59 seconds. Time to beat. Top right part of your screen belongs to Olivia Kerstetter, who got through this first round in 2 minutes, 22 seconds.
We're we're seeing a lot of the same here from Heat 2 of women, the same way we saw Heat 2 of men. It's a really tight race early, seeing some different strategies. Maddie Sturt chose to go unbroken on the back squats. Most of the field broke it up. Steady singles on the sandbag. We're really going to start to see some separation as we get through the back squats on this next round in round 2.
Laura Horvath currently on the lead pace here, but all these athletes behind Olivia Kerstetter's pace. And Laura Horvath is done. And Maddie Sturt and Manon Enganades heading back to the barbell. Top of your screen, Emily Rolfe is also on the lead pace. And here comes Alex Gazan to start round 2. And Horvath, the first woman to unrack that barbell and get to work on her second set of 10 back squats at 225 pounds, 102 kilos.
We know Laura loves a back squat. She posts about it often, looks forward to it in her training. We'll see how that gets a payoff for her as this work continues to accumulate here.
Alexis Raptis and Danielle Brandon still on the sandbags. And one thing you said, Adrian, was Danielle's got to control the damage here and likely to fall out of the top spot in the overall standings after this event.
Yeah, and we knew it was coming. It's all about controlling the damage on the scoreboard and also controlling her mind. Understanding, hey, okay, this is where I'm at. This is who I am. This is currently what we're dealing with. How can I manage this setback enough to come out with some still good momentum going into tomorrow?
Maddie Sturt and Laura Horvath are your leaders right now in the heat. Alex Gazan is right there along with Emily Rolfe. Rolfe is towards the top of your screen. She's at the far end of the floor. Alex Gazan, who came in just 5 points back of Danielle Brandon for the top spot in the overall standings. Trying to hang with Sturt and Horvath.
It's interesting the ways to consider approaching this dumbbell. We've seen it so many different times today. Laura Horvath going with pretty much steady singles throughout, which she doesn't have to, right? So that's a conscious decision to help control her heart rate and restart each rep on the dumbbell versus Gazan and Sturt both doing sets of touch and go where their heart rate rises and then they recover. We'll see which one pays off.
Maddie Sturt, closest to the camera in the black shorts down middle of your screen, is still your leader, but not by much. Emily Rolfe and Laura Horvath are right there here in the second of 4 rounds. There's Emma Lawson heading to the sandbag. Laura Horvath is now about a half rep ahead of Maddie Sturt. 11:38.59 seconds, that's the time to beat. Those are the splits from Olivia Kerstetter, who was already into round 3 at this point. We saw Colt Mertens for the men win this event out of heat number 1, and Olivia Kerstetter could be doing the same thing here for the women.
Yep.
Emily Rolfe and Laura Horvath fighting for the lead here in heat 2. Rolfe is on the upper right-hand part of your screen. Maddie Sturt and Alex Gazan currently sit in a battle for second. And Brooke Wells starting to move up as well. Danielle Brandon is still back on the back squat. She just finished up her second set of 10. Horvath into round 3.
Laura looking very, again, methodical, within control. Has been breaking her sets of 10 into her rounds of 10 into 2 different sets. That last round, I really think shook Gazan just a little bit in regards to her game plan. She looked pretty taxed coming off of those dumbbell snatches and continued to look into the stands even during her sandbag to shoulder. Still making slight work of this back squat.
It seems like a set of 6 and then a break. is the strategy that Laura Horvath is going with. Gazan broke after 4 reps. Emily Rolfe and now Maddie Sturt fighting for second behind Laura Horvath.
Horvath back to those steady singles that we talked about. Again, taking a breath. This is how she did the last round equally. This is where veteran athletes tend to have the ability to separate themselves. Meeting yourself exactly where you're at. You're not trying to overcome some type of false obstacle like beating someone to your left or right, but you got to stay within your own window so you don't just lose points.
Emily Rolfe currently sits in second place as she's holding off Maddie Sturt for that position in this heat. Now, good news for Laura Horvath, who's leading the way here. Even though she's not on the lead pace to win the event, she's well ahead of the women she's chasing in the overall standings. Danielle Brandon, Alex Gazan, and Ariel Lowen all in Horvath's rearview mirror, as Emily Rolfe is not going to make things easy for Laura, as the two of them are heading to the sandbag at the same time to close out round 3. Maddie Sturt, left to center, is just about done with her third set, but these are the two leaders in the heat. On the left, Laura Horvath. On the right is Emily Rolfe. Olivia Kerstetter looking like she's going to pick up her first event win of the 2025 Rogue Invitational, because she was into round 4 at this point. She got done with round 3, 8 minutes and 34 seconds on the clock.
Well, this is opportunity for Emily. Laura's breaks are starting to become longer on the sandbag to shoulder here. She pauses, even puts her hands on the bag. That was a shorter one than the last two. Emily's got to start to seize this as an opportunity and build some momentum if she can.
Rolfe hasn't gotten off to a great start. In 19th place after a 19th place finish in a 16th. And now she's ahead of Horvath, going back to the barbell for the 4th and final time. Laura just finished up. Again, the good news for Horvath is that the women immediately in front of her are well behind her in this event. Emily Rolfe not really a threat to overtake Horvath on the leaderboard. Alex Gazan sits in 5th place. She's got 4 reps remaining here to close out round 3 on that 100-pound sandbag.
Yeah, and by the look of that body language and just the way that she's approaching the sandbag, I almost think she just came out a little bit hot. Heart rate skyrocketed, put her in a bad spot early. And everybody knows that has experienced that, even in your garage or in your own affiliate. You come out too hot, and it takes a long time for you to recover within a workout before you can just sit down and recover.
Maddie Sturt returns to the barbell for the 4th and final time. She's fighting with Lawson and Wells for 3rd place behind Emily Rolfe and Laura Horvath, who both have now 3 reps remaining. Horvath is about a rep ahead of Rolfe. And Laura Horvath is done and on to the dumbbell for the final time. Rolfe just racking the barbell. She's going to get to work on her final set of alternating dumbbell snatches. So Alex Gazan's coming off that injury that she suffered in the car accident following the NorCal Classic in June, and said that the back squat, that was the thing that was coming back the slowest for her.
Makes sense. A break to that fibula and all the joints that it surrounds, from the knee to the ankle to all the bones in the foot.
Olivia Kerstetter is officially your event winner, as her time is now passed, 11:38.59 seconds.
Looks like 1 rep there for Laura left on her snatch.
And Laura Horvath moving to the sandbag for the final time, looking to win the heat here and possibly move herself into the top 3, because she only trailed Ariel Lowen for third place by 10 points, and Lowen right now is towards the back of the pack, along with Danielle Brandon. Emily Rolfe got a no rep. That's going to set her back as Laura Horvath is 2 reps into her final set of 10 here on that 100-pound sandbag.
Laura Horvath, 2 reps into the set of 10 for this final round of the tax collector, Emily Rolfe. On the move in lane number 10.
5 reps left for Horvath. Rolfe making quick work of this sandbag.
Yeah, I mean, Emily's got a chance here. If she starts to push here and dig a little bit, if she's got it in there, she can send it right now and close the gap.
See Brooke Wells in the middle of your screen fighting with Maddie Surt for third place as the 2 of them are onto the sandbag for the final time. But right now it's Horvath versus Rolfe for the heat win. Final rep for Horvath. And Laura Horvath is in. She will take the heat. 12:58.90 seconds for the 2-time Rogue Invitational champion, and Emily Rolfe is in at 13:04.26 seconds, her best result of the day.
Laura Horvath, top 5 on a regular basis. It pays off really well.
And nearly 70% of the time at the Rogue Invitational, she finishes inside the top 5. And Brooke Wells just came across. Wells looking to crack the top 10. Emma Lawson is in.
Wow.
And Maddie Sturt, the leader on the floor. She's got 2 reps left.
Emma really did a nice job lagging back in that heat as well and then really pushing late.
And Maddie Sturt closes out day number 1, 13:57.96 seconds, less than 2 minutes to go. And Alex Gazan, who is towards the front, is now looking at a 6th place finish in the heat. Danielle Brandon is now done with round 3. She's going to get time capped, so things are going to change on top of the overall standings.
Some things are certainly going to change, but Danielle's got to remain in her head that half the field got also time capped in that last heat. So it's not going to be her and her alone, and she's battling for every repetition to continue to keep those points. Again, her whole goal was to brace for impact and minimize the damage.
Oh, Alex Gazan dropped it behind her.
Yep.
That's just one of those things that you got to keep in mind. So 1 extra rep for Gazan. She's still going to make it inside the time cap. 14:54.47 seconds for her. And now 1 minute before the time cap. So Danielle Brandon's just, as you mentioned, Adrian, got to think about the rest of the athletes who got capped here and just try to rack up as many reps as she possibly can. Ariel Lowen is still on the floor as well. She's going to get capped along with Alexis Raptis. So this is, for Laura Horvath, great news, as she's going to pick up a ton of points on the women in front of her in the overall standings.
Brandon is only 2 reps behind Alexis Raptis right now. She's gonna have to hang on though for the time remaining and fight here. She thought about it.
Renan Engene's bottom of your screen on the dumbbell for the final time. Final 5 seconds. And with that, day number 1 of the 2025 Rogue Invitational is in the books, and things are going to look a lot different at the beginning of day number 2 in the overall standings as they did coming into this 3rd and final event on Friday. And Laura Horvath could find herself in the top 2. Danielle Brandon's going to lose the overall lead that she held through the first 2 events.
Okay. How are you?
Alex Gazan most likely going to fall out a second, but could remain inside the top 3 because Ariel Lowen got time capped.
Yeah,
so a lot
Sean,
to
it's
sort
gonna
out
be,
here.
That's right. It's going to be a lot of shuffling. And it was Laura Horvath that started off with a steady pace and was extremely consistent throughout that. She did a great job at racking and bracing and recovering throughout and staying disciplined at the barbell. Alex Zan was right there with her early rep for rep and then had some struggles, but it was Horvath that was able to see it through. It was the key no rep at the end there. This didn't affect Gazan's output, but it was a bit of a reflection for her on how that one went. But it was the youngster right there, Olivia Kerstetter, that came out in the first heat and was able to seize the win on Tax Collector.
100 points for Olivia Kerstetter, 11:38.59 seconds, the only athlete to go sub-12. Danny Spiegel is going to take second place in the event, so another solid result for her to close out day number 1. Lucy Campbell finishes in third, and Laura Horvath with another top 5 performance finishes in fourth, and Emily Rolfe with her best finish so far of the competition takes fifth. Let's go down to Kiki Dixon.
Laura, this event was named Tax Collector. I don't know anybody who likes paying taxes. Would you say the sentiment is the same with the energy payout here?
Yeah, I would say so, yeah. Taxes are just terrible, and this was also terrible, so pretty much the same.
Where did you find that balance between the strength cardio aspect, right? You're lifting heavy weights, so you have to keep on moving.
Yeah, it was more like strength endurance, not strength cardio, so that was a good change. But still, you had to like stay conservative, don't go out too hard in the first 3 rounds so you don't die in the last one, because it just kept going and going. So I just tried to focus on always keep moving, and that paid off.
I believe you had a 7th place finish after the first event, then you were in, or excuse me, 7th, and you were in 4th, and now you're possibly in the top couple spots. What are you gonna do to maintain that momentum?
Yeah, that's what I would like to keep the momentum going, so tomorrow we go even higher and higher, you know? So yeah, I'm gonna just eat a bunch of food, go take a big sleep, and then hit it again tomorrow.
All right, we're shooting for the clouds tomorrow, going high. Thanks, Laura.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, you're awesome. Thanks for cheering for us.
2-time Rogue Invitational champion Laura Horvath finishes up with another top 5 finish and looking to move herself within striking distance the top spot in the overall standings. So that will do it for the first of 3 days of competition here at the 2025 Rogue Invitational. You got another busy day on Saturday. 3 events for the strongmen and women and 3 more events for the CrossFit athletes. We're going to start at 11:30 local time here. CrossFit athletes up first with the Crux. And then the strong women and strong men take over with their 4th event, the Circus Medley. We got the duel coming up. That's always fun to watch. What are you looking forward to the most tomorrow?
Oh, the most? How you going to ask me that question, man? I love the bench press, and I want to know what they're bench pressing, so I'm looking forward to the Crux. But I got to say, that unknown about the duel for me just gets me real fired up, so I'm talking to the duel.
That is always a fun format, and we're going to crown champions in the strongmen and strong women divisions tomorrow as well. So a lot still to be decided here as we are done with the first day of competition of the 2025 Rogue Invitational. Thanks so much for joining us, everybody. That was a lot of fun. We had a little bit of everything, a lot of strongman implements, a lot of exciting moments, and a lot of great displays of fitness and strength. For Kiki Dixon, Adrian Conway, Lawrence Chalet, and Kristen Rhodes, and our entire hard-working crew here in Aberdeen, Scotland, I am Sean Woodland. Thanks so much, everybody. We'll see you back here on Saturday for the 2025 Rogue Invitational.